Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Xiong. Chapter 301-325. Aaron did not immediately return to reality after seeing the palace regained its silence. After pondering for a moment, he once again mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, while his spirituality spread towards the Evernight mark. The faint glow of the dark patterns shimmered, and a palm-sized white bone cross, binding a grayish-white stone dragon, quietly emerged. Lines symbolizing secrecy covered the cross, isolating any possible detection. Looking at the cross before him, Aaron couldn't help but recall the vague figure carrying a 100-meter cross at the peak of the towering mountain within the White Bone Cathedral. The authority of a visionary at least encompasses three major aspects. The kingdom of fantasy will descend upon the material world, the proclaimed future will unfold and become reality, and imagined items will materialize. Although Adam is still only a king of angels, having accommodated the uniqueness, he already possesses a portion of the visionary's authority to some extent. That illusory figure bearing the cross is very likely the ancient sun god conjured by imagination. Even if limited by Adam's current sequence, defeating an Ouroboros should be no problem. Tapping the throne with his finger, Aaron suddenly became very curious about Ouroboros's current state. He could ask Will Osepton to confirm it later. After all, another Wheel of Fortune would naturally know the most about the Wheel of Fortune. Looking at the cross gifted by Adam, Aaron collected his thoughts, pondering Adam's purpose. Back in that bone cathedral, he didn't dare to think deeply, fearing that his expansive thoughts might expose the secrets he knew and cause greater trouble. Now, in his own domain, facing this item that was at most conjured by Adam to participate in the Twilight Hermit Order and connect to that real dream covering the entire continent, he had fewer reservations. Even a king of angels, as long as they are not from the Justiciar or Black Emperor pathways, theoretically cannot observe the Nation of Disorder. At most, they can detect the aura I carry. But Aaron couldn't be sure how much Adam had seen. After all, he was essentially the divine aspect of the ancient sun god, in possession of the second blasphemy slate, and couldn't be inferred by normal reasoning. After reapplying several seals to the cross, Aaron watched it disappear into the Evernight mark again. He beckoned for the paper crane from the pile of sundries, his thoughts still racing. Adam, with only his divinity remaining, is not influenced by emotions. He has no absolute friends or enemies, or rather, the criteria for judging both depend on considerations of interest. Adam, on the surface, established the Twilight Hermit Order to secretly manipulate the world's situation, but in reality, it has always been to complete the ritual for advancing to a visionary. This is almost something all deities know, but the essence of this matter is to become a visionary, then use the blasphemy slate to merge with the true creator and resurrect the ancient sun god. With the Evernight goddess's tacit approval of 008, Adam's ascension to godhood is unstoppable. His core interest has evolved from becoming a god to resisting the revival of the primordial one's will. This should also be the reason why Adam allowed the Evernight goddess to successively obtain the death uniqueness and the god of combat uniqueness, not stopping it is, in itself, support. After all, this is not something a sequence 0 can do. At least, one must become an outer deity to truly help Adam. And the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways are partly derived from outer deities, so they are relatively less affected by the primordial one's will. The ancient sun god, who inherited the mantle of God Almighty, likely knew long ago that the Nation of Disorder was not sealed in the Western continent. Thus, the true creator, as the fallen aspect, supported Solomon, while the Twilight Hermit Order's support shifted from Russell to George III. Taking a deep breath, Aaron's thoughts became clearer, and he had a rough guess about Adam's attitude. As long as it doesn't affect the world trend Adam expects, I and George III will take all. Recalling Hermes, whom he had met earlier while exploring the demigod residence of the Jacob family, Aaron's expression became slightly playful. Holding the paper crane, he instantly returned to reality. Looking at the elegant and understated bedroom, Aaron picked up his pot-bellied fountain pen. Looking at the slightly damaged paper crane, he briefly wrote a sentence in a relatively intact corner. I want to meet you. Aaron refolded the paper crane and placed it beside him, then actively entered a meditative state, seeing the boundless deep darkness in a lonely oval light sphere. His spirituality extended and touched that illusory, hazy thing. The surrounding world suddenly inverted and twisted back, and Aaron found himself, without realizing it, in a barren plain, with dark stones underfoot and not a single blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black spire, around which a giant silver-white serpent coiled. Its head was erect, and its crimson eyes stared coldly in this direction. The serpent's tail and the wheel on its head each had only half, appearing quite disjointed, unlike how they once formed interconnected wheels. Aaron clearly noticed this anomaly, keeping it in mind, as he walked towards the dark spire and the silver-white giant serpent. Ignoring the silver-white giant serpent's gaze, Aaron passed through an ancient, decaying wooden door and entered the interior of the dark spire. Guided by his spiritual intuition, Aaron passed through chaotic, spatially inverted floors, no longer knowing which part of the black tower he was in. In the dense darkness, he suddenly found a small boy, about 1.4 meters tall, squatting in a corner ahead. His aura was weak, and he held a deck of tarot cards. His ink-black eyes showed no emotion. Aaron paused slightly, then forced a smile and slowly approached. "Good evening, Mr. Speaker." As Aaron approached Will Osepton and met his gaze, he also saw the tarot cards laid out before him. Wheel of Fortune, Fool, Justice. Aaron's steps faltered slightly, then he heard a childish yet serious voice. "Every time you come to me, it's basically for no good reason. You're not going to ask me to fold paper cranes for you again, are you?" Aaron subtly averted his gaze and responded with a smile. "If Mr. Speaker is willing to be generous, I would, of course, be extremely grateful." Will Osepton, with a hint of childishness, looked Aaron up and down, then pouted and mumbled softly. "So you've advanced, huh? Sometimes I wonder who truly is the darling of fate. Don't get too complacent too early. Once that guy targets you, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Don't look at me like that. Even if I recover to my peak, I couldn't be his opponent." Smiling and shaking his head, Aaron went straight to the point. "Earlier in Tingen, you..." He was interrupted by Will Osepton before he could finish. "Only that foolish serpent Ouroboros, who keeps restarting by the true creator's side, doesn't know how to adapt. Betting on both sides is always better than hanging yourself on one tree. What's more, I'm not the only one who placed a bet on that Nighthawk, Duke Aaron, am I right?" Tacitly acknowledged the statement. Aaron recalled the chaotic mountaintop within the Bone Cathedral and asked curiously. "Do you know what happened to that angel of fate, in the end?" Casually putting away his tarot cards, Will Osepton glanced at the curious Aaron, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Didn't I tell you? That's a stubborn, foolish serpent. He was directly severely injured by that guy. Heh, at least for a while, that foolish serpent will have to recuperate honestly. I've always said that with each restart of fate, you should try to be a little different to maintain a good psychological state. That guy became single-minded because he followed the hanged man for too long. This time, he finally suffered a big loss." Looking at the gloating Will Osepton, Aaron nodded thoughtfully. "Since that's the case, the guy tracking you is recuperating, so aren't you free for a while? What do you want to do?" Will Osepton instantly became alert, his childish face wrinkling, clearly expressing his unwillingness. Aaron rubbed his hands and chuckled awkwardly. "Just a small favor. When I received your message and went to support Tingen, I was stopped in the spirit world by a guy with a mind full of madness. I feel that it's ungentlemanly not to avenge this. Cough, don't look at me like that. You don't need to do too much, you don't even need to participate in the battle. I just hope you can interfere with or even block the river of fate in the corresponding spirit world area. That guy is also a key target of that abomination from the Rose School of Thought. Your intervention can buy us enough time. As a price, I can promise to provide you with necessary assistance during your week period of restart, such as a yesterday reappearance charm, or more direct aid." After a moment of struggle on his face, Will Osepton snorted, reminding him. Let me be clear, regardless of whether your actions succeed or not in the end, your promise just now cannot be discounted, and you'd best start acting within a month. It's not without cost to bypass 008 and that guy's interference to transmit information to you. I might quickly enter a restart and be unable to help you. Recalling the silver-white, scale-less serpent on the spire whose symbolic representation was incomplete, Aaron didn't want to delve into how much of what this guy said was true or false. After nodding, he actively broke free from this dream world. Watching Aaron disappear, Will Ossepton's smiling face quickly became indifferent. He looked at the Fool card placed at the top of the deck in his hand, his eyes flickering. Southern Continent, West Balam, Nikiphorus City, Hall Family Temporary Villa. Today was Saturday. Over the past 2 days, almost every afternoon at 3, Audrey would pray to Mr. Fool, but she had received no response. The unknown always aroused people's curiosity and fear. Audrey, who was originally preparing to rest, was suddenly informed that Alfred wanted to see her. Led by a maid, she arrived at the study, and Susie followed curiously, wagging her tail. Her Lonus was now quite proficient, even with a slight Backland accent. Just as she reached the door, Audrey paused. Having advanced to a telepathist, she saw Daily Simone, dressed in a black hooded robe, walk out of the room, trembling slightly. The uncontrollable sadness made Audrey feel a little suffocated. Looking at the lady who had escorted her all the way from Backland to the southern continent, Audrey pursed her lips and entered the study, immediately noticing the somewhat messy documents on the table. Her gaze swept over them, then suddenly froze. The top telegram was conspicuously highlighted in red, appearing to be from a newspaper header. Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos successfully assassinated Duke Negan. Vice Admiral Hurricane. Audrey subconsciously sat down and hastily picked up the telegram. Seeing what must have been the Storm Church's final conclusion, her pupils slightly contracted. High Sequence Beander, not belonging to the Church, a kingdom's High Sequence Beander. Could that powerful Beander, who caused such a bizarre death for a powerful pirate general without even showing his face, be a blessed of Mr. Fool? After such a thought surfaced in her mind, Audrey couldn't help but let her imagination run wild until an unusual sensation in her calf brought her back to her senses. She lowered her head and met Susie's round, dark eyes. Her mouth twitched slightly. Audrey, taking advantage of Alfred's inattention, placed the telegram on the floor for Susie to read. Due to the obstruction of the Berserk Sea, communication in the southern continent was much slower than in the northern continent. Only such shocking intelligence could reach the southern continent in just 2 days. Could it be that Mr. Fool's blessed happened to be in Backland that day, and thus killed Keelangos, and the time recorded on the telegram was precisely Wednesday? Her thoughts somewhat scattered, Audrey looked up again and met Alfred's gaze. Roughly guessing what her brother wanted to ask, and not having thought of an excuse, she could only change the subject. What happened to Miss Daly? She seems very distressed. With a complicated look in his eyes, Alfred didn't ask the question on his mind. He simply explained. On the same day Duke Negan was assassinated, the Nighthawks team in Tingen encountered the birth of an evil god's offspring and suffered heavy losses, and Daly came from Tingen before joining the Red Gloves. Audrey fell silent for a moment. After a while, she sighed softly and, after pondering, pointed to Susie, who was lying on the floor fiddling with the telegram. Alfred, rainbow lizards only seem to live in the southern continent. I really like this creature. Can I raise one to accompany Susie? Susie suddenly looked up, resisting the urge to speak, but a human-like bewilderment still appeared on her dog face. Mist Sea. As specks of starlight dissipated, Aaron, using the spirit world coordinates left by Bernadette in the relic, directly summoned the historical void image of the Crown of Stars, and roamed to Lasha Island. Under his true vision, layers upon layers of illusory array patterns, flowing with mysterious lines, covered the entire island. Looking at this hidden island, Aaron couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Russell's most beloved child. Such dense array patterns, truly a grand gesture. No wonder she can contend with the Moses ascetic order. Following the guidance, Aaron arrived before a mountain peak and recited a giant's language incantation towards the seemingly empty cliff face. Open sesame. A path immediately appeared on the cliff, both real and illusory, leading to an unknown destination. With the enhancement of the Nation of Disorder, his spiritual perception, already close to the angel level, did not produce any warnings. Aaron paused for a moment before directly stepping onto the path and entering the cliff. As he walked, Aaron's vision suddenly opened up. He saw a sea as clear as sapphire and a magnificent castle made entirely of emerald. This was the Emerald City of Queen Mystic, Bernadette. Aaron was about to look for traces of Queen Mystic, Bernadette, when he suddenly saw green pea vines dangling from high above, intertwining to form a lush, dense forest. Looking up, the forest had no visible top, and the vines formed different paths, some intertwining, some spiraling, extending all the way into the sky. Knowing that the owner of this place had already sensed his arrival, Aaron casually found a small path made of pea vines, suspended in midair, and arrived at the open room on the castle's top, which offered the best view. The tall Queen Mystic stood behind the railing, wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, with a thin rapier at her waist. Apart from not wearing a tricorn hat, she was dressed as a standard sea captain. Her chestnut hair fell naturally, and her gaze, which had been fixed on the layers of incoming waves, retracted. Her deep blue eyes looked over, and the pea vines that had been coiling behind Aaron, as if weaving a stairway to heaven, fell back down and retracted into the earth. A soft voice, tinged with a hint of surprise, sounded, "Congratulations on your successful advancement." As Russel's daughter, Bernadette had been dealing with forces coveting Russel's remaining treasures before establishing Oravi Island. Decades ago, she even clashed with Prince Grove of Loan, who was also a chaos hunter. And the clairvoyant's intuition told her that this newly advanced duke was far more dangerous than Prince Grove had been at the time. Watching the fairy tale-like vine staircase disappear, Aaron spoke with interest. "I've always been curious why you always like to use pea vines. You must have quite a variety of mystical reenactment you've mastered, right?" Bernadette was momentarily stunned. She had considered many possibilities but never thought he would ask this question. Her expression flickered, and she turned and returned to the room. As she stepped, an illusory, ancient mirror appeared before her. Aaron's perception told him it was more akin to a teleportation to a fixed location. Following Bernadette into the mirror, Aaron found himself in what seemed to be a library. Before him were clean floor-to-ceiling windows, neatly arranged long tables and chairs, and bookshelves filled with books. Spirituality of Life, Book of Curses, Russel's Notes. Aaron silently withdrew his gaze from the bookshelves and saw Bernadette arrive at the deepest part of the library. This area was more like an exhibition hall, filled with picture books, stacks of textbooks, and dresses. Aaron also saw neatly stacked building blocks and the true game of Xiong, which only a few people in this world knew how to play. A clear voice carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. "I really like sitting on the vines, reading the fairy tales he personally wrote for me. He also once said something to me that I still don't understand to this day." Putting down the picture book in her hand, Bernadette turned her head, her blue eyes looking at Aaron. "One day, if you fall into an unfamiliar world or cannot return to the past, the fairy tales of the past might become an anchor to preserve your beliefs and hopes." She said no more, just quietly looked at Aaron, as if waiting for something. Although Bernadette used the more personal pronoun, he, rather than the divine, he, Aaron knew she was referring to Russell. Aaron thought for a moment, then picked up a picture book, looking at the somewhat familiar handwriting on it, and asked with a smile. "Do you know the activation incantation for that Black Emperor card?" Queen Mystic was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. Aaron put down the picture book in his hand, looked into her eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved upwards. "Bernadette." The entire library was so quiet that it seemed as if there was no sound of breathing. Queen Mystic's lips moved, then closed again. Her blue eyes briefly lost focus, then quickly regained their depth. Looking at the silent Bernadette, Aaron continued. Not every blasphemy slate has an activation incantation. After all, Russell originally hoped that these cards, containing the mysteries of godhood, would cause chaos. And those blasphemy slates that truly had activation incantations set were the ones Russell valued, such as Black Emperor, Paragon, and perhaps even the Hermit card in your hand. This was not Aaron's probing. After all, how could a blasphemy slate that was anti-divination and anti-prophecy even for gods, and required an activation password, be discovered by anyone? Except for the Black Emperor card, which Russell whimsically turned into a bookmark, most other blasphemy slates should be in an activated state, capable of attracting high-sequence existences of the same pathway. This way, the goal of spreading secrets and disrupting the world could be achieved. Otherwise, without Russell's direct indication, it would be impossible for anyone to find them and figure out the activation incantations. Bernadette did not deny Aaron's words, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. You, or the one behind you, also believe that he ultimately achieved the Black Emperor through a cross-pathway advancement. Without directly answering the question, Aaron walked back to the bookshelf and said meaningfully, "When you achieve angel status and are qualified to know deeper secrets, all the doubts in your heart will be answered." Backland, Sherwood Borough, Minsk Street No. 15. Klein had ruled out the northern borough, where the Evernight Goddess Church Backland Diocese headquarters, St. Samuel Cathedral, was located, as well as the Empress Borough and Western Borough, which had the best public security and strictest supervision. He finally rented this place for 18 sols a week. This was thanks to Mr. Hanged Man, who had deposited 300 gold pounds into an anonymous account at the Backland Bank, saving Mr. Fool from the predicament of sleeping on the streets. The gold pounds he had saved previously were all kept in the traveler's badge. Although he was back to square one financially, at least the money stayed within the family. Plus, the large sum of pension money the church subsidized after his sacrifice was enough to cover Melissa's expenses before she reached mid-sequence. He lit the coal, and a warm wave of air rushed towards him, dispelling the cold air of Backland. Klein stretched his body and sat on the sofa, picking up a newspaper. Duke Negan was assassinated by Kilangos. Wait, this date. As soon as Klein unfolded the newspaper from a few days ago, his eyes widened. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the letter he had written to Mr. Azek earlier. After that important figure was assassinated, high-sequence powerhouses from the Church of Storms and the royal family must have arrived. To be able to escape successfully under such circumstances, Mr. Azek is probably my biggest backer in Backland going forward. Exhaling lightly, Klein suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind. After a full day of running around, even as a clown, he felt tired. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. Fragments, sometimes continuous, sometimes fragmented, floated by. Klein suddenly became lucid, realizing he was dreaming. A force has invaded my dream. Klein maintained his previously hazy state, casually observing his surroundings. He found himself floating above a dark body of water, with several figures not far away. Just then, Klein saw the surface of the river ripple with light, quickly outlining a line of white words. "Great Master, your loyal servant Erodes has finally awaited your presence. Please allow me to report to you." "Why is it you again, Mirror?" Klein's mouth slightly agape, for a moment he couldn't speak. But in an instant, Klein skillfully switched to the full state of looking down on everything, profound and unfathomable, and nodded gently. "Well done." As his voice fell, the river before him surged, and the white words wriggled and changed, reforming. "The following is the account recorded by your loyal servant Erodes. Church of Storms Backland Diocese, Archbishop Snake." Klein looked at a figure on the edge of the screen wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbol of a storm. Erodes thoughtfully added a white word annotation next to it. Watching Kilangos die in an extremely bizarre manner, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, Hurricane Lieutenant General Kilangos' bounty is a total of 30,000 gold pounds. Driving away the strange thought in his mind, Klein was 90% sure that Mr. Azek had done it. The surrounding scene rapidly shrank, becoming the background. An illusory, ancient, bizarre silver mirror appeared in midair, with faint light flickering from the black, eye-like gems on its sides. White words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror. Your loyal servant Erodes has finished his report. Great Master, could you please stay with me a little longer? Facing this overly enthusiastic fellow, Klein instinctively felt some wariness and discomfort, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded gently. All right, I've just arrived in Backland, so I'd like to know about some relatively safe underground trade markets. Light flickered on the silver mirror, and the white text changed. Backland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart Bar. Klein silently noted down the address. Although he didn't have much gold pounds now, he fortunately knew many low-sequence potion formulas, which should help alleviate his financial crisis. Great Master, I sense a scene that might interest you. Would you be willing to view it? Klein, who was secretly planning to visit Braveheart Bar tomorrow to inquire about the situation, immediately looked up. Curious, he did not refuse. The illusory silver mirror dissipated again, transforming into a chaotic scene. By a table filled with various instruments, illuminated by candlelight, a young girl held a bottle of light silver liquid and, without hesitation, drank it all. Melissa. Klein's pupils slightly dilated, already guessing this was her advancement to Sequence 9 Savant. He stared intently at the screen until Melissa reopened her eyes, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the dissipating scene, Klein thought for a moment and calmly said, "Unless it's a particularly urgent situation, I don't wish for others to invade my dreams casually." As if sensing Klein's displeasure, a large amount of text immediately appeared on the silver mirror. Great Master, the range of my power can only be maintained within the Backland area. Previously, if I wished to contact you in Tingen, I would need to use a special medium, and dreams allow me to extend the time I can serve you to the greatest extent. After this, as long as you are still in Backland, you can draw this symbol on the mirror with blood imbued with spirituality, and I will respond to your call. Silently noting the symbol that appeared on the mirror, Klein maintained the fool's tone and spoke in a low voice. Very good, you may return. Yes, great existence above the spirit world. After Erodes displayed this line of words, the surrounding scene completely shattered. Klein then detached from the dream, recalling the few scenes Erodes had just presented, and deliberated whether to write another letter to Mr. Azek now. If the high-level power in the death domain that Erodes showed was indeed done by Mr. Azek, he must now be pursued by the church and the official forces of the kingdom. Even the faction that sent Kilangos to assassinate Duke Negan is secretly hunting him. If I write a letter now, I might not get Mr. Azek's help, and it could easily backfire on me. Just as Klein was feeling conflicted, the clown's spiritual perception subtly stirred. Hearing some movement, he instinctively looked over and, with the crimson moonlight from outside the window, met a pair of blood-red eyes. When did? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Klein almost instantly prepared for battle. Seeing Klein's somewhat excessive reaction and unusual agility, a young man with black hair, red eyes, and hair combed back diagonally stepped out of the darkness. There was undisguised arrogance in his brows. He looked at Klein, who was on full alert and ready to strike at any moment, and spread his hands somewhat awkwardly, indicating that he had no ill intent. Using the crimson moonlight, Klein saw that this young man, who could trigger his spiritual perception and was clearly also a Beander, was clutching an ancient-looking, brass-colored key. What is this? Klein, with this question flashing through his mind, instinctively looked up and saw a smear of crimson at the young man's mouth. As a former Nighthawk, Klein could confirm it was human blood. Seeing Klein instantly become even more wary, Emlyn White seemed to think of something, coughed dryly, wiped the blood from his mouth with his right hand, and explained. Don't misunderstand. Although you might not believe it, I truly got lost. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Well, consider this item my apology. It's quite useful, even for Beyonders. Emlyn White said, throwing out a bottle of potion contained in a glass tube. Klein warily dodged, allowing the potion to fall onto the bed. Shrugging indifferently, knowing the other party was also a Beander, Emlyn White was no longer worried that the other party would call the police. After apologizing for trespassing, he raised the brass-colored key in his hand, and a light blue glowing door immediately appeared on the wall. Under Klein's astonished gaze, this strange person who had trespassed into his home in the middle of the night simply walked through the wall and left. Question marks floated in his mind. Klein cautiously checked the wall, and after confirming there were no issues, he returned to the bed. A divination confirmed that the liquid in the bottle was indeed a potion that helped restore spirituality. He fell silent for a moment, unsure of what exactly had happened tonight. This is only my first day in Backland. Klein frowned, suddenly feeling an urge to summon Erode's back. How unlucky. Why isn't that guy sleeping in the middle of the night? I just went to the hospital for some blood because I was craving it, got lost on the way back, and then got seen by someone. Is this key cursed or something? Emlyn White muttered to himself. When he passed through another light door and looked up, ready to get his bearings, his legs suddenly stiffened. Before him stood a golden church. Although small, it had a rather prominent spire and the holy emblem of life engraved on its outer wall, a simple outline of a baby surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and springs. This was distinctly different from the surrounding buildings. Harvest Church. Emlyn White's mind immediately brought up that name, as the Earth Mother Church only had this one church in Backland. Some bad rumors flashed through his mind. He cursed under his breath and quickly turned around before the other party could discover him. A heavy creaking sound came, and Emlyn White, who was about to run, saw the church's heavy doors slowly opening. At the very front of the neatly arranged rows of seats, beneath the massive holy emblem of life, stood a tall man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a brown priest's robe. Just kneeling there, he resembled a small mountain, exerting immense pressure. In his hand, he held a strange candle. The outer layer of that small, half-burnt candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but it also protruded with several bumps. Its wick was only a finger joint high, completely black, and branched into fine, dense scale-like patterns. The faint candlelight reflected in Emlyn White's eyes, causing him to instantly fall into a trance. While horrified, he no longer had any qualms. A thick black mist emanated from his back, forming a pair of ethereal bat wings, ready to take flight and escape. Doing this in a place like Backland was very risky, especially since Duke Negan had been assassinated just a few days ago. However, it was indeed the best way to attract the attention of other official Beyonders. Even if he were detained by the officials, his identity as a Sanguine would not truly lead to anything severe. Although it would trouble the elders of the Sanguine to vouch for him, it was still better than being captured by the Earth Mother Church. Looking at the Harvest Church, which had become a small dot in his vision, Emlyn White hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he found the surrounding light and shadows rapidly transforming. Everything he had just experienced seemed like an illusion. A faint, sweet scent lingered in Emlyn White's nostrils, and his eyes met a pair of light blue ones. At the same time, candles lit up one by one in the dim church. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but the light was soft and not harsh, like the dawn breaking just as night ended. What's going on? As this question flashed through his mind, the ethereal bat wings on his back were inexplicably suppressed, and Emlyn White's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and Emlyn White was sent flying backward. The ethereal armor condensed from shadows on his body shattered directly, and crimson blood splattered. The giant, wearing a bishop's mitre, slowly stood up, looking down at Emlyn White, who was half kneeling on the ground. He raised the exaggerated greatsword in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from light, and sneered with a distorted face. I thought that guy had found some helper. Letting this easily defeated ant in, are you insulting me? The thought, this lunatic is so strong, flashed through his mind. Emlyn White bared his fangs slightly, looking at the giant who was roaring at someone unknown and hadn't taken the opportunity to continue attacking. A thick black mist emanated from his back. Ethereal shackles surged on the ground, rapidly approaching the giant bishop. A group of ethereal bats entwined with black flames simultaneously appeared around them, attempting to block his vision and buy time for escape. A grating friction sound accompanied by a gust of wind struck. Emlyn White manipulated his bat wings, forcibly changing direction mid-flight, only managing to condense a blood-red bat shield in front of his chest. Reflected in his pupils was a giant completely covered in silver-white armor, dragging several precarious deep black chains, causing the church to seemingly tremble under his steps. He raised that even more dazzling greatsword and, with a stance as if to cleave through a building, brought it down upon him from above. Wait, let's talk this out. I am. That nearly real feeling of impending death caused fine beads of sweat to seep from the sanguine's forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the strange candle in front of him, saw its black wick and pale flame. The floor shattered, the chairs destroyed, and the candles cut during the battle had all returned to their pre-battle state, showing no signs of damage. The originally fierce and menacing tall man in the brown bishop's robe was now looking at him with a benevolent expression. His eyes blurred for a moment, and Emlyn White's mouth twitched slightly. He subconsciously retorted, "Who exactly are you? That bishop just now." As he spoke, he reached into his embrace, astonished to find that his body was empty at some point, leaving only his clothes. The hidden potions and his two mystical items had disappeared. Looking at the even paler Emlyn White, Utravsky extended his broad right hand. Inside, besides a brass key, there was also an item resembling a combination of a needle, a soft tube, and a container. "My name is Utravsky, and I am the Bishop of Harvest Church. However, I prefer to be called Father." Looking at the two mystical items that originally belonged to him, Emlyn White's eyes immediately widened. He took a few deep breaths before saying with a pained expression, "Respected Father Utravsky, I have no more questions. I apologize for disturbing you so late. I should also go home." Bishop Utravsky slowly raised his head upon hearing this, but did not respond. Instead, the atmosphere in the church became oppressive. He gazed at the holy emblem of life in front of him, and said with deep emotion, "I was born in Indo, along the Intersea coast. I was a person fanatical about battle and killing. I committed many serious crimes. Fortunately, before I truly fell into the hell of my own mind, I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of the Mother God. After that day, I understood the preciousness of life, the charm of all things growing, and gained a pure joy derived from life itself. To allow more people to experience this joy, I swore an oath before the Mother God's holy emblem to spread her faith to other nations, as an atonement for my bloody past. But the old me, who loved killing, did not completely die with my heartfelt repentance. I can clearly feel that he still lives within my body, always wanting to regain control of everything. What you encountered in the spiritual world was my past self." The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Emlyn White watched as the father raised that strange candle and looked at him. "Previously, I gave you a chance. If you could kill my past self, you would be able to leave this place. Now I can give you another chance. If you are willing to believe in the Mother God and recite the holy texts under the holy emblem, you can also leave on your own." Perhaps due to that strange battle just now, Emlyn White felt unusually weak, but his pride still made him roar loudly. "Recite the holy texts. Bah! I am a noble sanguine. I tell you, I worship the moon and will never convert to the Earth Mother. Give up, you hateful father." No expression of regret appeared on his face. Bishop Utravsky nodded, and the stone door in the basement at the back of the hall, inscribed with the holy emblem of life, in numerous mysterious symbols, lit up. "Many people have been as stubborn as you. I will explain the holy texts to you. One day, you will realize the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest." Emerald Palace. Bernadette relied on the fairy tale magic, source of peach blossoms, created by mystical reenactment. The entire space trembled. A pale mask with a metallic sheen floated, causing the originally vibrant peach forest to be filled with death, gradually decaying, and then rapidly weathering. The ground even began to grow feathered serpent down. At the center of the surrounding death was an item that was entirely golden, resembling a miniature kettle, its surface covered with mysterious and complex symbols, and a wick extended from its spout. It was sealed Artifact 005, Genie Lamp. At this moment, the wick at the spout of the genie lamp had actually ignited on its own. The light emitted by the wick was unusually viscous, like water mixed with a lot of sugar. They surged upwards, converging into a twisted and blurred light gold human figure. The gaze of this golden figure seemed to penetrate the obstruction of pale death, and the source of peach blossoms, looking towards a certain location. An exceptionally grand voice echoed. This aura, it's a long-lost familiarity. In the library filled with books, a thick, dark gold mist suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes. Unlike usual, Aaron could feel an inexplicable sense of restlessness. The only thing that can give me this feeling here is probably that genie. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Aaron had no intention of delving deeper. After he successfully advanced to Sequence 3 and established Moon City, in the Nation of Disorder, he had truly taken control of this Sephira. Although limited by his own Beyander characteristics and unable to fully exert the power of the Sephira, as long as he didn't foolishly offer the genie lamp to the Nation of Disorder, the genie, still in its sealed state, could do nothing to him now. This was also the capital that allowed Aaron to stride in alone and brazenly. As the creator of the source of peach blossoms, Bernadette clearly sensed that some anomaly was occurring. Looking at the frowning Bernadette, Aaron hinted meaningfully. I don't know how Russell once admonished you, but I must remind you that an unspeakable existence is sealed within the genie lamp. Furthermore, my lord and that fellow have irreconcilable conflicts. If it weren't for the approaching apocalypse, my lord would need to accumulate strength to deal with a more severe future, and wouldn't have time to bother with that poor sealed creature. A peculiar glint flashed in her eyes. Bernadette didn't ask Aaron why he knew she possessed the genie lamp. After a moment of thought, she spoke softly. I apologize, I must excuse myself for a moment. All the original diaries of my father are stored here. Although many are still missing, I believe they will still be helpful to you. Bernadette did not use this to ask Aaron to teach her how to interpret that language. Instead, she used a tactic of retreat to advance, actively offering the diaries to Aaron and, by extension, to the Lord of Order, to convey her goodwill. Watching Bernadette dissipate into pure white feathers, Aaron refocused his gaze on the thick diary in his hand. Although Bernadette couldn't read Chinese, she had arranged the diaries according to the approximate chronological order in which Russell wrote them, based on her memory. This saved Aaron a lot of reading time, though what Aaron found quite regrettable was that there were 5 thick volumes of Russell's diaries, neatly organized and bound. However, the majority of them were Russell's romantic history and various Beyander knowledge that Aaron already knew. But this was to be expected. After Russell gained divinity and even became an angel, the further loss of his humanity would significantly reduce the frequency of writing diaries, something only humans would do. The diaries that could truly help Aaron now were precisely those written in Russell's later period. Coupled with the missing diaries, the actual gains were not many. One of them was probably a diary Russell wrote during the Sequence 3 Arcane Scholar stage. Perhaps sensing a certain change in the attitude of the Church of Steam, Russell described in detail the potion formulas and corresponding rituals from Sequence 9 Savant to Sequence 4 Alchemist in that diary. It might be because the God of Steam and Machinery Church directly provided the Sequence 3 Arcane Scholar potion, so Russell only described the Arcane Scholar's advancement ritual. And this meant that the artisans, cultivated by the East Tark family finally had the opportunity to continue advancing, no longer having to pay a price to trade formulas with the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Besides this unexpected pleasant surprise, what attracted Aaron the most was the diary he now held in his hand. May 1192, I have already advanced to Knowledge Emperor according to his will, but the attitude of the Church of Steam still makes me feel uneasy. Perhaps that crazy genie was right. I should accept the gift from that organization. I want to become an emperor. Only by becoming a black emperor can I break free from the shackles of the Son of Steam, and truly protect Bernadette and them. Also, yesterday, when I was making the Pale Death mask, I noticed something. That death of the 4th epoch might not have completely perished, and there is more than one resurrection contingency left behind. Some of them might be related to that river of eternal darkness. Haha, Death, certainly isn't that easy to die. September 1192, today I sought confirmation from the genie. There is indeed a stronger existence above sequence 0, and the hidden sage's existence has already blocked all my paths to advancement. I feel like I've become more extreme, but my final choice might be the Black Emperor. As for the imperial title, let's call it Caesar. Also, today's conversation deepened my apprehension towards this genie. He might originate from an era even older than the first epoch. He has deep grudges with the master of Saphira Castle and with that floating life profound yellow heavenly venerable who transmigrated me to this era. February 1198, the eternal blazing sun church and the Sauron family seem to have come together, but it no longer matters. The Black Emperor's advancement ritual is almost ready. As long as I succeed, everything will be fine. I have already left the Wheel of Fortune card and the Hermit card to Bernadette. If I fail, combined with those few grade 0 sealed artifacts, they can protect her as she grows. Since that's the case, I'll leave this Justiciar card to my future lucky person. I hid it in a city named after my imperial title. To prevent it from being opened prematurely, I also set an additional activation incantation for it. I came. I conquered. I came. I conquered. Aaron clicked his tongue. As expected of a man who named himself Caesar, he silently recited the activation incantation and closed the diary in his hand. Although he was curious where Russell had obtained the wishing lamp, unfortunately, there was no corresponding record in the diary. The Justiciar card is hidden in a city named Caesar. Aaron recalled the clues recorded in the diary, first searching through the famous cities within Intis. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Russell's greatest contribution after becoming emperor was actually discovering a safe sea route to the southern continent, ushering in the colonial era. Caesar port in the Intis colonial zone of the southern continent. With this thought, Aaron became even more convinced of his idea, pondering as he looked at the rows of neat bookshelves. Sid Watson is in Caesar Port. That place is currently controlled by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and it's also infiltrated by the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought. I remember Sharon also mentioned that there seems to be an Oravi Island stronghold there. I wonder if there will be other surprises once the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card are collected. Putting the diary back on the bookshelf, Aaron clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. From now on, I won't have to make up my own diary entries for Mr. Fool. These many romantic diaries will be enough for him to read for a long time. It's a pity there's no clue for the Demoness card, otherwise I'd really like to see what Russell looks like in women's clothing. In the already crumbling, peach blossom spring, pure white feathers emerged and reformed into Bernadette's figure. Her azure eyes looked at the gradually calming, wishing lamp. Specks of starlight overflowed from her body, repairing the scarred space. Bernadette, who had manifested an incomplete mythical creature form, soothed the pale death. A familiar seductive voice came from beside her ear. If you truly want to save Russell, you'd best stay away from that fellow who calls himself the Lord of Order. A hint of surprise flashed in Bernadette's eyes. She did not respond, but continued to soothe the grade 0 sealed artifact in her hand. However, the Jinn's seductive voice did not stop. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Do you think I'm trying to trick you? I can tell you, Russell had already achieved Black Emperor before his demise. Heh, as long as no new Black Emperor is born, he has hope of returning to the divine throne. If that Lord of Order recovers his strength first, Russell will never be able to return. Bernadette, don't you want Russell to return? You don't need to do anything. You just need to place me at the border area between the Hornassus mountain range and the Intersea on the northern continent. As a reward, I can clear the number of wishes you've made before. You can wish to advance to sequence 2. I promise I can take you to find Russell. Bernadette's hands paused slightly, and a faint light rippled in her azure eyes. Then, she remembered the warnings her father had given her when he handed her this strange grade 0 sealed artifact, and Aaron's admonitions in the library. Ignoring the layers of seductive voices, she pursed her lips, took out the Wheel of Fortune card and the Hermit card, and used the 2 blasphemy slates and the Pale Death to reseal and isolate the Wishing Lamp. What is hidden in the border area between the Hornassus mountain range and the Intersea on the northern continent? The Jinn actually wants to go there. The voice in her ear gradually became inaudible. A strange look flashed in Bernadette's azure eyes, but just as she was about to use the clairvoyance ability to make a divination, her spirituality warned her frantically, as if she would suffer a terrifying backlash. Sensibly abandoning the idea, Bernadette frowned slightly. She knew that during the Fourth Epoch, the Solomon Empire and the Tudor dynasty coexisted on the northern continent for a period, and their dividing line was the current Hornassus mountain range and the Phenapot Plateau. The location the Jinn mentioned was actually the border where the dividing line met the Intersea, which should now be in Civilos County of LotM, a vast, uninhabited mountain range. Taking a deep breath, Bernadette kept this matter in mind. As for what the Jinn said about Roussel, she had a clearer understanding. Strength was the foundation of everything. She needed to advance to Sage as soon as possible and understand the secrets that only angels could know. Compared to the Jinn, who liked to twist wishes, that mysterious existence who could interpret Roussel's diary was more trustworthy. Looking at Bernadette who walked out of the mirror, Aaron chuckled and asked pointedly. I thought you would take out the wishing lamp and confront me face to face, but that Jinn must have said many blasphemous things about my lord, right? Bernadette glanced at the bookshelf, which had returned to its original state, pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, simply replying. He wants me to throw him in the extended area of the Hornassus mountain range in Civilos County. Aaron was stunned, but his brows subtly furrowed. There was no surprise from gaining additional information. Bernadette's distrust of the Jinn was almost identical to Roussel's, and the Jinn himself was aware of this. To say it so openly, it was probably not meant for Bernadette, but rather to use her to convey this information to the Lord of Order. Aaron, who knew the Jinn's true nature, inexplicably recalled the Tamara family, secretly believing in uncertain mist, hidden in the shadows. He felt that it was likely a cake with poison, delicious but potentially fatally dangerous. He secretly noted down this place name in his mind. After all, if the Jinn had the confidence to trick the Lord of Order, that place, though dangerous, also implied opportunity. Looking at Aaron, who was deep in thought, Bernadette pursed her lips slightly and spoke softly. When we traded that mystical item that could temporarily restore the holder to their peak, you said you could help me advance to Sage. Can you tell me now when the opportunity for advancement will be? Although a clairvoyant could peek into the secrets of fate to a limited extent, when it came to their own advancement, the prophecies given were very vague and could not be used to deduce useful information. Snapping out of his thoughts, Aaron produced a pure black ring radiating a calm and peaceful aura in his hand and handed it to the somewhat surprised Bernadette. At the end of this year, in Backland, a disaster involving high-level powers will occur there. This is a token that can connect you to Archbishop Anthony of the Church of Evernight's Backland Diocese. After all, it's Backland. With the tacit approval of the Church of Evernight, this will facilitate the completion of your advancement ritual. Sherwood Borough, Minsk Street, number 15. The dim evening sun shone into the room. Klein gasped for a few breaths before he had the strength to turn over and stand up. Only after activating his spirit vision and confirming that the Zemanger gang's executioner, Morso, was dead, did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the messy living room and his damaged Nyan overcoat, Klein's mouth twitched, and he felt a pang of heartache for his wallet. My previous weapons were all left in the traveler's badge. If I had a pistol, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After I report to the police, if there's still time after the questioning, I'll go to the Bravehearts bar. Rhodes shouldn't lie to me, there will be what I want there. It's just a pity about my clothes and furniture. It would be great if I could get reimbursement from the captain. Sighing softly, Klein glanced at the setting sun outside the window, his expression solemn as he walked to Morso's corpse. He planned to try a spiritual medium session while the other party's spirit had not yet dissipated, to see who had instructed him. After setting up a simple altar and allowing the quiet and peaceful incense to diffuse, creating a semi-dreamlike state, Klein prayed to himself, to the fool who does not belong to this era. Then, he entered above the gray fog and responded with more than 2/3 of his spirituality. When I advance to sequence 7, similar prayers should also be able to slightly leverage the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, just like summoning and sacrificial rituals. Looking around, Klein made a rough judgment and quickly returned to the real world. He passed through the cosmos-like world and the chaotic, noisy thought storms, entering Morso's mental plane, where he saw the illusory figure of the other party floating in midair. How did this matter even involve the ambassador of the Intis Republic stationed in Backland? Why do I feel like my luck has gotten so bad since I came to Backland? The result of the spiritual medium session left Klein somewhat speechless. Even knowing where the Z-Manger gang's hidden stash was didn't improve his expression. The Intis ambassador's side certainly doesn't lack beyonders. I need to be extra careful during this period. Thinking this, Klein ended the ritual, removed the spiritual wall, and looked at Morso's corpse. Specks of spiritual light gathered at the wound, forming a deep red, jelly-like object. Backland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Kaspars looked at the young man who came to the bar with a smile, pushed the prepared, sunny of blood wine, towards him, and joked with a laugh. Your Excellency, Viscount Glaint, long time no see. Glancing at the smug Kaspars, Glaint ruffled his wig somewhat dejectedly. After downing the sunny blood wine, he muttered softly. Is my disguise so bad? You recognized me at a glance. But speaking of which, with your current status, why do you still like being a bartender? Is this your hobby? Kaspars smiled and poured another glass of sunny blood wine, then lowered his voice. Tonight there will be a gathering of elder wisdom. Same old place. A hint of surprise flashed in Glaint's eyes, and he then lowered his voice in response. Didn't they say that because Duke Negan was assassinated, there would be official Beander investigations, so the gathering would be suspended for 2 weeks? How did it end so quickly? Pouring himself a glass, Kaspars curled his lips in disdain. Those incompetent LotM officials just go through the motions with their investigations. In the end, they just push the blame onto the numinous episcopate and those lunatics from the Aurora Order. Lunatics never care if they're slandered anyway. With a scapegoat, the investigation naturally ends. But then again, many people have probably accumulated a lot of good things during this time. Maybe there's something you want. As the two were talking, the wind chimes at the door jingled, and a young gentleman wearing a black top hat and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Glaint felt a faint spiritual fluctuation and turned to look curiously. Having just left the police station and bought a new set of clothes at a tailor shop that was still open, Klein felt the gaze and looked in that direction. A very young Beander, but his disguise is mediocre. After a quick mental assessment, Klein had no intention of striking up a conversation. He walked to the bar, looked at the man dressed as a bartender, used his body to block most of the view, took out the Beander characteristic from Morso, and deliberately lowered his voice. Cough, cough, I'd like to find a buyer for this thing. After reporting to the police, Klein had sacrificed this Beander characteristic along with other items that might arouse police suspicion to above the gray fog. After deciding to try his luck at the Braveheart's Bar, he retrieved this Beander characteristic back to the real world in the tailor shop's washroom. Feeling the bloody aura hidden within the spiritual fluctuation, Kaspars re-examined the gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, then naturally poured a glass of wine and said with a smile. Sir, you must be new to Backland, right? Seeing Klein nod in affirmation, the smile on Kaspars's face became even more pronounced. Then, sir, you've really come at a good time tonight. There's a sufficiently safe and private gathering, and perhaps you can find a buyer there. Tonight. Klein was surprised, but his face showed no unusual expression. He simply nodded silently, then quickly added, All right, but I also need a firearm and bullets. Also, I want you to help me find someone. The commission fee is £10. As he spoke, Klein took out a painting from his pregnant. The painting depicted a young man with black hair and red eyes, slightly effeminate and very arrogant. This was the strange man who had broken into his house that night and given him a potion, drawn by Klein using dream divination. Politely waiting for the two to finish their conversation, and watching Klein being led by a waiter to the back of the bar, Glaint then spoke softly. Tisk tisk tisk, even outsiders are starting to attend your gatherings. I have a feeling tonight will be lively. Taking out a black iron mask, identical to Klein's, from under the counter and handing it to Glaint, Kaspars responded with a smile. This is thanks to Duke Aaron's patronage. Also, the person you asked me to look out for, who might possess the subsequent apothecary pathway formula, seems to have come tonight. Judging by his build, it should be him. A hint of surprise flashed in Glaint's eyes. While putting the mask on his face, he muttered softly. Last time, I wanted to buy the formula from him for a full £500, but that guy not only wanted money but also insisted I become his apprentice. How could I, a dignified viscount, tolerate that? But this time, I've found clues for the material that guy wants. I'd like to see if he's still so stubborn this time. Apothecary. Viscount. £500. Klein, who had just reached the corner, barely heard these words thanks to the enhanced hearing granted by Clown, and he touched his wallet with a hint of envy. Carrying a black iron mask, Klein was led by a waiter to a basement, where the dim, yellow candlelight on the coffee table illuminated the hooded, robed, and iron-masked participants on the surrounding sofas. His steps paused slightly. The clown's intuition made Klein feel an indescribable chill, but the sensation of being watched vanished in an instant. His hand in his pocket instinctively tightened around Azek's copper whistle. Klein sat in the corner, his expression normal, and activated his spirit vision, pretending to casually look towards the depths of the basement, where there was a full-length mirror with intricate patterns. So strong. This should be the gatekeeper of the gathering, but this chill feels a bit different from what Mr. Azek used to give me. His spirit vision found no abnormalities. As Klein pondered what sequence that was, a familiar voice came from beside his ear. I want to buy the medullary crystal of Elven Spring. Who has it? I can pay with gold pounds or potions. If there are definite clues, that works too. This, Klein looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes becoming somewhat strange. The figure in his mind gradually overlapped with the chubby man. The owner of that herb store in Tingen. He left so hastily back then, so it turns out he came to Backland. Klein thought this to himself, about to ask what price this guy could offer. Although he didn't have it now, he could ask Mr. Hanged Man to look for it at sea. I have the medullary crystal of Elven Spring in my possession, and I can give you an additional £300, as long as you agree to my previous request. Glaint walked into the basement as if strolling in a leisurely garden. After nodding to the Eye of Wisdom, he sat opposite the plump apothecary. Having recognized the newcomer, after all, he was the only one at this gathering who had always wanted to trade for the Sequence 8 Beast Tamer potion formula. The not too fat but rather round Darkwill sighed and quickly shook his head. No, I can only teach my students. Even if you give me more money, I cannot give you what you want. Is this a rule of the life school of thought? Perhaps it was even sworn under the witness of some hidden existence. Klein inexplicably recalled the gold coin Admiral Saul gave him in the herb store that day, and the Snake of Destiny, from his dream divination. Backland West District, Intis Republic Embassy in Loen. The gaunt but charming Beckland took a sip of Ormir wine, which looked like blood, and grimly put down the still warm telegram in his hand, smashing the wine glass fiercely onto the expensive velvet carpet. Flames seemed to flicker in his eyes as he coldly spat out two words. Useless. Ignoring his subordinates who were silent as cicadas in winter, Beckland walked directly towards the depths of the embassy. After entering a secret underground passage, flames rose around him, and he quickly rushed towards a certain direction. A few minutes later, he stopped in a secret room with a distinctly Trier style. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, wearing a white wig, a dark black tailcoat, and a thick beard on his face, he said in a deep voice. That incompetent Merceau failed. This might quickly attract the attention of Michigan 9, Rosago. Make the Z-Manger party and that meddling detective disappear from this world as soon as possible. Silence fell in the secret room. Rosago did not immediately respond to the ambassador, muttering divination phrases in a low voice. It was precisely because of this ambassador's eagerness for success that he suffered heavy losses, with almost all his subordinates dead or injured, forcing him to use the Z-Manger party, that group of incompetent and disruptive individuals. To escape from MI9's trap, he even had to abandon several of his most valued marionettes. This was his most embarrassing moment since becoming a marionettist so many years ago. Looking at the divination result, Rosago slowly said, "My marionettes are all lost, but the remaining rabble of the Z-Manger party are just ordinary people, not even qualified to become my marionettes. I will help you kill those key individuals who know too much. As for that little detective." He paused, then continued cautiously. "MI9 might be paying attention during this period. If he suddenly dies, it will definitely point to you. Let him live a few more days. I will find an opportunity to make him die reasonably. ... After selling the Bard, Light Supplicant, and Solar High Priest potion formulas, along with Merceau's Hunter Beander characteristic, Klein gained a total of £2,200. Learning from the lesson of his battle with Merceau, Klein, lacking a weapon for combat, painfully bought the Sun Brooch from the Eye of Wisdom for £2,000. Mr. Fool, who had been rich for less than 2 minutes, wiped the sweat from his forehead and placed the Sun Brooch in a cigarette case, isolating it with a simple spiritual wall. Knowing that he had been somewhat ostentatious tonight, Klein dared not stay long and left the gathering early. After retrieving his firearm and bullets from Kaspar's, Klein took a long detour before returning to 15 Minsk Street. After simply tidying up the damaged furniture, Klein, weary from combat, spiritualism, and interrogation, lay on the bed. What he didn't notice was a dark shadow wriggling from the gap at the bottom of the door. A slender, iron-black threadworm burrowed in, its central part arching high and then flattening, continuously cycling forward towards the bed. Its movements were very stiff, as if broken down into slow-motion frames, giving it a bizarre feel. This iron-black threadworm wriggled to the bedside, leaving a quickly evaporating trail of mucus. Its head suddenly lifted, the central part rising high, with only its tail supporting its body. At this moment, it looked like a human. After observing for a while, the iron-black threadworm changed direction, crawling up the clothes hanger and disappearing into the inner pocket of a coat. Neat porous city. Sunlight streamed into the room through stained glass. Susie wagged her tail boredly, looking at the 4 ladies on the sofa. "Miss Daly, I can feel the pain in your heart, but no matter what happened, I hope you can deal with it rationally. If it weren't for furs, you might have lost that leg." Her golden hair was casually tied up, and her emerald eyes gazed at Daly, whose right leg was bandaged. Audrey spoke in a soothing tone. As a telepathist, she could feel the grief in Daly's heart. Zio poked her friend, who was still staring at Susie. Feeling a sharp pain in her waist, Furs quickly came back to her senses, scratched her head, and responded cautiously. "Miss Audrey, you flatter me. It was just that my ability happened to come in handy in that situation. It was largely thanks to Miss Daly that we could deal with that monster." Daly's eyes were somewhat dim. Ever since more detailed information came back from internal church channels, learning that the culprit, in Zhangwil, had likely already advanced to a demigod, her burning desire for revenge was like cold water poured over it. She dared not return to Loan, dared not return to Tingen, and even more so dared not see that person's tombstone. She had been numbing herself with high-intensity missions until today, when she was severely wounded by a monster that had absorbed a large amount of residual spirituality from the Highland resistance after a gatekeeper's demise. Audrey looked at the silent Daly, feeling a bit troubled for a moment. Just then, She was surprised to find that Furs and Zio opposite her simultaneously stiffened, as if mice had encountered a cat, not daring to look at her at all. Just as the surprise arose in her heart, Audrey felt a warm breath brush past her ear, followed by a moist sensation on her cheek. "Beautiful Miss Hall, long time no see. Did you miss me?" The teasing voice echoed in her ear. Audrey trembled all over, a blush rapidly spreading from her fair neck to her cheeks, her ears as if painted with rouge, delicate and alluring. Sniffing the girl's fragrance and looking at Audrey, who was lowering her head in shyness or pique, Aaron's face flashed with a mischievous smile, and he gently kissed her reddened earlobe. No longer able to maintain her spectator state, her previously taut body instantly softened. Suppressing those somewhat mischievous hands, Audrey had just turned her head when her lips felt moisture, and the words she had intended to say immediately turned into meaningless gasps. Furs's eyes were wide open, almost sparkling. The little soul within her seemed to be screaming, "Oh my goodness! What did I just see? Prince and princess, hero and beauty." Although she was also secretly peeking, Zio was not as exaggerated as Furs. Seeing the blush on Furs's face, who was thinking about something, Zio suspiciously poked her hard. Furs, who was in the midst of conceiving some indescribable events that might happen next in her mind, suddenly snapped back to reality. Given the awkward situation, she dared not speak, only signaling with her eyes. "Zio, what are you doing? Don't interrupt my train of thought." Understanding her friend's look, Zio pointed at Aaron exasperatedly, then made a throat-slitting gesture across her neck, also responding with her eyes. "Be careful not to see too much, or you'll be silenced." Furs shivered, silently lowered her head, and slowly shuffled towards the door, not daring to make a sound. Daly, who had been lowering her head, felt the fluctuations in the spirit world and the powerful aura emerging from it. She raised her somewhat pale face, looked at the embracing couple, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes, then gradually dimming. Susie, however, didn't care about any of this. She wagged her tail and circled Aaron and Audrey. Only after realizing that neither of them was paying attention to her did she lie down on the carpet, feeling a bit wronged. Looking at Audrey's emotional colors, Aaron felt the warmth from his palm and said teasingly, "All right, there are still outsiders here." Upon hearing this, Audrey trembled all over and let out a soft gasp, but she didn't release her right hand. She merely used her free left hand to pick up Susie, who had come close to her leg, and buried her blushing face in the soft golden fur. Rubbing Susie's head, Aaron held Audrey's right hand and sat beside her, looking at Furs and Zio, who were frozen by the door, and Daly, who had lowered her head again. While the chaos in the southern continent is dangerous, it also means opportunities. The speed of advancement here is far beyond what LotM can offer. I hope you can seize the opportunity. Also, Ince Zangwil has indeed advanced to a demigod. The Church of Evernight will assign an archbishop to lead a team of elite Red Gloves to hunt this traitor. If you are interested, I can write a letter of recommendation for you, but the premise is that you need to recover from your injuries first. Daly suddenly looked up, her lips tightly pressed, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Thank you for your help." Waving his hand, Aaron watched as Furs and Zio helped Daly away, one on each side. He then turned his head to meet the emerald eyes hidden in the golden fur. Even though she had become a telepathist and could control her emotions well, in terms of thick skin, the novice her was clearly no match for the seasoned Aaron. She was the first to give in, stammering, You're finally back." Seeing that there were no outsiders left, Susie, who had quietly climbed onto their laps from the floor, happily said, Yes, you're finally back. A few days ago, Audrey still." Susie hadn't finished speaking when a blushing Audrey covered her mouth. Looking at Aaron, a hint of slyness flashed in her eyes. Rubbing Susie's head, the corners of her mouth curled up. "Let me calculate how long a certain busy person hasn't come to see me. We are, after all." Just as she was about to continue with, "engaged," she saw Aaron's slightly teasing gaze. Audrey, her cheeks feeling warm, didn't utter the rest of the sentence. She gave a soft hum and added, "I'm angry now. I'll give you a chance to think about how to compensate me." Looking at Audrey, who, despite turning her head away, still peeked at him from time to time, Aaron smiled and raised his hand. An arcane necklace, that seemed to be composed of brilliant stars appeared, and he personally put it on Audrey. Touching her glabella, Aaron transmitted the abilities and negative effects of this demigod-level mystical item to Audrey. After he advanced to Sequence 3 and completely controlled the Nation of Disorder, he no longer worried about being sensed. The secrecy provided by the arcane necklace was useless to him, and its other abilities could be replaced by the historical void images of the Crown of Stars, with even stronger effects. Audrey had already advanced to Sequence 8, and her spiritual strength was barely enough to activate this demigod-sealed artifact, which was sufficient to deal with most dangers. I'm sorry I can't always be by your side. If you truly encounter an irresistible danger, don't hesitate. Directly open the door of exile. The corresponding spirit world coordinate is an absolutely safe place. Looking at Audrey, whose eyes were sparkling, Aaron seemed to think of something, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I remember you once wanted to be an adventurer. Today, I'll accompany you to find a treasure, one that originated from Rissell centuries ago. Rissell. Treasure. Audrey's eyes widened suddenly, and she darted towards the door, leaving only her melodious voice echoing. Give me 5 minutes, I'm going to change. She said 5 minutes, but in reality, it wasn't even 3 minutes. Looking at Audrey, who was dressed somewhat like a pirate, Aaron's mouth twitched, almost laughing out loud. I think you could discuss the difference between a female pirate's and a female adventurer's attire with Yellow Bebe. Looking at herself in the mirror, Audrey subconsciously asked. Yellow Bebe, what a strange name. Who is she? A friend I met at sea. All right, don't dwell on that question, we can set off to find the treasure. Realizing he had said something wrong, Aaron explained awkwardly. As his spirituality spread, a portal, as if condensed from starlight, appeared. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Backland, East Borough, Red Brick Lane. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he stepped off the public carriage. He had already covered a good portion of the East Borough that morning, issuing bounties to many well-known bounty hunters for the capture of the swindler, Ranless. On the night he first arrived in Backland, he had divined Ranless above the gray fog, knowing that the fellow still had residual contamination from the true creator and was currently staying in the East Borough, absorbing various negative emotions just as he had done to Megos. His high collar obscured most of his vision. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, scanning his surroundings intentionally or unintentionally. For some reason, ever since he left home today, he had felt as if he was constantly being watched. Is this Beckham's subordinate, or did what I said when I reported to the police yesterday attract the attention of official beyonders? Recalling the dream content he obtained from his divination last night, Klein's expression remained unchanged, but his mind grew taut, wary of a possible attack. Suddenly, his steps faltered slightly. He saw the congested crowd at the corner and several police officers maintaining order, and further away, a collapsed section of buildings. Klein's pupils contracted slightly. He had only learned through communing with Merceau that this was a secret stronghold of several high-ranking members of the Zemanger gang, storing a large amount of ill-gotten wealth accumulated by this notorious gang, as well as many confidential documents. Having already arrived here, turning back now would be too deliberate. Pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, Klein took out a notebook from his pocket, a smile on his face, and leaned towards a police officer maintaining order, asking with a smile. Hello, officer, I'm a reporter from the Tussock Post. Is it convenient to disclose what happened in there? This is for your interview fee. The police officer, who had initially looked impatient, subtly accepted the £1 banknote from Klein's hand, then whistled, his attitude becoming extremely amiable. My name is Yiskor. As expected of someone in this line of work, you reporters are really well informed. If you're asking about what's inside, it should be an explosion caused by a gas leak. Many people died, even including the notorious leader of the Zemanger gang in the East Borough. But I suspect it's more likely a gang war, hee. A fierce gunfight happened here a few days ago, and the Zemanger gang made a big commotion with another gang in the East Borough. That last part is just my own guess. If you insist on writing it in the newspaper, I hope my name doesn't appear. Realizing he had said a bit too much, Yiskor coughed lightly, pocketed the banknote, gave a warning, and then left. Pretending to put away his notebook, Klein frowned slightly. This must have been Beckham's doing, and his move was a direct kill to silence witnesses. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. The Zemanger gang is finished, so the next one could very well be me. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. Klein slowly moved away from the noisy crowd. At the corner, he saw a little boy, less than 10 years old, wearing clothes that were a bit too large, with a pile of tarot cards scattered in front of him. For some reason, upon seeing this little boy, the feeling of being spied on immediately disappeared. Klein's steps stiffened, and after his gaze met those somewhat unique silver eyes, fine beads of sweat unconsciously seeped from his forehead. "Sir, would you like to try my tarot divination? The first divination only costs 1 gold coin." The almost stagnant air, accompanied by a slightly smiling voice, returned to normal. Klein used his clown ability to control his facial muscles, walking calmly to the little boy and sitting down opposite him, a little stiffly. Glancing at Klein, Will Ossepton gathered the scattered tarot cards, fanning them out in his palm face down, and said with a grin, "You can call me Will Ossepton. My divination is very simple, you just need to draw 1 card from these." Suppressing his clown intuition, which was wildly warning him, Klein forced a stiff smile. While contemplating countermeasures in his mind, he bit the bullet and drew a card from the pile of tarot cards. Klein subconsciously focused his gaze, discovering that the card depicted a silver ring covered in mysterious patterns. "This is the upright Wheel of Fortune card." A smile appeared on Will Ossepton's slightly childish face. He put away the remaining tarot cards, stood up, and said, "Congratulations, favored by fate. Your luck will be very good for a while. That tarot card is a gift for you." Looking at Will Ossepton, who had already walked to the alley exit on his own, Klein, somewhat confused, subconsciously asked, "Is that your divination?" "Yes, but you can also take it as a blessing." "A blessing?" While Klein was momentarily stunned, the boy who called himself Will Ossepton had already disappeared. His right hand, extended to his pocket to pay for the divination, stiffened slightly. The lucky gold coin he had always kept close to him was gone. Is this the so-called reward? But this also indicates that the boy just now, well, it's highly probable he's a powerful figure from the life school of thought. Can the monster pathway reverse aging after reaching a high sequence? Klein looked at the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand with a conflicted expression. Staring at the silver wheel on the card for a long time, he felt as if an eye was staring back at him. Recalling his current predicament, Klein still silently put away the card, intending to go home and perform a divination above the gray fog after blocking all interference. Will Ossepton stood at the alley entrance not far away. The passing crowd seemed not to see him but actively avoided his position. Watching the troubled Klein board the public carriage, he murmured to himself, "Any gift of fate comes with a price marked in secret." His right hand, not holding the tarot card, held a dull, ancient gold coin and a black iron worm in its palm. He watched as the gold coin turned into silver starlight and vanished, then casually crushed the iron worm into dust. Just as he was about to leave, Will Ossepton's ear twitched slightly. He couldn't help but pinch his brow, sighing lightly. "Every time I hear that guy's voice, it's never good news." Although he was complaining, an Ouroboros appeared in his eyes, and silver ripples spread into the distance. In a secret underground chamber somewhere in the East Borough, Rosago opened his eyes in confusion. The mark he had left on the little detective had lost its connection. After some thought, and a cautious divination that confirmed no danger or trap, his figure slowly disappeared. Caesar Port, north of the Starry Plateau, west of the Paw River Valley, part of the Intis colony. Audrey looked at the surrounding buildings, a mix of Byronese and Intis styles, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She looked at Aaron, who stood beside her, and asked curiously. Was that the spirit world just now? Yes, the mystical necklace I gave you also has the ability to traverse the spirit world. As long as you master the correct spirit world coordinates and have ample spirituality, traveling from the southern continent to the northern continent might only take 10 minutes or even less. While explaining the precautions for spirit world traversal to Audrey, Aaron took out a somewhat worn paper crane from his pocket and wrote a sentence on its edge. For the next few minutes, grant me enough luck. Under Audrey's somewhat puzzled gaze, Aaron closed his eyes, silently chanting Will Osepton's honorific name in his mind. Only after receiving a response did he reopen his eyes. The moment Aaron arrived at Caesar Port, he had already used the true vision that came with the Nation of Disorder to scan the surroundings. To prevent any abnormal movements from the sealed artifact core, he had deliberately avoided the central Eternal Blazing Sun Church. However, the area that true vision could cover was limited. For a large place like Caesar Port, scanning inch by inch with true vision would still be a considerable burden, even for the current Aaron. Moreover, the blasphemy slate itself possessed anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities, and since it hadn't been activated, Aaron was also skeptical whether he could detect any abnormalities relying solely on true vision. Not wanting to exhaust himself with a laborious search, Aaron decided to take a shortcut and try his luck. I am already a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. Coupled with the resonance between the Nation of Disorder and the Black Emperor card, my current sensitivity to the Justiciar card has reached its peak. If I'm lucky, maybe the next teleportation will bring me near that blasphemy slate. With enough luck, it can at least greatly help me narrow down the search area. At worst, I'll just use true vision to search inch by inch at the end. Having made up his mind, Aaron took Audrey's hand and once again stepped into the opened door of the spirit world. Unlike before, this time he did not use his spirituality to express specific spirit world coordinates, it was a random teleportation. The richly colored abstract world faded, and a dense, dark golden mist suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes. A strange sense of agitation surfaced in his heart, indistinguishable between desire and hostility. A sound similar to breaking glass and Audrey's surprised whisper came simultaneously. Aaron sharply turned his head and saw an extremely peculiar lady. She wore a long dress split into two parts, one intricate, one simple, one encompassing multiple colors, one pure black. Even her boots were mismatched, one with a long, pointed, upturned toe, and the other similar to the currently popular round-toed boot, as if belonging to two different people. Such an asymmetrical outfit instinctively reminded Aaron of the asymmetrical trend popular during the Fourth Epic Solomon era. Aaron's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw faint, pale white mist spewing from various parts of the strangely dressed woman's body. The source of the mist was the broken narrow-necked bottle on the ground. Not good, she's escaping. His pupils instantly turned crimson gold. Aaron directly activated his domain of judgment, covering the room, wherever it might be. After protecting Audrey by his side, the ring of concealment glowed, and the historical void image of the crown of stars appeared above Aaron's head. No teleportation allowed here. No connection to the spirit world allowed here. After laying down two laws in ancient Hermes, Aaron urged the crown of stars to seal off the space where her body had completely disintegrated into an unknown white mist. But those wisps of white mist seemed to ignore the chains of order, simply vanishing into thin air in an unbelievable manner. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Aaron's expression was solemn, as he examined a faint, thin, almost illusory wisp of mist remaining on his fingertip. The woman's face appeared in his mind, a high nose bridge, full lips, and rare dark gray eyes that lacked expression, not like a real person, but closer to a wax figure. After transferring to a public carriage, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street by noon, only to find a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform standing at his doorstep. This was the police chief who had questioned him at the police station last night. Recalling the collapsed ruins in Red Brick Lane, Klein vaguely guessed the other party's purpose, but his face showed a surprised expression. "Good afternoon, Chief Fasten. Is there something you need me for?" Fasten took off his hat and said with a serious expression. "The higher-ups sent me to tell you to be careful tonight and tomorrow, and to watch out for strangers." "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. Fasten ran a hand through his short hair, lowering his voice. "Also, there are some other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can make your own decision." His gaze turned towards the door. Klein politely gestured for him to enter, leading Chief Fasten inside and closing the door. They walked to the sofa and sat down. He was waiting for the chief to finish speaking as soon as possible, so he could quickly go above the gray fog to divine the reason for his unease today and the terrifying little boy. Klein's vision suddenly blurred, his head felt numb, and he felt as if a thick layer of glass surrounded him. He saw Chief Fasten's mouth open and close slowly, and found his own thoughts gradually becoming sluggish. This feeling was so familiar. Klein immediately thought of the puppet from the Antigonus family back then, sealed artifact, 2049. That tuxedo clown, Intis, Beckham. Klein instantly realized, but his body was already stiff. He could only watch helplessly as Chief Fasten's facial muscles began to strangely creep. He quickly transformed into a black-haired, blue-eyed gentleman with a handsome face and faint stubble. He said with a smiling expression, "Given enough time, this is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with below high sequence. My name is Rosago. You should be glad you can become my puppet. If it weren't for those damned MI9 ruining all my puppets, a mere sequence 8 like you wouldn't even qualify to be my puppet." Watching Klein's eyes tremble violently, the smile on Rosago's face grew even more sinister. He took off Klein's outer coat, reaching into his pocket to find the iron worm that had lost its connection, to see what was going on. As he fumbled, he chuckled sinisterly. "This is what happens when you provoke us. Don't worry, I'll make your corpse put on a good show in front of those MI9 dogs." His right hand, fumbling in the coat, paused slightly. Rosago surprisingly withdrew his hand, finding his index finger seemed to have been scratched by something, seeping blood. The crimson blood soaked into the tarot card in his hand. For some reason, the seer's spiritual warnings seemed to have coincidentally failed at this moment. Rosago didn't feel any danger warning and subconsciously lowered his head to examine the tarot card in his hand. At this moment, on the card face, a bloody color emerged in the center of the silver ring, as if an indescribable existence had opened its eyes, revealing cold pupils. Klein, sitting rigidly on the sofa, felt a tremor originating from his soul. The sluggishness of his thoughts instantly vanished. After regaining control of his body, he immediately followed his spiritual intuition and closed his eyes. Rosago stood dazed in place, his skin cracking inch by inch, revealing the flesh and blood beneath, and veins that seemed about to burst. His body shattered little by little, yet strangely, no blood flowed out. From his veins surged illusory, twisted, translucent insects. This marionettist of the ascetic order lost control and died directly. In the silent room, Klein, with his eyes closed, felt his heart pounding violently. Only when the clown's crisis warning subsided did he cautiously open his eyes. Rosago's shattered, shriveled corpse fragments formed a human outline on the floor, while the Wheel of Fortune card lay face up, revealing the silver wheel that had returned to its original state. A terrifying chill went straight down his spine. Klein subconsciously swallowed, moved away from the tarot card, and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. Is this card that powerful? It seems constantly courting death has its benefits, at least one can gain a certain immunity. Looking at Rosago, who had just died, Klein suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Taking advantage of the lingering spirit before it dissipated, he planned to divine the subsequent potion formulas for the seer pathway through spiritual communication. Considering that Rosago was likely contaminated by an unknown existence, direct spiritual communication would be suicide. Klein decided to perform the spiritual communication above the gray fog, taking Rosago with him. With his current spiritual body level, reinforced by Azek's copper whistle, he could bring the remaining spirituality of the other party to that gray fog space. Klein took out candles, quickly set up the ritual, summoned himself, responded to himself, and transformed into a special spiritual body. After becoming a spiritual body, he saw Rosago's vague and indistinct lingering spirituality, and saw a flash of light on that tarot card. Considering the limited time of the residual spirit, Klein didn't waste time thinking. Carrying Azek's copper whistle and enveloping Rosago's remaining spirituality, he entered above the gray fog. After preparing, Klein's thought flashed, and he chanted the divination statement. The potion formulas of the seer pathway. Sequence 7, Magician. Main ingredients: 1 piece of true root from a mist treant, all spinal fluid from an evil patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, Beander characteristic of a human skin wraith. Supplementary ingredients. Sequence 5, Marionettist. Main ingredients: dust of an ancient grudge spirit, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of golden spring water from Sunia Island, 10 grams of dragon pattern tree bark, residual spirituality of an ancient grudge spirit, 1 pair of 6-winged gargoyle eyes. Advancement ritual: consume the potion amidst the singing of mermaids. As the spiritual communication vision flickered and swayed, on the verge of shattering, Klein endured the dizziness brought by his nearly depleted spirituality and memorized the potion formulas he saw. As Rosago's residual spirituality dissipated, the dream transformed into countless illusory light spots and vanished. Klein, whose spirituality was nearly depleted, was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. After a moment of recovery, he forced himself to stand up. Rosago's demise would soon be known in Backland, and he had to use this time difference to completely eliminate Backland, extracting himself before getting caught in the eye of the storm, as his current identity could not withstand scrutiny. Klein put on his gloves, moved closer, and with a conflicted expression, picked up the tarot card and put it back in his pocket, then quickly searched for relics. He quickly found over a dozen pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powders, 2 crudely cut paper figures, and a strange piece of paper. The paper was orange-yellow, with the symbolic depiction of the sun and magical symbols circling an empty rectangle. Just holding it in his hand made him feel warm and secure, somewhat similar to the feeling of the sun brooch. Good stuff, a thought flashed through his mind. Klein saw specks of profound light separate, attracting each other to condense into a single mass, forming a completely black eye without a pupil. The Beander characteristic of a marionettist. As soon as his finger touched the completely black eye, Klein's vision gained some strange elements, countless black, illusory fine threads extending from his own body, from every part of his flesh, penetrating the void and leading to infinite distances. Klein suddenly bared his teeth, feeling as if his consciousness was being split into countless parts along with those black illusory fine threads, almost losing control. He hurriedly placed the completely black eye into a tin cigarette case, and only then did the negative state alleviate. Is that the essence of a marionettist's Beander ability? To see and control certain threads on everyone's body and spirit, which is why they're called marionettes. Then, above the gray fog, can I use this to create a marionette that is almost like a real person? His eyes slightly brightened. Klein exhaled a turbid breath, tidied his belongings, opened the door, looked at the bustling crowd, pulled down his hat brim, and took a public carriage to the Bravehearts Bar. Caesar Port, North District, where the rich and indigenous nobles gathered, Viscount Villard's mansion. After initially stabilizing the situation, Aaron confirmed his position. He was a local indigenous noble, with a status roughly equivalent to that of the Watson family before their decline. However, unlike the ancestors of Sid Watson, the ancestors of the Villard family were said to have carried out a non-resistance policy to the end, first fawning over Roussel to gain a peerage, and after the White Maple Palace incident, then fawning over the Sauron royal family to preserve their peerage. What now piqued Aaron's interest was why, after receiving the luck blessing from Will Ossepton, his spirit world traversal brought him here. The strange woman who had just escaped and the abnormal reaction of the Nation of Disorder made Aaron recall the Tamara family, who believed in the uncertain mist, and he suspected that he might have been drawn here by the judgment card. A gasp interrupted Aaron's thoughts. Instantly arriving beside Audrey, Aaron looked towards the depths of the hall, which resembled a collection room, where a chieftain's attire with distinct South Continent characteristics lay on the floor, marked with numerous scratches. Smelling the faint scent of blood in the air and recalling the scene of the woman turning into white mist and dissipating, Aaron vaguely guessed the fate of Viscount Villard. After comforting Audrey, Aaron pondered for a moment, then simply activated his true sight, somewhat headache-inducingly sifting through each item in the entire collection hall. Recovering from the bizarre scene of turning into white mist, Audrey quickly entered the spectator state. She had already learned from Aaron that the goal of this expedition was a blasphemy slate, hidden with the secret of becoming a god. Looking at the numerous collectibles, Audrey tried to analyze them based on Rissel's personality as described by Aaron, and a flash of inspiration suddenly struck her. Rissel was the pioneer of the safe sea route in the southern continent and the leader of that era, yet Caesar Port, as the first city he landed in, does not have a single statue of Rissel. Hearing Audrey's words, Aaron paused slightly. This statement was not entirely accurate. More precisely, after Rissel's downfall, all his statues were dismantled by the Sauron family, who utterly detested Rissel. Rissel must have guessed the consequences of his failure. Given his personality, he might have truly hidden that blasphemy slate inside one of his statues. Tisk, tisk, in the trash you discarded, there's actually a peerless treasure hidden. Absurd and ironic. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Aaron directly led Audrey to the exhibition hall in the depths of the main hall, specifically for statues. Perhaps it was just for commemorative purposes, or perhaps out of genuine nostalgia for Rissel. This Viscount had indeed collected quite a few statues of Rissel, although most of them were damaged. Using the Nation of Disorder and the Black Emperor card as resonance, Aaron used True Sight to scan inch by inch the selected Rissel sculptures, finally discovering an anomaly. Looking at the Rissel statue before him, with an arrogant expression, pointing a sword to the sky, Aaron waved his right hand. The statue instantly turned to dust. He squatted down, and under Audrey's curious gaze, picked up the only intact sword hilt from the powder and spoke in ancient Hermes. I came. I conquered. Aaron suddenly felt the sword hilt in his hand sink. Obscure patterns lit up one by one, generating an invisible vortex that frantically absorbed the holder's spirituality. In an instant, clear light rose little by little, and the sword hilt became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The cover depicted countless angels blowing trumpets and pointing swords to the sky. At the very top of all the angels, Rissel, clad in golden armor, held up a balance and looked majestically at the sky. In the upper left corner of the image, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Justiciar. Audrey, who also saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sequence 0. Is this the legendary secret to becoming a god? Nodding gently in affirmation of Audrey's question, Aaron took a deep breath. The book immediately turned to the last page without wind, revealing an image of Rissel covered in golden armor, with corresponding ancient Fusic text descriptions next to it. Sequence 0, Justiciar. Main ingredients: the uniqueness of a Justiciar, 3 Beander characteristics of the Hand of Order. Supplementary ingredients: the world manifested by the intertwined rules and beliefs within a nascent divine kingdom. Advancement ritual: incarnate as order, permanently modify a fundamental rule of the world, and use this rule to judge a true god, powerfully suppressing their authority and power, and enforcing one's own order. Shifting his gaze from the supplementary materials, Aaron recalled the already nascent Moon City. He had never expected this to be a material needed for future advancement to Sequence 0. How did the Night Emperor advance to Justiciar back then, and which Sequence 0 suffered? He must have an extreme aversion to the Truncest lineage. I need to investigate this thoroughly soon and be cautiously vigilant. I also don't know how the Night Emperor modified the world's fundamental rules, or what the modified content was. The search for the Night Emperor's divine kingdom fragments must be put on the agenda soon. Compared to Alger Wilson, who entered the Ghost Empire early, the Darkness Goddess witnessed the Night Emperor's fall. She should know something. After a quick scan, Aaron, having made his plans, watched the blasphemy slate thin out again, transforming into a playing card. However, it no longer disguised itself. Its surface was Russell holding up the balance. It was sequence 0 inches Justiciar. At the Braveheart's bar, Kaspars raised an eyebrow, looking at the somewhat pale Klein, and teased. "You seem a bit off today, but I do have some good news for you, hee, your previous commission has a lead." "That fast?" Klein looked at Kaspars with some surprise, took out 5 pounds of banknotes from his pocket, and handed them over. This was the final payment for the commission. Kaspars smiled, took the money, poured himself a drink, and, meeting Klein's questioning gaze, teased. "This is also thanks to your excellent drawing skills. Blood-red eyes are not common in Backland, and for us, identifying someone is not a difficult task." Looking at the investigation report Kaspars handed over, Klein flipped through it, skipping the process and going straight to the end. He frowned slightly and murmured, "Emlyn White, vampires." Classic images of vampires and werewolves flashed through his mind. Klein controlled his facial muscles, calmly put away the report. It contained Emlyn White's home address. After dealing with Backland, he would decide what to do next. Looking at the wine glass placed in front of him, Klein narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Do you accept assassination missions here?" Kaspars scrutinized Klein from head to toe and chuckled. "Of course we do, but this service is only offered to premium clients." He emphasized, premium clients. Klein wasn't annoyed by the slight. He took out the orange-yellow paper from his pocket, which had the symbolic depiction of the sun and magical symbols circling an empty rectangle. Looking at the somewhat surprised Kaspars, Klein pulled down his hat brim and said in a deep voice, "I want to ask the powerful individual who guards the gathering to help me hunt down Intis Ambassador Backland." In the dimly lit basement, where only faint light shone, Klein cautiously followed Kaspars and stopped in front of an ancient-looking silver mirror. After explaining the whole story and learning that the Intis strongman protecting Backland was already dead, Kaspars reluctantly agreed to give Klein a chance to meet the strongman named Marich. A somewhat familiar chilling sensation emerged. Under Klein's astonished gaze, a pale-faced man, more like a wraith, walked out of the rippling mirror. Looking at this somewhat familiar ability, and after confirming it wasn't a demoness, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He repeated what he had said before, finally adding, "The Sequence 5 strongman's corpse is currently at my home. I can take you to verify it yourself, I wonder." Marich scrutinized Klein, slowly extended his index finger, and said in a hoarse voice, "If what you say is true, then I can accept your assassination mission. The reward is 10,000 gold pounds." The smile that hadn't quite formed instantly froze on Klein's face. He somewhat doubted if he had misheard. 1,000 gold pounds. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't raise that much money. The poor Mr. Fool had never even seen 10,000 gold pounds in real life until now. Marich nodded indifferently, pointing to the golden paper in Klein's hand, which corresponded to notary, and added, "It can be worth 5,000 pounds. I allow you to pay the remaining gold pounds in installments within a month." Inside the magnificent palace, Aaron's figure appeared. The gigantic figure, originally seated on the throne shrouded in dark gold mist, instantly disintegrated, turning into wisps of light that merged into Aaron's glabella. Sitting in the position belonging to the Lord of Order, Aaron examined the Justiciar card in his hand. Guided by his thoughts, the miniature, illusory book kept flipping backward until the very last page. Looking at the ritual of becoming a god, composed of golden characters, Aaron pondered for a moment. He summoned the divination pendant from the pile of miscellaneous items, intending to use divination to confirm the authenticity of the Justiciar god ascension ritual. It wasn't that he didn't trust Russell, but before he created the blasphemy slate, he had already been influenced by Mr. Dorr and had gone to the moon, suffering contamination and erosion from the mother goddess of depravity, and having his corresponding memories twisted. Because of this, it was entirely possible for Russell in his final stages to embed some traps in crucial places within the blasphemy slate. Although the problems might only lie with the mother card and the moon card, Russell also mentioned the wishing lamp in the diary entry where he created the justiciar card, which made Aaron treat it cautiously. After receiving the revelation that there were no issues, Aaron thoughtfully closed the justiciar card, simultaneously holding the Black Emperor card in his hand. Looking at these two blasphemy slates, Aaron suddenly became curious about what materials Russell had used to create them and how he achieved the divine-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Even if the Knowledge Emperor could draw power from knowledge and bestow substantial power upon abstract knowledge, he couldn't achieve this. Russell at that time clearly couldn't seek help from other gods either. This guy wouldn't have made a wish to the lamp god, would he? After a moment of thought, Aaron tentatively absorbed both the justiciar card and the Black Emperor card into his body simultaneously. His state immediately changed. Black and gold patterns intertwined on his body, and a complex, magnificent, yet majestic armor emerged. The 9-layered crown of the same color emitted a twisted sense of coexistence of chaos and order. The entire palace gently shook, as if to submit at the feet of this indescribable deity, and outside the palace, the illusory, Moon City, significantly accelerated its rate of exhaling dark gold mist. My authority has slightly increased, allowing me to mobilize more power from the nation of disorder, gain higher control over the rules within the domain of judgment, and reduce my spiritual burden. Aaron carefully savored the changes brought about by his various abilities. This blasphemy slate did not bring about a substantial improvement, but it was within expectations. After all, he had already truly controlled the nation of disorder, and a qualitative improvement might only occur when he advanced to angel. Placing the two blasphemy slates face down on the throne, Aaron took out an oil painting from the pile of miscellaneous items. It depicted a series of highly abstract, incomprehensible patterns. Just looking at them for a while could make one dizzy, nauseous, and mentally weak. This was a Grade 1, sealed artifact belonging to the Abraham family, called the Devil Oil Painting. In the Fourth Epoch, in the era when Mr. Door had not yet been exiled and many members of the Abraham family had advanced to Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, the Abrahams created this oil painting to seal demigod-level creatures for assistance in advancement. However, after being attacked by the Aurora Order and losing many records, the current Abraham family is no longer entirely clear how many terrifying creatures are still sealed within the Devil Oil Painting, only certain that there are still some, and more than one. Aaron's own Chaos Hunter potion digestion also required more battles, and only creatures that had gained divinity were required to leave traces in the domain of judgment and provide potion feedback. Such existences were considered absolute high-level figures for the various forces on the northern and southern continents. Aaron, who was not entirely clear how far Adam's World War layout had progressed, did not want to provoke the sensitive nerves of all parties at this critical juncture. At least not by showing himself. His rapid advancement to demigod had already attracted a lot of attention. Once the information of his advancement to Chaos Hunter was exposed, the flashpoint of the war might very well start from the Easttaker family. In such a situation, to quickly complete the digestion of the potion, he could not follow the rules. The terrifying creatures sealed in the Devil Oil Painting were very suitable for him. Moreover, there were still many mad and twisted creatures remaining in the abandoned cities of the forsaken land of the gods. Cavendish Lancer, who could be used as an angel to some extent, could greatly supplement the consumption of the Devil Oil Painting. The creatures released from the Devil Oil Painting were all demigod-level beings that are completely insane and act purely on instinct. Their true strength is not comparable to true demigods, but they are enough to help Boyer Bale complete the ritual for advancing to Silver Knight. He has already advanced to Demon Hunter for 2 years. With conscious acting, the potion should be almost digested. Unfortunately, he still lacks a Silver Knight Beander characteristic. Although the Giant King's court has one, that would be walking into a trap. How about trading a Silver Knight Beander characteristic with the City of Silver? But with Little Sun's current sequence level, he probably isn't qualified to find Colin Iliad. Pinching his glabella with a slight headache, Aaron took the devil oil painting and left the Nation of Disorder. Backland, 15 Minsk Street. The air quality in Sherwood Borough was far superior to the East Borough. The early morning sun shone through the thin haze into the tidy living room, showing no trace of the previous struggle. Klein, bathed in the warm sunlight, stood by the window and smiled as he greeted Mrs. Sammer, his landlady from next door, who was out for a walk. "Good morning, Mrs. Sammer." Starling Sammer smiled and nodded, asking with concern, "Mr. Moriarty, have you found a job? Do you need my help?" Declining his landlady's kind offer, Klein raised the Backland Post in his hand and replied, "I've already found a job as a private investigator, and my advertisement is in here too." Whether he wanted to or not, revenge and advancement were not things that could be accomplished in the short term. Therefore, he had to have a job that could generate income to avoid a financial crisis, especially since he was still burdened with a debt of up to £5,000. However, the job could not tie him down or affect his actions and arrangements, which meant it needed sufficient freedom. Therefore, being a private investigator was a profession that balanced earning money and taking action for him. This allowed him to come into contact with people from various industries, better integrate into Backland's Beander circle, and build new connections. As for Ince Zangwill's whereabouts, Klein would not actively seek him out for the time being, and might even try to avoid him slightly. However, if he accidentally discovered this enemy and did not expose himself, he wouldn't mind doing a good deed and anonymously sending a letter to the Evernight Goddess Church. After making a deal with Marich at the Bravehearts Bar yesterday noon, Klein went to the headquarters of the Backland Post in Sherwood Borough, spending £30 to book a small advertisement for a month. Thus, on the fold between the 7th and 8th pages of the Backland Post that Klein held, which had just been delivered today, a small notice appeared. Sherlock Moriarty, a private investigator skilled in handling various matters, with reasonable fees and strict adherence to confidentiality, residing at 15 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. The reason Klein did not choose major newspapers covering the entire Lowen Kingdom, such as Tassock Post or Backland Daily, was because his business would temporarily be limited to the city of Backland, and he also did not want his popularity to become too high. Therefore, the Backland Post, which was quite popular locally and had inexpensive advertising, became his first choice. Watching his landlady walk away, Klein drew the curtains and looked at the calendar on the table with a complex expression. It's been a week since the Tingen incident. Alas, I hope nothing goes wrong with the Tarot Club this afternoon. As for Lenevis, with darkened eyes, Klein stood up and picked up his cane, about to leave. At the moment he grasped the doorknob, his steps paused slightly. After thinking for a moment, Klein learned from yesterday's lesson of going out. He took a gold coin from his pocket and performed a simple divination, but the result was that it was not suitable to go out today. Not suitable to go out. Is it because I'll encounter danger if I go out, or because business will come to me? No, the newspaper was only published this morning. Even if there was a commission, it couldn't be this fast. Could something have happened with Backland? Various thoughts arose in his mind. Klein put his cane back in place and held the gold coin, muttering softly. Backland is dead. Clink. The gold coin tumbled and bounced, then fell into Klein's palm, heads up. This indicated affirmation. Backland is dead. Marich solved it so quickly. Klein's heart rejoiced, and his tense state suddenly relaxed. Without Rossigo's interference, he believed this result was correct. This matter finally ended. Klein took a breath, slowly exhaled, and understood the true meaning of the previous divination, that it was not suitable to go out. Backland was dead, and he, as a suspect who had previously informed the police that the ambassador had problems, would definitely be investigated. Perhaps someone would call on him this morning. Recalling the huge debt of £5,000 he owed, Klein's recently upturned lips instantly stiffened. He subconsciously looked at the mirror in the washroom next to the living room, somewhat worried that Marich would walk out of it to demand payment from him. I need to make money quickly. With the all-black eye, I can create a fake person in that gray fog space and openly trade with other members without worrying about lowering the fool's authority. Having made up his mind, Klein completely relaxed. After a moment of thought, he set up a spiritual wall and drew the symbol that could summon erodes on the washroom mirror with spirit-rich blood. Since the Backland matter was coming to an end, he should do what he needed to do. He had never forgotten his true purpose in coming to Backland: to find Lenevis and use him as the starting point for his revenge. Watching the rippling mirror reveal familiar and fawning words, Klein took out a drawing from his pocket depicting Lenevis's appearance and attire. This was his appearance in Tingen, drawn by Klein with the aid of dream divination, with the words, former name Lenevis, marked below. Placing the portrait in front of the mirror, Klein maintained the fool's dignity and spoke in a deep voice. Where is the person in this portrait now? He did not use Lenevis to refer to him, to avoid Erodes giving an incorrect answer. Ever since Erodes actively contacted him in Backland, Klein had given up the idea of searching for Lenevis through bounty missions. After all, for a cunning and sly con artist, this could easily arouse their vigilance, and the Evernight Church, knowing of Lenevis's crimes in Tingen, might also use this to find Klein. As the mirror rippled, a scene appeared. Klein saw ships laden with goods and many workers loading and unloading them. Backland had many such docks, most of which were located in the docklands and named various docks. Is this the docklands? This thought arose in Klein's mind, and he noticed the scene rapidly zooming in, stopping in front of a two-story building. The name on the signboard was somewhat faded, but it was vaguely discernible: East Barham Dock Company Dockworkers Association. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, said nothing, and continued to stare at the mirror. The scene passed through the dilapidated staircase, revealing a shirtless man in the basement. Deep red flesh intertwined in the skinless parts of his chest and abdomen, forming an inverted figure. Suddenly, the scene presented in the mirror shattered like glass, and all the scenes collapsed. Great master, this guy has the true creator's divinity on him, and he has grown for a long time. You haven't recovered your lost power yet. Erodes begs you not to act personally, okay? East Barham Dock Company Dockworkers Association. Klein slowly nodded, repeating the name in his mind. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't do something clearly suicidal. Alas, I am still too weak. Otherwise, I would choose to seek revenge with my own hands, but now I can only settle for second best. With his divinity, I am definitely not his match. I can only report him to the official Beyonders, but I can't go to the Evernight Church. If they find out that I, a former Nighthawk who should have died, have resurrected, that would be real trouble. I can only let that guy live a little longer, Captain. I will definitely avenge you. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, and Klein looked at the mirror again. The text had changed. Great Master, you have already answered my question. You can ask Erodes another question. After a few seconds of silence, Klein carefully took out the Wheel of Fortune card from his pocket, placed it in front of the mirror, and asked contemplatively. What is the identity of the little boy who gave me this tarot card yesterday? Although he inwardly confirmed that it should be a powerful figure from the life school of thought, the thought of a sequence 5 dying inexplicably just from a gifted tarot card made Klein quite uneasy. He was also curious why such a powerful figure had suddenly taken an interest in him. A bizarre and kaleidoscopic scene flashed across the mirror, suddenly converging into an illusory flowing river, and one by one, transcendent and mysterious wheels emerged. Klein, who had been staring at the mirror, frowned slightly, not knowing what Erodes meant, until he saw silver characters appearing one by one in the illusory long river. The gift of destiny has long been marked with a price. Grow up quickly, Sherlock Moriarty, or should I call you Klein Moretti? The expression on Klein's face suddenly froze. He subconsciously lowered his head and found that the Wheel of Fortune card was tightly pressed against the bottom of the mirror at some point, which was also the source of the suddenly appearing illusory long river. The gift of destiny. Klein felt a bit of a toothache, recalling the details he had previously overlooked, such as the subsequent Beander pathway of Seer, the potion formulas from sequence 7 to sequence 5, which he obtained with almost no effort, and Marich, who readily agreed to assassinate the ambassador at their first meeting. This is both a blessing and a gift from destiny. Now Klein completely understood what Will Osepton had said when he performed a divination for him that day. As Klein pondered, the illusory silver long river dissipated, and pale characters reappeared with a hint of panic. Great Master, are you all right? There was a small problem just now. As compensation, you can ask another question to continue testing erodes. Maintaining the fool's dignity, Klein slowly nodded, his chaotic thoughts already reined in. Even if he had to pay a price for the gift of destiny, that would be a matter for later. What's more, he currently had no capital to resist, so it was better to accept it. Sighing inwardly, Klein thought for a moment and continued to ask. Within Backland, where can I obtain the Apothecary Pathways Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 potion formulas? After experiencing the magic of potions, Klein felt that befriending or even cultivating an apothecary would be very beneficial to him. Moreover, burdened with 5,000 pounds of debt, he was currently extremely short of money. The apothecary's subsequent Sequence 8 potion formula was visible pounds for Klein. Given the Viscount's wealth at the gathering, selling it for 700 pounds wouldn't be excessive, would it? As Klein thought this, the mirror glowed faintly. After a moment, a familiar face appeared, a handsome man with black hair and red eyes, quite arrogant. It was Emlyn White, whom he had met once before. Sanguine. Klein recalled the information he had obtained at the Bravehearts bar. The mirror rippled, perhaps Erodes was stimulated by the previous question. This time without waiting for Klein to ask further, more detailed images appeared. Under the crimson moonlight, the rather arrogant Sanguine, with his eyes closed, walked into a golden church in an abnormal state. The bottom right of the image was marked with several pale characters. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Looking at the holy emblem of life on the church's roof with a strange gaze, and recalling the time Emlyn White went missing in the intelligence, Klein clicked his tongue inwardly. This guy got lost to my house in the middle of the night and then got lost to the Earth Mother Church's territory. His luck is truly unparalleled. Having obtained accurate information, and considering that someone would likely come to investigate soon, Klein did not continue to ask questions. Under Erodes's fawning farewell, he endured the twitching of his mouth and ended the ritual. What does this mirror learn every day at the Church of Steam? Or was this guy like this before he was sealed by the Church of Steam? Complaining powerlessly in his mind, Klein looked at the Wheel of Fortune card in front of the mirror. After hesitating, he still put it in his pocket. After sacrificing all the remaining Beander-related items to above the gray fog, he sat on the sofa and waited quietly. The bright sunlight shone on the azure sea. Anderson leaned against the edge of the deck with a hint of melancholy. Heaven knew how he had spent this period. Heaven knows, he just said something a little out of line when he first boarded the Morning Star, subconsciously teasing a certain elf lady, and the result was a month-long, special training, for him. For example, training a hunter's dangerous intuition in a terrifying tornado, and tempering his physique and improving his resistance in a lightning storm. According to a certain elf's original words, this is the experience needed to become the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Anderson suddenly regretted how he had been so foolish as to snatch something from the Iron and Blood Cross Order back then, otherwise he would still be wandering around the Fog Sea now. Grimacing for a while, Anderson still couldn't bring himself to slap his handsome face. He lay on the deck like a rotten salted fish, motionless. On the wide observation deck not far away, Bear Burial withdrew his gaze and said in a muffled voice. That's enough. Too much is as bad as too little. We have already sunk several Fessic fleets. The counterattack from the Einhorn family and the God of Combat Church will arrive soon. We should leave this sea area as soon as possible to avoid the limelight. Her dark blue hair simply tied up, Shatas snorted lightly and nodded slightly. Before she could speak, a flash of electric arc flickered in her eyes, and she looked warily behind Burial. The gradually intensifying colorful oil painting world opened a door, and Aaron, holding the devil oil painting, slowly walked out of the spirit world door. Looking at the extremely abstract and incomprehensible patterns depicted on it, Burial and Shatas's expressions changed slightly at the same time, feeling a strong sense of danger. Aaron looked at Shatas a few more times with his true sight. He didn't sense the aura of Calamity Queen Goshelem. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't ask. He turned his head to look at the respectful Burial, raised the devil oil painting in his hand, and said with a smile, "This is a grade 1 sealed artifact preserved by the Abraham family. It seals many crazy and distorted demigod creatures, enough to help you complete the ritual requirements for a Silver Knight. Has the Abraham family also begun to believe in the Lord of Order?" Sequence 3 Silver Knight. Although Shatas entered Grossel's travels in the second epoch, she still learned about the Abraham family's past glory from Mobert. While surprised, she also envied Burial's promotion speed. Helping Burial, who was about to kneel, Aaron looked at this loyal demon hunter, and once again opened the spirit world door, teleporting away from the morning star to the vast desert where no humans lived. This way, even if the battle fluctuations were large, he would have ample room to resolve them and not attract the attention of other forces. That undying from the numinous episcopate, the undying King Agalito, and that iron-blooded knight from the Iron and Blood Cross Order. That's already 3 demigods. Although the frost dragon in Grossel's travels is also considered a demigod, its existence is quite special. It's a creature conjured to exist only in the book world, and its remains cannot be brought out of Grossel's travels to complete the ritual. So, at least 3 more demigods are needed. As rays of dawnlight appeared, Aaron looked at Burial, who was ready, holding a dark red bone sword emitting an iron-blooded aura, and had activated an incomplete mythical creature form. He reined in his thoughts and unfurled the Judgment Domain. He did not intend to interfere too much with the battle Burial needed to experience, and merely kept the battle within the Judgment Domain, assisting with decrees but not directly intervening. He could analyze the rule changes brought by the collision of different divinities within the Judgment Domain, and after Burial killed those mad demigods, he could also simultaneously receive the potion's digestion feedback. Even if this level of digestion was not as much as personally judging and hunting demigods, it was the method that maximized benefits. Aaron inserted the devil oil painting into the sand, then took out the pre-prepared herbal powder and sprinkled it onto the devil oil painting. Without any pause, he chanted the unsealing incantation in Giant, an incantation designed to release only one creature. Silently, the scattered herbal powder all fell onto the oil painting, and with one point as the center, it quickly began to spin. As it spun, the surface of the oil painting became illusory, as if a deep vortex was also forming. An incomplete giant dragon covered in grayish-white scales roared as it crawled out of the vortex, its eyes filled with madness, flapping its membrane-covered wings, stirring up a sandstorm. Highly contagious mental plague, accompanied by roars, crossed the collective subconscious sea and infiltrated the surrounding islands of consciousness. A runaway sequence 4 manipulator. A surging dark gold mist appeared before his eyes, directly annihilating the mental plague that was rushing towards him. Aaron put away the devil oil painting and stroked his chin, pondering. Looking at the giant and the dragon already locked in combat, Aaron's eyes glowed fiercely with golden light, carefully observing the rule changes in the subconscious ocean within the Judgment Domain, then solemnly declared in ancient Hermes. No flying here. The subconscious ocean here is isolated from the outside world. Near noon, the doorbell suddenly rang, its continuous jingle echoing. Klein, who was enjoying lamb stew with tender peas, his eyes flashed. He unhurriedly put down his knife and fork, walked to the door, paused for 2 seconds, and the image of the visitor outside naturally appeared in his mind. A man in a hooded robe and black tailcoat stood at his door, wearing a golden mask that only revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks, making it impossible to imagine his original appearance. Behind him was a simple and discreet carriage, obscuring the view of passers-by. The scene was a little different from what he had imagined. Klein hesitated for a moment, then still turned the doorknob, opening the door with feigned surprise and asking, "Sir, excuse me, who are you looking for?" The light brown eyes behind the golden mask shifted, and the man's voice was deliberately low and hoarse but without any other special qualities. "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" Although it was a question, the tone was extremely certain. Watching the golden masked man stride into the living room without an invitation, Klein frowned slightly. Just from their brief contact, his clown intuition had already told him that this guy was also a Beander, and his sequence level was higher than his. Without checking the room, as if he had already anticipated that all traces would have disappeared, the golden masked man sat down on the sofa with a grand air, looking at the silent Klein and chuckling. "No need to be nervous. I am not from Intis. I am from MI9. Ambassador Beckland committed suicide in the embassy last night." Suicide. Klein's surprise was not feigned. He hadn't expected Marich's ability to be so bizarre. Scrutinizing Klein, the golden masked man's eyes flashed with golden light. After a moment, he continued, "I admire you. You are decisive and ruthless, and you know how to use others to achieve your goals. The Intis people are not fools. If you are willing to join us, we can help you avoid subsequent retaliation." Listening to the other party's tone, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He secretly activated his spirit vision, intending to observe the other party's emotional colors to determine if he was bluffing. However, currents of electricity seemed to surge through his mind, forming thorny whips, as if constantly lashing his soul. Forcibly controlling his body with his clown ability to not show any abnormality, Klein exhaled lightly. "As far as I know, MI9 is an extremely large organization. I don't think I can be of any use to you." At this point, Klein paused, apologized to the goddess in his heart, and then displayed a devout expression, making the steam holy emblem gesture on his chest. "Moreover, I believe in the great God of steam and machinery, and I believe the Church will protect its devout followers. This is not a conflict, just a selection of suitable helpers," the masked man chuckled. "After all, there are some things we don't want to do ourselves. And you are not truly joining MI9, just as an peripheral member. You can consider it a commission outside of Beander gatherings. I will give you some tasks and pay you corresponding rewards. If you feel it's dangerous, you can refuse. This is a fair and free transaction. Once you've saved enough money, you can come to me to purchase materials." Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Klein immediately fell silent, then pondered and spoke. "Excuse me, I'd like to go to the washroom to wash my face and give me a few minutes to consider." Without pressing too hard, the masked man waved his hand casually, seemingly not worried at all that Klein would escape through the washroom window. Locking the door casually, Klein turned on the faucet, using the sound of the water to mask the sound of his divination. A moment later, Klein, with water still on his face, sat opposite the sofa and extended his right hand. "Then, I wish us pleasant cooperation. A very wise choice. The matter of Beckland ends here. No one will bother you about this again." The masked man nodded with satisfaction, taking out a scroll and a note from his pregnant. Klein cautiously took them, noted down the emergency contact address on the note, then unrolled the scroll, which contained a portrait. The painting depicted a middle-aged man of medium build with bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes. His features were soft, and his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitude. There was a small black mole under his right ear that was only noticeable upon close inspection. This was painted using ritual magic, a portrait almost like a photograph, so Klein recognized almost instantly that this was none other than Mr. Azek. As expected, Mr. Azek was still noticed by official forces like MI9 because of Kilangos. Klein's heart sank slightly. He feigned ignorance and looked at the masked man. "This is a dangerous individual. That's all you need to know. Once you find any trace, do not act on your own. Immediately contact me. Remember, absolutely do not act on your own." Saying this, he left £30 in banknotes on the table and added in a low voice. "This is your operating expenses for this period. Also, I don't want anyone else to know that MI9 is looking for this person, do you understand?" Klein watched the masked man stand up and leave, then silently gazed at Isaac's portrait in his hand, a smile suddenly appearing on his face after a long while. Originally, he was still hesitant about how to reasonably report Ranal Wu's matter to the official organizations, but since he had the identity of a MI9 spy, he might as well use it. Furthermore, Ranal Wu's, possessing the true creator's divinity, would definitely attract the attention of MI9's powerhouses, and perhaps even reduce the pressure on Mr. Isaac. The next step was how to reasonably expose Ranal Wu's matter while tracking Mr. Isaac's whereabouts. Klein's eyes darkened. He strolled back to the washroom and, using the sound of water, performed another divination. Only after confirming that no one was monitoring him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Should I blow the copper whistle and send a letter to Mr. Isaac, explaining the situation while also cooperating with me to trick MI9 into providing operational funds?" Klein hesitated for a moment but still gave up on the idea. "Forget it, don't contact him for now. Ince Zangwill, who has 008, might still be observing him in secret." Rashly contacting Mr. Isaac could easily expose the secret that Klein is not dead to that Grade 0 sealed artifact. "I can't take the risk. However, as an old monster, who has lived for thousands of years, Mr. Isaac should be able to understand resurrection," he thought. Sighing in his heart, he glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2:30. Klein skillfully set up a spiritual wall and performed the 4-step reverse ritual to arrive above the gray fog. Sitting at the head of the ancient long table, Klein waved his hand and retrieved the various items he had previously sacrificed from the pile of sundries to cope with the search. After integrating Isaac's copper whistle, which was full of mysterious charm and peculiar patterns, into his spirit body, Klein felt his spirituality overflowing and opened the iron cigarette case containing the all-black eye. He was somewhat surprised to find that the all-black eye had become calm, tinged with a grayish white, like a dead object, as if it had fallen into hibernation. Klein glanced at the unchanging grayish-white fog around him in astonishment, his brows slightly furrowed. Immediately, he materialized a man in a hooded robe on the chair opposite the ancient long table. Looking at the dull, stiff alt, which was clearly not a real person, Klein reached out and grasped the all-black eye. The terrifying feeling of splitting his consciousness into countless parts seemed to be suppressed by the power of the gray fog space, with only a slight dizziness appearing. After adapting to that feeling, Klein used the gathered Beander characteristic. He saw black threads drifting out from the fake person opposite him. With a surge of joy, Klein carefully allowed his spirituality to spread out through the all-black eye, touching a few of the illusory threads. Suddenly, he felt as if he was holding something. This was, with a thought, the fake person immediately raised a hand. "It really works. I can use the marionettist's ability to create a fake tarot club member. It's just that the consumption is huge, and it requires the assistance of Mr. Isaac's copper whistle every time." Klein joyfully began to practice repeatedly, even mastering how to manipulate the other party's throat and mouth to make it speak. A few minutes later, the fake person sitting at the far end of the fool's side, opposite the bronze long table, suddenly raised its hand to stroke its chin and chuckled hoarsely. "From now on, please call me Mr. World." Klein looked at his alt with satisfaction, secretly praising it with a comfortable feeling. "From now on, many things I find inconvenient to say or requests I can't make can be handled by World. This will greatly reduce the possibility of the fool's image collapsing. A fool with a vest, no, with a blessed, is worthy of being a hidden existence." Hiding the all-black eye in his palm, amidst the dense gray fog, Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table. He first conveyed the intention of preparing for a gathering to the crimson star symbolizing the sun. After a pause, Klein somewhat expectantly poured his spirituality into the other crimson stars. Just as he was about to summon the tarot club members as before, the crimson star representing Mr. Emperor burst forth with dazzling dark golden light, creating ripples within the ancient palace. Desperate wails echoed, and various thoughts, spirits, desires, and wills swept through like a storm, half illusory and half real, invading the islands of consciousness in this isolated subconscious sea. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague, which could cause every affected and corroded creature to be contaminated and go mad on the spot. For creatures with divinity, such attacks were the most insidious, because their mental states were always somewhat problematic, constantly fighting against their divinity. They could lose control at any moment due to the imbalance. Veins bulged grotesquely on his grayish-blue skin, and dark green symbols bloomed with light in his single eye, suppressing the awakened bloodlust in his heart. Although Bear Burial's will was incredibly firm, the madness, cruelty, and bloodlust inherent in his incomplete mythical creature form were still aroused. Even if he had to divert his spirit to resist these influences to avoid immediate loss of control, this desperate counterattack could not change the final outcome. Light like dawn shimmered from the blood-stained bone sword, and Bear Burial completely extinguished the last vitality of the dying grayish-white giant dragon. Golden light emerged from various parts of the domain of judgment, and merged into Bear Burial's body, calming the agitation of his spirit body and successfully dispelling his incomplete mythical creature form. Aaron's figure appeared, and he spoke softly to Bear Burial, who was kneeling on one knee and in very poor condition. You should recuperate first. Using your incomplete mythical creature form too frequently is ultimately a burden on your spirit. There's no need to rush the ritual. As he spoke, Aaron carefully savored the digestion of the potion within his body, but his brow furrowed. Perhaps because he only played an auxiliary role, the potion digestion brought about by the demise of this Sequence 4 demigod creature was not as effective as expected. At this rate, it might take 10 demigod creatures for his potion to be fully digested. What if it were an angel? A golden gleam flashed in Aaron's eyes. He slightly raised his hand, and specks of light seeped out from the lifeless grayish-white giant dragon, quickly converging to form a peculiar object. It was the size of a fist, shaped like a heart, but its surface was covered with grayish-white wrinkles. Like an unusual brain, it was the meander characteristic of a manipulator. Gazing at the wrinkles on the brain, his spirituality extended along the countless symbolic patterns and strange designs, as if penetrating the surrounding environment and directly seeing the collective subconscious see. Thanks to the demise of this manipulator, Aaron could clearly feel that the rules within his domain of judgment were becoming more precise and complete, and more targeted. If he could only broadly prohibit the subconscious see here from being isolated from the outside world, now he could directly issue decrees to more specifically prohibit meander abilities that rely on the subconscious see, such as Mindstorm and Mental Plague. Hunting chaos to supplement oneself, gradually constructing a prototype of a divine kingdom that fits and even covers the world's rules. Feeling the subtle connection with the subconscious see, Aaron composed himself. The manipulator meander characteristic in his hand, along with the giant dragon's remains on the sand, disappeared. Some mid-sequence materials of the spectator pathway, such as the pituitary gland and blood of a mind dragon, could be harvested from the remains. The leather and blood bones were meander materials full of spirituality, and the remaining unusable parts could be left to Bear Burial to serve as part of the ritual. Aaron, who was calculating in his mind, suddenly felt an anomaly from the nation of disorder, like dissatisfaction after being provoked. After his spirit body felt a familiar pulling sensation, Aaron instantly understood what had happened. With a slight thought, he instantly calmed the anomaly in the nation of disorder. The next moment, crimson light surged, enveloping a wisp of spirituality that Aaron had intentionally separated, and disappeared. The surging fog obscured Klein's slightly trembling fingers. Fortunately, the golden light appeared and then faded instantly, otherwise, the tarot club would have made a fool of himself before it even began. Why did this unexpected change occur? Could it be that Mr. Emperor has advanced? Klein's mouth twitched slightly, inexplicably recalling the Duke's request for leave the time before last. Sequence 3, this. Just as the fool fell silent, beams of light rose within the giant's residence-like palace, projecting several vague figures tinged with faint red. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good after. Audrey, who hadn't attended a meeting for 2 weeks, was about to greet every member of the Tarot Club when her gaze suddenly swept over 2 new figures seated at the very end and beside her. One was a strange man in a hooded black robe, and the other was a slightly thin young girl who seemed a bit nervous, much like herself when she first joined the Tarot Club. Having made her judgment, Audrey, feeling the Tarot Club growing stronger, looked at Mr. Fool with a mix of confusion and joy. Mr. Fool, who are these 2? From behind the dense gray fog at the head of the bronze long table came a majestic and indifferent voice. These are new members, Mr. World and Miss Priestess. As he spoke, Klein used his spirit vision, enhanced by the gray fog, to scan everyone except Mr. Emperor. He was surprised to find that the sun's astral body's surface color was slightly purer, but it hadn't reached the level of Sequence 8. His initial judgment was that the other party had completely digested the barred potion. Melissa's astral body color had also become much purer. Such an effect in just 1 week indicated that Melissa had indeed strictly followed the knowledge he had imparted to her in her acting. Klein, feeling quite gratified, began his old routine of reading the diary after the members had introduced themselves. Taking advantage of Klein's diverted attention, Aaron looked at the 2 new members with interest, clicking his tongue in his heart. It seems he still isn't at ease leaving his sister to her own devices. Hey, world. It seems Master Luo still gloriously sacrificed everything. After reading the diary, Klein's mood was somewhat complex. Out of 4 full pages, only 1 was useful, mentioning the blasphemy slate, Black Emperor, made into a bookmark. As for Mr. Emperor, on whom he had placed high hopes, both diary entries he submitted this time were about Russell's love life. If every diary entry contained extremely important information, it would be abnormal. Klein comforted himself inwardly, but on the surface, he spoke with authority. You've waited long enough. You may begin. Unable to contain his questions, Derek the son immediately stood up and asked with some curiosity. The City of Silver recently organized an exploration into the darkness, discovering a half-destroyed temple. The idol enshrined within was a naked man nailed upside down on a cross. Do you know which deity this is? An inverted cross. Hearing this somewhat familiar description, Klein's forehead twitched, and he was astonished. There was actually a true creator temple in the forsaken land of the gods. Just as he was pondering how to answer, a slightly amused voice suddenly rang out. The confused Tarot Club members immediately looked in a certain direction. Mr. Emperor, who rarely spoke, actually spoke first. That is the fallen creator. Of course, outside the forsaken land of the gods, he has another name, the true creator, who is also the evil god worshipped by the Aurora Order. He is a deity who controls the domain of corruption. Hey, you'd best be careful of the team members who returned from exploring the temple. Perhaps they have already been secretly corroded by the power of corruption. Derek was stunned, almost unable to speak the rest of his words. Melissa, on the other hand, clenched her fists tightly. Ever since she decided to become a Beander, she had already learned from Leonard that Klein's death was related to that evil god. Glancing at the different reactions of the members, Aaron looked back at Derek and continued to add. I forgot to tell you, the fallen creator controls the secret supplicant pathway. Secret supplicant. Elder Lovia the shepherd. Derek's face immediately paled. Fortunately, having experienced the death of both parents and exploration missions, his temperament had matured quite a bit. Clenching his fists, he asked nervously. Mr. Emperor, what reward do you want for telling me this? Looking at the sensible little son, Aaron glanced at the curious gazes cast his way and did not hide it. I want you to make a deal with the City of Silver for me. A mutually beneficial deal. Derek was startled, then quickly reacted, responding with some shame and vigilance. Sorry, my sequence is too low. It's even hard to meet the Elder Council. Besides, Mr. Emperor, don't you have subordinates in the forsaken land of the gods? Why would you still? Catching the fleeting vigilance in his eyes, Aaron smiled indifferently, not caring much. The City of Silver is adjacent to the Giant King's court, and that is where the true Creator's divine kingdom is located. For some reason, I don't get along well with that evil god, so it's really inconvenient for me to send people to the City of Silver. Giant King's court, divine kingdom. Derek no longer knew how many times he had been shocked. The surrounding Tarot Club members, including Mr. Fool himself, were also stunned by this massive amount of information. For a time, silence fell within the palace. Son, Derek's expression changed as he subconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool, who was equivalent to the default option. Although he had matured considerably, he was still just a teenager. Knowing that the City of Silver was in such a perilous situation, he immediately felt restless and looked at the composed Mr. Emperor, somewhat at a loss. What should I do? Hearing this foolish question, Klein, behind the gray fog, and the shrewd, hanged man, Alger both sighed inwardly. This foolish child has sold himself out. If it's truly as dangerous as he says, how has the City of Silver managed to hold out in the darkness for thousands of years? However, neither of them spoke up to remind him. After all, it wasn't their home that was in danger, let alone putting themselves in his shoes. Moreover, Klein was curious about what kind of transaction Mr. Emperor wanted to make and wanted to pry for more secrets. Alger was simpler. Besides being equally curious, he was more concerned about displeasing Mr. Emperor. In this somewhat strange atmosphere, Aaron smiled at Derek and replied, "As you said before, the City of Silver doesn't have the barred pathway. You should have realized the practicality of this pathway in that land of darkness by now. I can prepare an item for you that carries the true Creator's aura. It can make the contaminated members of the exploration teams reveal their true forms. And before that, you can use the excuse of contributing these potion formulas to the City of Silver to attract the attention of the Elder Council you mentioned. They will protect you at critical moments." Hearing this, Klein felt somewhat restless. The little son was his best contact point for the forsaken land of the gods, but Aaron's actions were directly telling the City of Silver that Derek had a force behind him. Although informing them of the formulas and the anomalies of the exploration team was a gesture of goodwill, it was hard to say what actions the City of Silver would take next. Simply put, what if the little son sought Mr. Fool's help at a critical moment? How would he, a fake fool, handle himself in front of the City of Silver, which clearly had high-sequence powerhouses? Moreover, what if the little son died during the probing? Wouldn't the vast amount of Beander materials and knowledge from the City of Silver, and even the forsaken land of the gods, be completely closed off to him? At this thought, Klein felt somewhat fortunate. Thankfully, he had obtained the all-black eye, and created world, otherwise he would truly be in a difficult situation this time. Silently praising, wealth-spreading boy, Rosago in his heart, Klein manipulated world, and spoke in a hoarse voice. This method is too risky, and, he paused, his voice becoming even deeper, the matters of the Tarot Club should not be leaked without at least Mr. Fool's permission. Although, world's wording was gentle, even Melissa could hear the implicit opposition in his words. Hanged man, Alger simply lowered his head to hide his surprise, secretly wondering about world's true identity, daring to directly offend Mr. Emperor. Looking at the people with varying expressions, the gray fog obscured Klein's flickering gaze. He was consciously shaping world into Mr. Fool's deer, so he naturally didn't care about offending anyone. Aaron looked back at world at the bottom of the bronze long table with some surprise, his heart stirring. He instantly understood what Klein was worried about. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the still hesitant Derek. Mr. World's words also make sense. Sequence 8 Light Supplicant can cast some spells and rituals within the Sun domain, which are very effective against evil and corrupting forces. As an initial reward, I can grant you a Sequence 8 potion. After you advance and gain the ability to protect yourself, you can then proceed with the task. Additionally, I must remind you that a lone wolf cannot survive long in a dark forest. I know you want to become the only son of the City of Silver, leading it to true light. But when some things cannot be openly stated, isolation and that little bit of selfishness will only bring more suspicion and exclusion. Contributing the formulas is both for me to successfully complete the transaction and for you to escape your predicament, gain trust, and a little bit of precious prestige. After speaking, Aaron did not look at the complicated expression on Derek's face. He straightened his expression and looked at the somewhat gloomy world. Moreover, my consideration is naturally also to preserve Mr. Fool's interests. You may not know, but there is an enemy of Mr. Fool hidden within the City of Silver. Enemy? Where did the enemy come from? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Fortunately, World was a dummy and had no emotional fluctuations, otherwise Audrey would definitely be able to read Klein's thoughts at this moment. Aaron chuckled inwardly, knowing that Klein was probably also dumbfounded. He didn't beat around the bush and continued to explain. That is Amen, the king of angels of the Marauder pathway, the blasphemer. If Mr. Fool regains his divine position, he naturally doesn't need to worry, but currently, he is indeed Mr. Fool's greatest enemy. Although he fears the true creator, he still has a clone hidden in the City of Silver. It's only a matter of time before he discovers Mr. Sun carrying Mr. Fool's aura. Instead of being suddenly ambushed and needlessly damaging Mr. Fool's interests, it's better to gain the City of Silver's trust early. To survive in the Land of Darkness, it must be protected by a sealed artifact of Sequence 0. Destroying a clone is still achievable. King of Angels, blasphemer. Derek mumbled twice and immediately felt that the City of Silver was not just on the edge of a cliff, it was clearly already 1 foot off the cliff. Compared to Derek's confusion and panic, Klein now felt besieged on all sides and had an urge to curse. Although Aaron didn't explicitly state it, Klein, who knew about hidden knowledge such as Sequence 0 and the interchangeability of similar pathways, already vaguely guessed why Aaron so assertively claimed that the blasphemer was Mr. Fool's enemy. When you choose a pathway, your enemies and friends are already determined. He inexplicably recalled this sentence from Russell's diary. With complex emotions, he remained silent and did not continue to manipulate World to speak. Seeing Mr. Fool's tacit approval, Derek took a deep breath, stood up, bowed to Aaron, and asked somewhat nervously. Mr. Emperor, I am willing to take the risk. Can you now tell me what transaction you wish to complete? Seeing that he had finally persuaded this somewhat stubborn young man, and Mr. Fool hadn't caused him any more trouble, Aaron chuckled and didn't answer directly, instead saying, the City of Silver once belonged to the Giant King's court, and most of the surrounding city-states were of the Giant Pathway. Over thousands of years of exploration, they must have accumulated some high-sequence Beander characteristics, but they suffered from not having further potion formulas, so they could only be used as sealed artifacts. Therefore, the strongest in the City of Silver is currently only Sequence 4, and they lack sufficient strength to continue exploring more dangerous areas. I want to trade a Sequence 3 Silver Knight Beander characteristic with the City of Silver. Hey, that's the name of the next sequence potion after Demon Hunter. I have the Silver Knight potion formula, and I also have other things the City of Silver desires. Help me complete the transaction, and the City of Silver might quickly gain several Sequence 3s. Sequence 3 Silver Knight. Alger resisted the urge to raise his hand and dig at his ears, his heart contracting sharply. The transaction that required this mysterious Mr. Emperor to personally get involved was indeed not simple. Was he a member of the God of Combat's church? Klein, who knew Aaron's true identity, felt more at ease. Most of the Silver Knight characteristics in the outside world are concentrated in the God of Combat's church. This Duke is unwilling to fall out with the God of Combat's church, which is why he's willing to put in the effort to find the little son and plan this. As Derek agreed, the hall fell silent again. Just then, a voice, young and slightly nervous, spoke up. I want to purchase the subsequent potion formulas for Sequence 9 Savon. As she spoke, Melissa looked a little embarrassed, and her voice grew softer and softer. After all, the topics they had just been discussing were about Sequence 3, evil gods, and blasphemers, and now her request had dropped to a low sequence. Alger instantly remembered the artisan in Byam. His eyes lit up, and just as he was about to agree, he heard Mr. Emperor's slightly amused voice. The name of Sequence 8 is archaeologist. There's no need for the potion formula. £600. When you need to advance, I'll sell you a potion directly. Alger's words, which had been on the tip of his tongue, immediately froze. All the other Tarot Club members, except Klein, almost simultaneously had a thought. Mr. Emperor and Miss Priestess know each other, and her joining was even recommended by Mr. Emperor. As early as the beginning of the Tarot Club, Melissa had been secretly observing everyone. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Mr. Emperor was Duke Aaron, who had given her the parchment in Tingen. After all, he could tell her that honorific name, so he must also be in the Tarot Club. Audrey's gaze was filled with scrutiny as she looked at the young girl beside her, who was bowing her head. After a long time, she shifted her gaze away. Potions must be completely digested before advancing, otherwise it will leave significant hidden dangers. After a reminder, the gloomy world withdrew his gaze from his sister and continued in a cold tone. One piece of the true root of a fog tree, all the spinal fluid of a demonic patterned black panther, and the medullary crystal of the elven spring. Please search for these for me. I will pay in gold pounds. The first two items were the main ingredients for Sequence 7 Magician. Although they could be exchanged from Military Intelligence 9, where the gold-masked man was located, Klein was unwilling to expose his sequence. The last item was to be sold to the fat apothecary Darkwill, to ease the financial strain on Mr. Fool's purse with the price difference. In the subsequent intelligence exchange, Audrey did not mention the blasphemy slate obtained from exploring Caesar Harbor, nor did she make any other requests as she was still digesting the telepathous potion. Seeing the silent crowd, each with their own thoughts but in tacit understanding, Klein lightly tapped the bronze long table and spoke indifferently. This gathering ends here. Watching the crimson lights rise and dissipate one by one, Klein, his face somewhat pale, dispersed, worlds, figure and hurriedly put the all-black eye back into the iron cigarette case. Before his spirituality was exhausted, Klein quickly wrote on the materialized parchment. Harvest Church is very dangerous. Closing his eyes and silently chanting the divination sentences, he opened his eyes after a few repetitions. Klein looked at the rapidly spinning divination crystal, his brows slightly furrowed. Very dangerous, meaning if I go with my Sequence 8 strength, I could easily end up like that vampire. Silently abandoning his plan to go to Harvest Church tonight, Klein pinched his brow, feeling a headache. I need to advance to Sequence 7 quickly. I hope Darkwill can hold his ground and not sell the potion formula to that Viscount, otherwise, when will I ever pay off my £5,000 debt? Taking out Azek's copper whistle from his spirit body, Klein held the copper whistle, covered in bizarre patterns, and returned to the real world. Sonia C., the moon shadow slowly sailed away from Naz, the White City, the capital of the Galgas Islands. Although the Galgas Islands were a colony of the Fasak Empire, and the only legal religious organization was the God of Combat's Church, due to the flourishing whaling trade in the nearby waters and its close proximity to Lowen's Rorsted archipelago, it had essentially become a pirate's paradise. In the captain's cabin, Vice Admiral of the Moon, Louise Sears examined the telegram in her hand. After a long while, she spoke softly. Are we being too high profile? Will it instead alert that vampire? Even if he's in the Sonia Sea, he won't easily take the bait. What if it attracts the attention of the Lowen or Fasak Navy? That would be very troublesome. Vampire was Louise's derogatory term for the Rose School of Thought's pirate king, King of the Blood Moon. The reason was simple. He had offended the honorific title of the former, Queen of the Blood Moon. A figure suddenly appeared in the void of the captain's cabin. She had a pale face, delicate features, wore a small black soft hat, and a matching Gothic-style court gown. It was Puppet Sharon. Hunting requires patience. If the military's demigod makes a move, I will help the moon shadow escape. Our last cooperation in Byam was very successful. Sharon replied without much emotional fluctuation, her figure floating in front of Louise. Louise nodded lightly, put away the telegram, and looked at Sharon, asking cautiously. You left Marich in Backland. Do you want him to cultivate seeds for the Temperance faction? But the official forces there are deeply entrenched, and the risk might be. Sharon was silent for a moment, then raised her azure eyes, like a puppet, and replied without emotion or concealment. With such deeply entrenched forces, the Rose school of thought wouldn't dare send powerhouses there. The Temperance faction now needs anchors, so cultivating fresh blood is equally important. Louise's eyes lowered slightly, a glimmer flashing in her blood-like eyes. She remembered the secret talk she had with Marquis Mistral before leaving the Moon Kingdom, that former leader of the Temperance faction. Exhaling lightly, Louise watched as the puppet demigod's figure once again became transparent and illusory, disappearing from where she stood, before she paced to the observation deck and silently gazed at the azure sea. Crimson receded from his sight, and Aaron stood on the barren desert, glancing at Bear Bale, who was still recuperating with his eyes closed. His life mark rippled with a soft green glow, and a uniquely shaped infant puppet appeared, then vanished into the void. Leaving this demigod puppet, formed from life to protect Bear Bale, Aaron's thoughts stirred, and he was already in the nation of disorder. He beckoned a deep black box from a pile of debris. After removing the spiritual wall, dark, viscous liquid seeped out, full of degenerate aura, and was instantly dissipated into nothingness by the surging dark golden mist. When everything calmed down, only a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks remained in the box. It was the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring that Aaron had obtained in Tingen City. It was a pity that the true creator token originally offered by Anderson had been annihilated during the exploration of the Lost Nuance. If he wanted to give the little son an item that could stimulate those afflicted by degenerate power, he could only create it himself. Thinking this, Aaron took a spine from the broken gray-white giant dragon remains in the debris pile. With a slight thought, as the bone fragments vanished, a gray-white cross appeared. Mobilizing the power of the nation of disorder and guarding against the erosion of degenerate power, Aaron finally separated a drop of umbilical cord blood. When the blood merged into the white bone cross, it instantly turned ink black, and a somewhat unreal phantom vaguely appeared on the cross. Looking at the restless degenerate cross in his hand, Aaron slightly opened his palm, and a powerful force engraved divine patterns on its ink-black surface, sealing it with a ritual and setting the activation mantra as degenerate. Otherwise, if it were truly thrown into the forsaken land of the gods, into the city of silver, without any concealment, it might cause even greater trouble. After resealing the evil god's offspring umbilical cord, Aaron returned to the real world with the degenerate cross and the light supplicant potion he had prepared earlier. Almost as soon as Aaron's figure appeared, Bear Bale, who had been recuperating with his eyes closed, suddenly turned his head. The dark green symbols in his eyes almost solidified. Extremely sensitive to evil, degenerate, and polluted traces, his demon hunter's eye was instantly activated. You've recovered well, and your spiritual perception seems to have sharpened a bit. Seeing that it was his grace, the Duke, Bear Bale restrained his fierce aura and respectfully stood up, responding somewhat eagerly. The remaining demon hunter potion has been digested quite a bit. One more battle, at most, and I'll have completely digested it. Looking at Bear Bale, who was ready and eager to try, Aaron pondered for a moment before taking out the devil oil painting, and reopening the judgment domain, to once again envelop the area. As the low, ancient Hermes language echoed, the sky, which had been occupied by orange twilight, suddenly darkened. Layers of dark clouds appeared, and a thick silver-white lightning bolt struck down, shattered by the dark red bone sword in Bear Bale's hand. Eerie blue light surged from the vortex of the devil oil painting, and the barren desert even cracked open with one fissure after another, spewing out crimson magma. Floating above the magma, carried by the hurricane, was a terrifying octopus-like sea monster. Its completely irrational eyes held only a desire for flesh and blood. Its tentacles, covered in deep blue scales, carried electric arcs as they lashed out at Bear Bale, whose body had expanded several times. After controlling the calamity caused by this distorted creature, comparable to a cataclysmic enterer, to prevent it from overflowing, Aaron withdrew his gaze. This was a vast and remote desert, extremely far from the ocean. With no geographical advantage, its greatly reduced strength made it impossible for it to be Bear Bale's opponent. Taking a step, he arrived outside the isolated, judgment domain. Aaron quickly set up the sacrifice and bestowal ritual, placing both the degenerate cross and the light supplicant potion on the altar. Backland Docks, near East Barham Shipyard. Thick fog obscured the orange twilight, and the busy dock area was already lit by lamps. After returning to his room from the Tarot Club to restore his spirituality, Klein simply disguised himself and immediately left home, winding his way from Sherwood Borough until he, coincidentally, arrived at the docks. This was mainly for Military Intelligence 9 to see. Whether he was looking for Mr. Azak or not, the necessary facade had to be maintained. After all, if he went directly to the docks, his intentions would be too obvious, and he would inevitably be suspected later. Klein, who was casually observing the flow of people entering and exiting the East Barham Shipyard Company, suddenly heard layers of prayers. After a moment of hesitation, recalling the £30 of activity funds he had just received today, he still walked into the nearby hotel and rented a room by the hour. I wonder if Military Intelligence 9 will reimburse this. After dismissing the bellboy, Klein looked at the simple guest room, muttering softly, but his movements didn't stop. He quickly set up a spiritual wall and walked 4 steps counterclockwise to the top of the gray fog. As expected, Klein, sitting back in the fool's position, saw the deep red star symbolizing Mr. Emperor constantly contracting and expanding, with ripples spreading out. This efficiency is really good. Klein composed himself, and his spirituality spread out. The door of sacrifice immediately appeared, and 2 items flew out from the illusory, deep darkness. Listening to Mr. Emperor's prayers, Klein first looked at the light supplicant potion. With a responsible attitude towards the little sun, Klein threw it into the deep red star symbolizing the little sun only after confirming the authenticity of the potion through divination. Then, he curiously examined the other item related to the true creator. Klein deliberated for a moment, reached out and grasped the bottom of the cross, and chanted in ancient Hermes language. Degenerate. As the sound echoed, Klein's palm immediately felt a corrosive pain, and in his ears, he heard illusory, overlapping, maddening whispers. The noisy, illusory, foul, and evil whispers instantly spread. Klein's scalp tingled, his mind buzzed, and he felt his blood vessels constantly throbbing, making it difficult to concentrate his thoughts. This somewhat familiar stinging sensation instantly reminded Klein of the foul words he had faced directly in Tingen. After personally experiencing the effect of the degenerate cross, Klein no longer dared to foolishly divine the origin of this item. Lanris has the true creator's divinity within him. If this item is used well, perhaps. Recalling the scenes Erodes had shown him, Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not immediately bestow the degenerate cross upon the little sun. Holding the iron cigarette case containing the all-black eye in his hand, Klein performed another divination. There will be danger exploring the East Barham Shipyard Company today. A moment later, Klein, reopening his eyes, looked at the divination crystal, which rotated with a small amplitude, and felt a slight relief in his heart. There is danger, but it's not fatal. It's a situation I can handle now. Since that's the case, it means the danger doesn't come from Lanris. With the true creator's divinity, he must be closely guarded by the Aurora Order. There are Aurora Order members in the East Barham Shipyard Company. The more Klein thought, the brighter his eyes became. He had already figured out how to report his coincidental discovery to Military Intelligence 9. The simplest way was to directly blame the Aurora Order. With a general plan, Klein returned to his rented room with the iron cigarette case. Now, what he needed to do was reconfirm Lanris's location and then, with the answer, find clues to give Military Intelligence 9 a plausible reason. Leaving the hotel, Klein, with his hat brim pulled low, turned to the back of the shipyard company. In the dark alley, he put his right hand into his pocket and deftly opened the iron cigarette case. As his fingers touched the all-black eye, his brain was immediately assailed by a pain like countless threads tearing and splitting. But at the same time, with the help of this meander characteristic of a marionettist, Klein once again saw strange black thin lines. These thin lines floated in the void. Although there was some intertwining and slight tangling, tracing them back, one could still distinguish who each belonged to. Tears streamed from his eyes, and snot occasionally ran out, as if he had suddenly fallen ill. This was the consequence of frequent contact with the all-black eye, in a short period. Without the suppression and shielding of the gray fog, even with Klein's resistance in this regard, he couldn't be completely immune. Amidst the shaking and blurring hallucinations, Klein squinted and spotted thin black illusory lines coming from beneath the shipyard company. Tracing them back, he discovered a man who had completely merged into the shadows, his aura color similarly dark. This man was very tall, nearly 2 meters, with a slightly downturned mouth, appearing quite aloof. His eyes were like a beast's, cold with an undisguised ferocity. He looked at the hidden opening in the wall and the shadowy underground behind it, roaring something loudly. Not Lanris. Klein frowned slightly, but he did indeed sense a familiar aura in that not-so-spacious basement, an aura originating from the true creator. Did Lanris run away? Why would he run? Sweat was already seeping from Klein's forehead. He reluctantly withdrew his hand from his pocket, freeing himself from the all-black eye, then pondered the scene he had just witnessed, 2 questions surfacing in his mind. After a simple adjustment, Klein directly opened the nearest drain and jumped straight into the sewer pipe. With the clown's control over his body, this series of movements flowed smoothly without any sound. Klein adjusted his breathing and slowly moved forward in the sewer with the help of divination. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek, reminded by Mr. Fool, quickly set up the altar, clutching the glass tube containing golden yellow liquid that had flown out of the door of sacrifice. After quietly thanking Mr. Fool and Mr. Emperor, Derek quickly dealt with the residual traces of the ritual. Finally, he took a deep breath and, without hesitation, drank the light supplicant potion. It was like swallowing magma, a burning pain spread from inside his body to his entire being. Derek endured with bloodshot eyes, his clothes soaked with cold sweat before he slowly got up, gasping for breath. Closing his eyes and sensing the new knowledge in his mind, Derek suddenly raised his hands, clenching them into fists before his chest, and a pure light, completely different from that of torches and candles, appeared. Looking at the light in his hands, like the rising morning sun, Derek took a deep breath, recalled Mr. Emperor's words, and immediately left home. He walked along the clean, simple, but ancient and mottled flagstone path towards the Twin Towers in the north of the city. One of the Twin Towers, with a pointed spire, housed the City of Silver's library, merit exchange point, and living supplies distribution center. The other, with a rounded dome, belonged to the Council of Six, to the mystical item rumored to have supported the City of Silver for over 2,000 years, and to the Formulas and Material Warehouse. Just as Derek was thinking about how to meet the chief and what to say, his steps paused before the training ground not far from the Twin Towers. He lowered his head, placed a hand on his chest, and greeted in a deep voice. "Hello, Elder Lovia." Lovia wore a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns, her silver-gray hair thick but slightly curled. Her face was smooth and fair, her eyebrows and eyes grand and beautiful, making her appear to be only in her early 30s. Her pale gray eyes seemed to penetrate souls. Facing Derek's greeting, Lovia nodded slightly, her gray eyes emotionlessly observing the young man who had just advanced, his spirituality not yet fully contained. Elder Lovia seems to have returned to normal, unlike before, when she always switched between different states without regularity. Derek subconsciously had this thought flash through his mind. Suddenly, he inexplicably recalled Mr. Emperor's words. Elder Lovia's secret supplicant pathway was controlled by the true creator. Now she's normal. Derek dared not look up, worried that this newly appointed elder of the Council of Six would see his expression. After bowing, he buried his head and continued walking towards the Twin Towers. Last time in that half-ruined abandoned temple, we found quite a few interesting things, so we will be going back there for exploration in the near future. This exploration will still be led by me, Derek. You will also join the expedition team. A clear, emotionless voice came from behind him. Derek's heart constricted sharply. His neck stiffened, but he dared not turn around, only responding in a deep voice. Derek suppressed the urge to run, quickening his pace, and finally saw the round tower symbolizing the highest authority of the City of Silver. He found the Beyander on duty there and requested to meet the chief. To Derek's surprise, the Beyander did not ask why, as was normal. After a simple announcement, he led him up the winding staircase to the room belonging to the chief. Very strange. Different from before. Derek felt that these subtle changes made him even more uneasy. Entering the room, he saw the chief, Colin Iliad, standing before a wall. He was also currently the strongest demon hunter in the City of Silver. This tall old man, with deep nasolabial folds, world-weary blue eyes, and messy white hair, stood with two crossed straight swords hanging on the wall behind him. Dressed in his usual linen shirt and brown jacket, it was hard to believe he was a powerful expert who had hunted many devils and monsters. Derek Berg, what matter do you have that requires you to meet me? Colin asked in a rich voice. Your Excellency, Chief. Derek bowed and took a deep breath, slowly saying, I wish to contribute the Sun Pathway Potion formula to the City of Silver, but currently, I only have the formulas from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7. Currently. Colin looked deeply at this young man who had gone from an ordinary person to a Sequence 8 in just over a month. With a calm expression, he nodded, took out a parchment, placed it on the table, and spoke with a hint of satisfaction and a mysterious meaning. The City of Silver will not force explorers to hand over all contributions to the Council of Six. Your contribution will be recorded. Also, if you can find subsequent formulas, you can continue to come to me. Picking up the 3 parchments with the potion formulas recorded on them and examining them for a while, Colin looked at Derek, who seemed to want to speak but hesitated, and asked gently. Do you have anything else? Recalling what Lovia had just said, Derek lowered his head. Elder Lovia, who explored the abandoned temple, no longer frequently changes her speaking state. I believe this might be abnormal. She also just told me that she will take me with her to explore that abandoned temple again later. Ink green symbols appeared in his eyes as Colin scrutinized Derek, then waved his hand a moment later, saying, I understand. Derek waited for a while but heard nothing further. Although somewhat disappointed, his objective for this trip had been achieved. After bowing respectfully, he left the round tower under the guard's guidance. While the true creator was certainly an evil god to the City of Silver, Mr. Fool was, in another sense, also an evil god. Derek didn't need to, and couldn't be, too eager. It was enough to give the true creator a bit of trouble while extending Mr. Fool's goodwill. The chief would diligently handle the relationship between the two factions, and at the very least, ensure Derek's safety as long as Mr. Fool didn't endanger the City of Silver. After Derek left, the room at the top of the round tower became exceptionally quiet. Lightning flashed across the sky outside the window, one after another, pushing darkness away from this land. Demon hunter Colin put away the parchment in his hand, stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the unchanging dark world outside the round tower. A moment later, he suddenly spoke, What do you think? As soon as his voice fell, in the corner of the room, blackness squirmed and stretched, forming a human shape. The shadow rapidly climbed, casting a pitch-black projection onto the wall, twisting and swaying. His voice, like metal being scraped, was quite harsh. Chief, Derek Berg performed a ritual. According to my observation, it should have been a ritual of requesting a bestowal, very similar to the sacrificial rituals we usually perform. But the difference is, he received a response and was bestowed with a Beyander potion. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the previous Bard potion and those potion formulas were all obtained this way. At this point, the shadow urgently pleaded, "Chief, this must have been instigated by that hidden existence. We must take action, we cannot let it continue. Otherwise, Derek Berg will sooner or later summon an evil god or similar existence, destroying the entire city of Silver." There was no change in expression on Colin's deeply lined face. He listened quietly, then fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Then, what about Luvia?" Silence filled the surroundings, and only after a moment did an uncertain voice speak. "I cannot judge, but Evflo found no issues before." Evflo was the most experienced, psychological analyst in the City of Silver, but unfortunately, there were no potion formulas beyond Sequence 7 here. Continue to observe. As long as there is no substantial, sufficient malice displayed for now, our reaction cannot be too drastic. If they merely intend to destroy us, even with the protection of the sealed artifacts, we are nothing in the eyes of those existences. Moreover, do you remember that prophecy? The time of disaster is approaching. The further we explore, the more bizarre ruins we find, and the more dangerous the things we acquire become. Wait a little longer. This might hold our hope, the hope of surviving when the doomsday disaster arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, illuminating the entire dark sky and the dim room. Demon Hunter Colin turned around, his weathered eyes looking at the respectfully standing shadow, and added, "I will personally lead the next expedition to the abandoned temple. You go and inform Luvia to prepare, we depart in 2 days." "As you wish, Chief." The black shadow slowly receded into the ground and disappeared. East Barham Shipyard Company, sewer pipes. Blood-colored flesh squirmed wildly on Ranner Wusi's neck, chest, wrists, and ankles, growing one disgusting flesh bud after another, clinging to the surrounding pipe walls like a spider web, binding him tightly, preventing him from moving. An exceptionally fierce, tall man stared intently at Ranner Wusi on the blood-colored spider web, and said in a tyrannical tone, "You received the Lord's grace, and you thought you could still escape. Ridiculous." After speaking, he looked coldly at the few black-robed figures behind him, suppressing his anger as he said, "You useless lot, take him back and give him a profound lesson. If this happens again, I'll hand all of you over to Mr. A." The bodies of several Aurora Order members visibly trembled. They quickly dragged out the vagrant corpses they had prepared earlier, throwing them onto the blood-colored spider web. After feeding him, Ranner Wusi finally returned to normal, no longer distorted. At this moment, there was not much disappointment on his pale face. He was supported by several Aurora Order members and walked towards the East Barham Shipyard Company, but his eyes looked towards the end of the sewer covered in darkness, a slight smile playing on his lips. After the people had completely disappeared, Klein emerged from the corner, looking at the somewhat messy pipes around him. After a moment of thought, he took out Azek's copper whistle from his pregnant and placed it among several mummified corpses. Watching the withered zombies, influenced by Azek's copper whistle, stiffly twisting their bodies into corpses, Klein calmly retrieved the copper whistle. After noting the location, he quickly left. In a secluded but well-connected alley, Klein, having divined no danger, emerged from his hiding place and walked towards the man wearing a golden mask. The man was still wearing a black tailcoat, and his light brown eyes swept over Klein as he said coldly, "Charlotte, I remember telling you, this is a place only for emergency contact." Sensing the implied displeasure in his words, Klein used his clown ability to control his facial muscles, revealing an expression of both fear and excitement. He lowered his voice and said, "I saw the person from the portrait you gave me before in the sewers of the East Barham Shipyard Company in the port area. He was controlling several zombies, feeding a monster. I found you immediately after he left." The man was silent for a moment, then pushed his golden mask. Golden light surged in the depths of his eyes as he used the Beyander ability of an interrogator. "Tell me what you just said again, truthfully." Klein immediately felt currents of electricity coursing through his mind, an indescribable sensation filling his heart, as if all his secrets were about to spill out. Gray-white mist, accompanied by familiar whispers, appeared before his eyes. Klein instantly broke free from this state, but he still pretended to be shaken, stuttering as he repeated what he had just said. The golden light in his eyes dimmed, and the golden masked man softened his tone as he said to Klein, I already know about this matter. Go home and rest tonight, you don't need to worry about the rest. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Klein nodded, asked no more questions, and walked directly home. Only after Klein's figure disappeared at the alley entrance did the golden masked man speak to the dark place untouched by the crimson moonlight. Send 2 people to follow him. Don't let him discover them. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. West District, Beloto Street, MI9. The masked man had already removed his mask, revealing a slightly weathered middle-aged face. He recounted what Klein had reported, looking somewhat nervously at his current superior, Vice Admiral Pantek, the deputy director of MI9, and asked cautiously. Our people have already surveyed that place once, and there are indeed residual, death, auras. He paused here. Besides that, there also seems to be an Aurora Order aura. Do we need to? Vice Admiral Pantek was a typical Loan old man, with a severely receding hairline. He picked up his white ceramic coffee cup, took a small sip, and interrupted him, Samir, I don't care if you had any past entanglements with the Aurora Order, but one thing you need to understand, Chunaz is dead. Since the higher-ups assigned Azik's matter to me, then I am investigating as required, understand? Samir felt the pressure, which was almost substantial, and sweat seeped from his forehead. He tightly gripped the golden mask in his hand and replied in a low voice, Yes, as you wish, Vice Admiral Pantek. I will immediately dispatch personnel. Vice Admiral Pantek slowly stood up, his golden pupils looking at the crimson moon outside the window, and said faintly, If Azik is truly there, you won't be able to stop him on your own. I will go with you. Sherwood Borough, Minsk Street, number 15. As Klein turned to close the door, he casually glanced at the street. Although those tracking him were also beyonders, his own clown sense, far exceeding Sequence 8, had already detected them. When Ranner Wusi dies, these watchers will be my best alibi. With no tension on his face, Klein returned to his bedroom, preparing to patch up the last loopholes in his plan. Walking 4 steps counterclockwise, Klein returned to above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's position, he manipulated the all-black eye to condense the world, and in a low voice, controlled his alternate account to speak. Great Mr. Fool, I wish to ask you to relay to Mr. Emperor that I desire a high-level charm from the death domain. He may propose the exchange conditions. He condensed the prayer scene into a ball of light and threw it into the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Emperor. Waving his hand to dismiss the world, Klein sighed helplessly. If I weren't worried that directly contacting Mr. Azik would attract 008's attention, why would I bother so much? I hope Mr. Emperor doesn't make too outrageous a request. On the desert soaked in dark blue blood, Aaron looked at Bear Ballal, who was mentally weak but couldn't hide his excitement, and said with a smile, Congratulations on digesting the Demon Hunter potion. I will help you find the Silver Knight Beander characteristic as soon as possible. Bear Ballal, who had used the incomplete mythical creature form multiple times in a short period, still had large patches of bluish-black skin. Placing the bone sword across his chest, he bowed his head and said firmly, I wish to become the sharpest sword in the Duke's hand, to eliminate evildoers for you. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, then took out the Stone of Life to alleviate the erosion of divinity on Bear Ballal's body. The puppet infant reappeared on Aaron's shoulder, instantly possessing the body of the broken octopus monster. The precipitation of the Beander characteristic immediately accelerated. In less than a minute, the infant held a heart the size of a normal human head, enveloped in a cerulean liquid, with the sound of wind and thunder echoing for a long time. Taking it, a tingling sensation immediately came from his palm. Feeling the tyrannical aura contained within the wind and thunder, a smile appeared on Aaron's face. The devil oil painting, which sealed many demigod creatures, was probably the Abraham family's greatest foundation besides Grade 0 sealed artifacts back then, but unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Just as he put away the cataclysmic inter-or-beander characteristic, the prayer scene of the world immediately appeared before his eyes. Aaron raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised that the tarot club had just ended, and Klein was so eager to trade charms with him. Maintaining the isolation of the judgment domain from the outside world, Aaron instantly returned to the nation of disorder. From the pile of sundries, he took out a crystal skull stained with pale yellow grease and wrapped in a black thin tube, which was precisely the Beander characteristic left by the Undying who had been lost in the forsaken land of the gods. A drop of dark green blood flew out, and a strong aura of death surged from the Beander characteristic, mixing with the blood and other spiritual materials to finally form the charm. After sealing the Undying and the newly acquired cataclysmic inter- or Beander characteristics, Aaron quickly returned to reality with the charm. Respected Mr. Fool, please convey to the world that I hope he can help me do something that does not violate his own will in the future. Listening to Mr. Emperor's prayer, Klein held the dark green charm that had just flown out of the door of sacrifice and bestowal. Without divination, he could feel the strong aura of death. Taking a deep breath, Klein returned to his bedroom with the charm, rearranged the ritual, and after summoning and responding to himself, he transformed into a special spirit body. After incorporating Azek's copper whistle and the dark green charm, the surface of the spirit body immediately glowed with a dark green hue, as if it had donned a layer of armor. Based on previous experience, as long as he willed to dismiss the summoning, he could instantly return above the gray fog, regardless of any obstacles. And that high-level charm from the death domain was the grand gift he was disguising as from Mr. Azek to Ranner Wusi. Feeling the abundant spirituality, Klein hesitated for a moment. To be safe, he still integrated the Wheel of Fortune card into the spirit body, then instantly submerged underground, quickly heading towards the port area along the sewers. The flesh torn open in his chest and abdomen was slowly squirming, but it no longer outlined a hanging figure. Ranner Wusi, his eyes stained crimson, spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, a genuine smile appearing on his face as he muttered mockingly, "I didn't expect it to be MI9. But the final outcome is the same. Without divinity, without the sapling, I'm finally free from him." Low, deranged laughter echoed in the filthy sewer. Ranner Wusi was very familiar with this place. Even though it was pitch black all around, he could run, jump, and turn, quickly escaping deeper into the labyrinthine sewers. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped and leaned back, using his inherent dark vision to look ahead. Standing there was a dark green figure radiating an aura of death. The moment their gazes met, Ranner Wusi heard a low, ancient Hermes language, "Death." An irresistible, endless chill swept over him. Ranner Wusi's eyes widened in disbelief, but his consciousness powerlessly detached from his body. In his empty mind, only one question remained: who is he? A dense aura of death, accompanied by the shattering of the talisman, surged outwards, and numerous skinless, bloody arms emerged from the ethereal gate of the underworld, enveloping Ranelagh. Without even an extra sound, Klein watched with indifference as Ranelagh's face rapidly decayed, oozing yellowish-green pus, and flesh dropped off piece by piece. In an instant, only white bones remained of his face, and his two hollow eyeballs detached from their sockets, falling onto the sewer pipes corroded by the aura of death, almost simultaneously. With a cracking sound, one of the culprits of the Tingen tragedy completely disintegrated, rotten chunks of flesh and stark white bones floating on top of the pus. Under the intense erosion of the aura of death, the time for the Beander characteristic to precipitate was directly bypassed. A constantly wriggling and shapeshifting black viscous liquid, emitting a foul, degenerate aura, resisted the erosion of the aura of death. Looking at the puddle of pus in front of him, Klein had no intention of performing a psychic mediumship ritual, fearing that the true creator's divinity would pollute Ranelagh's spirit, which would, in turn, affect himself. The most crucial point was that the aura of death unleashed by this demigod-level talisman was impossible to conceal. As long as those people from MI9 weren't fools, they were definitely on their way, so there was no need to risk trying. Give up when you should, Klein murmured to himself silently, a badge the size of an eyeball appearing in his hand, with a faint and thin spiritual glow quietly shining on it. It was the only spoils of war besides the Beander characteristic. Just then, the clown's danger premonition suddenly intensified. Klein abruptly looked towards the intertwined sewer pipes not far away. Without the slightest hesitation, enduring the stinging pain of his spirit body, he grabbed Ranilus's obviously contaminated Beander characteristic. Klein, enveloped in a ghostly green armor, instantly vanished from his original spot. In the very next second, this section of the sewer was enveloped by a faint golden light membrane, and a majestic ancient Hermes language echoed within the pipes. Teleportation is forbidden here. A whooshing sound came, and Lieutenant General Pantek, whose hairline had receded quite severely, appeared with a grim expression, clutching a piece of human skin in his clearly corroded right hand. Strangely, as the flesh attached to the human skin wriggled, it faintly revealed a pitch-black cross, which was precisely the true creator's divinity that Ranilus had stripped after devouring all the Aurora Order members and outwitting MI9. After nearly 2 minutes, figures appeared one after another, most of them looking disheveled, bowing their heads under the indescribable sense of majesty and oppression. They stopped a few meters away from the puddle of pus, and with the help of dark vision, they saw a death similar to that of Kilangos, the Hurricane Lieutenant General, who had assassinated Duke Negan some time ago. Lieutenant General Pantek's eyes narrowed, and his brows furrowed tightly, while the Beyonders around him were momentarily stunned by this terrifying and mysterious scene in the dark environment. Above the gray fog, within the majestic and ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the head of the mottled long table. His spirit-body state was not his inherent Beander ability, nor did it come from the mutual conversion of flesh and spirit-body. It was the product of a ritual where he summoned himself and responded to himself. And the power of this ritual originated from this mysterious space above the gray fog, from its uniqueness. Therefore, as long as he succeeded, there was no need to attempt to escape. He could directly end the summoning and return above the gray fog, and then from there, instantly return to his physical body in the real world. Because the space above the gray fog could block the power of deities like the eternal blazing sun and the true creator, Klein believed that without divine interference, no divination could bypass the gray fog to point to Sherlock Moriarty. Quickly discarding Ranilus's Beander characteristic, after the disinfection by the gray fog, Klein's stinging spirit body finally eased. He leaned back against the chair and chuckled softly. "Captain, how I wish you could have seen this scene too." A deep sigh echoed. At this moment, he felt that his clown potion was completely digested. In the forsaken land of the gods, lightning flashed across the night, bringing a momentary light to the desolate and silent plain. Cavendish Lancer Pinto gazed at the city not far away, its outline deep black, shadowy, and completely silent. Noticing the faint mist remaining in the historical void corresponding to this area, Cavendish Lancer Pinto raised an eyebrow, a mix of pleasant surprise and unexpectedness. Although they were both high-level Beyonders of the seer pathway, there was a certain degree of attraction between Beander characteristics. Relying solely on this level of aggregation ability, finding the demonic wolf through chance encounters might take 1, 2, or even more years, and he was a complete mythical creature, capable of exerting some interference. This might be the puppet city previously occupied and constructed by the demonic wolf, Kotar. I wonder why he chose to migrate. Perhaps I can find some useful clues. After some deliberation, illuminated by the dim yellow light of the lantern, his true body entered the historical void, while the projection of his consciousness, step by step, passed through the decaying and collapsed buildings, through the faint mist, and entered the ruins. The demonic wolf and I both belong to the seer pathway. He has an all-around suppression over me, a lower sequence. If we were to encounter each other head-on, without holding back, I might not even have the chance to summon an angel projection, unless I succeed on the first try. Thinking this, Cavendish Lancer Pinto ignored the puppets whose spirit body threads had completely vanished, and cautiously walked towards the city center, soon arriving at a relatively intact church. Inside the church stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs, covered in dark, short fur. A tuft of grayish-white fur was on the statue's head, and its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. Is this, that demonic wolf? Just as this thought flashed through Cavendish Lancer Pinto's mind, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the demonic wolf statue's eyes slightly turn, looking at him. Without any hesitation, just as Cavendish Lancer Pinto was about to mentally command the dissolution of the historical projection, his brain went blank, as if all his thoughts had been stolen for an instant. As his mind was in chaos, a gigantic, ancient, mottled clock phantom emerged from the statue's pitch-black pupils, rapidly expanding to envelop the entire city, its hands rotating counterclockwise on grayish-white or greenish-black grids. Beside Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who was stiff in place, Eamon, wearing a pointed soft hat, appeared, his lips slightly curled. He watched the slowly dissipating projection without stopping it, merely closing his eyes to sense for a moment, and his monocle glowed faintly. He who often walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet. This thought flashed through Cavendish Lancer Pinto's mind, and he already knew what he had encountered. No longer holding onto any lucky, he directly abandoned the puppets in the entire area, and after dissolving the projection, he frantically fled through the historical mist, more urgently chanting the honorific name of the Lord of Order. As he rushed towards an older era, his body suddenly stiffened as he stepped into the next historical fragment. The statue of the demonic wolf with 8 legs, covered in dark, short fur, appeared before him again. How could this be? Thoughts boiled in his mind, but his body was already out of control. The spiritual warning, close to an angel's level, showed no feedback, as if blocked by some power. Looking at Cavendish Lancer Pinto's unmoving eyes, Eamon, who had deceived the connection between the projection and the main body, grafting and tampering with the historical fragment this scholar of yore was about to enter to the church, pushed his crystal monocle and smiled, saying, "Surprised. Unexpected. South Continent, Porth Valley, Lloyd City." Aaron, sitting in the study of the ducal mansion in the inner city, looked at the telegram in front of him with interest. It was an invitation from Governor Austin Levitt of Alavi Island. At the end of October, the governor would hold a gathering. The telegram also subtly revealed that his elder brother, Earl Levitt, who served as a senator in the upper house, and Admiral Emilius C. Levitt, the supreme naval commander of the Central Sonia Sea, would also attend. The Levitt family. Putting down the telegram, Aaron tapped the table lightly, then slowly spoke after a moment. "Send a reply telegram to the governor, accepting his invitation. I will attend in person at that time." "As you wish, Duke." Glenwell recollected the telegram. With a strong aura of iron-blooded knight, Aaron, seeing the Reaper who had already advanced to sequence 5 for almost a year, beckoned him. "How are the potion and the advancement ritual being prepared now?" Glenwell bowed respectfully and replied, "I also participated in the war in West Balam. Taking advantage of that opportunity, most of the potion has now been digested, but the ritual still lacks something. The strength and tacit agreement of the team need some time to be honed." Aaron nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Complete the ritual as soon as possible. Old Joseph has been probing me quite a bit ever since he found out I still have a copy of the iron-blooded Knight Beander characteristic in my hands. The wave sweeping the world is not far off. I hope you understand the urgency of time." His words suddenly stopped. Urgent prayers suddenly appeared in Aaron's ears. Glenwell, who had roughly understood Aaron's meaning, showed joy on his face and immediately bowed and left without further delay. With a slight thought, Aaron appeared in the Nation of Disorder, seated on the throne, and saw the prayer light representing Cavendish Lancer Pinto constantly contracting and expanding. Realizing there was a problem, Aaron's spirituality surged in, and a prayer scene emerged. Through true vision, he saw a ruined city. In the church in the city center, Eamon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a monocle, leaned against a demonic wolf statue. Below the statue, 3 Amens in black classical wizard robes, along with the stiff-limbed Cavendish Lancer Pinto, squatted beside a stone, earnestly playing poker cards stolen from who knows where, occasionally pushing up their monocles. In other parts of this ruined city, Amens, either alone or in groups, leisurely strolled, pondered and wrote, or discussed various problems with each other. In the dark and dangerous forsaken land of the gods, what a harmonious scene this was, if only those young men weren't all wearing classical black robes, pointed soft hats, and monocles, with the same black hair, black eyes, broad foreheads, and thin faces. It would have been even better. Aaron's lips twitched slightly. Looking at the piles of Amens and the twisted Amen entanglement around Cavendish Lancer Pinto's spirit body, he understood what had happened almost instantly. Just then, the Amen sitting on the statue suddenly looked up, pushed his crystal monocle, and gazed across space at him. Within the ruined city, all the Amens looked up. After about 10 seconds, the Amens wearing pointed soft hats adjusted their crystal monocles in various ways and chuckled softly. Finally here, the Judgment and Black Emperor cards instantly merged into his body. Aaron mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, and the Scepter of the Sun, in his hand accumulated light that purified everything. Looking at the already parasitized Cavendish Lancer Pinto, and Amen, who was at ease and seemed to be waiting for him, Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. Before confirming whether the King of Angels' level main body had arrived, he did not choose to make a move proactively. After sending Cavendish Lancer Pinto into the forsaken land of the gods, Aaron had some psychological preparation for the current situation. As a King of Angels of the Marauder pathway, Amon's greatest desire now was Pals Soros, who held the last sequence 1 Deander characteristic. When Pals made a move to graft Fate and steal anchors during his last advancement to Sequence 3, it had probably already attracted Amon's attention. This was likely the direct reason for Amon's move. However, I am different from Klein at that time. Attacking the Lord of Order is not cost-effective, unless that blasphemer is willing to be contaminated by another Sephira. Therefore, he most likely still wants to exchange information about Pals with me using Cavendish Lancer Pinto. As his thoughts gradually became clear, Aaron spread his will into the prayer light. This scholar of yours is my favored one. If anything happens to him, I can guarantee that you will never achieve error. The Amen parasitic on the spirit body sensed Aaron's will. On the statue, Amen, wearing a pointed soft hat, chuckled and snapped his fingers, sighing. Tisk tisk tisk, I admit, your words really annoy me. Let's not beat around the bush. If we drag this out any longer, the hanged man's followers will come looking, and that would be troublesome for both you and me. He pointed at Cavendish Lancer Pinto and continued. I guess you probably want to help him get the Miracle Invoker Beander characteristic from the demonic wolf. I have a very good suggestion. You tell me where Pals is, and I'll help you hunt Kotar. Having confirmed the idea in his mind, Aaron was no longer anxious. His will surged. That's certainly tempting, but now in the outside world, the 7 deities descending is not difficult, which is not good news for you. Therefore, I have an even better suggestion. The Demonist sect has a Sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristic. If you can get it, I can exchange Pals's Worm of Time Beander characteristic with you. The dense Amens on the street immediately started whispering to each other, seemingly arguing. Looking at this strange scene, Aaron's eyelids twitched. After thinking for a moment, his spirituality spread, and the darkness mark glowed faintly. Dark patterns rippled, and a palm-sized, bone cross binding a grayish-white stone dragon quietly appeared. It was the item Adam had given him back in Tingen. The Amens, wearing pointed soft hats, stopped their arguments simultaneously, all looking up at the lightning streaking across the sky, and at the profound darkness that even the lightning failed to illuminate. Although the transparent figure wrapped around Cavendish Lancer's spirit body still coiled tightly like a python, it almost simultaneously leaned back with the Amens outside, looking upwards, a crystal monocle flashing with a faint light. Without any warning, as if the previous conversation was just a facade, all the Amens transformed into light and surged into the monocle. The lens, as if concentrating endless brilliance, slowly but resolutely used Cavendish Lanther's connection with the nation of disorder, attempting to penetrate reality and break through some barrier. Watching the prayer light points display a somewhat terrifying scene and feeling the ripples in the nation of disorder, Aaron's face, on the contrary, lost its urgency. Not only did he not stop it, but he allowed the lens to reach the illusory barrier formed by the dark gold mist. The brilliant lens, which had been unstoppable, voluntarily stopped before the barrier of dark gold mist. Amidst the twisting light and shadow, Aemon, wearing a pointed soft hat, reappeared. He pushed his monocle, looked at the dark gold world, and a slight smile played on the corner of his mouth, as if looking through the barrier at the Lord of Order, at the center of the world. As expected, how interesting. Looking at Aemon, who stopped outside the Sephira, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He had a clear understanding of this blasphemer's nature. Seemingly a mad prankster, but in reality, extremely cowardly, never doing anything risky. The ones truly willing to take risks must be his clones. In the end, Klein dared to risk the Celestial Venerable's revival to forcibly control Sephira Castle, but at the last moment, Aemon didn't dare to do so. Even in the decisive battle with Klein, it was a clone carrying the uniqueness that went. How could Aemon, who would absolutely not allow the Celestial Venerable to initially awaken within his body, allow other Sephira to contaminate himself? The dark patterns receded. Upon sensing Amon's aura, the bone cross that bound the gray-white stone dragon rippled with a faint light. Under the restraint of the dark gold mist, it transformed into a priest wearing a simple robe with a cross hanging on his chest. The Marauder's advancement ritual involved replacing someone else's position in their apotheosis ritual. In the fourth epoch, entities that met the requirements included Mr. Door, the Bound God, and even the Hot Pot trio could barely be counted. However, after Mr. Door was jointly exiled by the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms, and the Bound God in the southern continent fell into predicament and had her Beander characteristic rank drop due to persecution by the Mother Tree of Desire, besides the fleeting Rissel, it seemed that only Adam, who had been secretly influencing the world's trends, could meet Amon's requirements. The fact that Pallas Zoroast could remain safe until now under Amon's encirclement might also be due to Adam's subtle influence. After all, if Aemon truly obtained the last Worm of Time Beander characteristic, given his malicious personality, setting Adam up was very possible. Suppressing the surging thoughts in his mind, Aaron secretly activated the power of the Nation of Disorder as he watched Aemon and Adam suddenly look at each other. Even though an agreement had been reached with Adam, necessary caution was still essential. After about 10 seconds, Aemon adjusted the crystal monocle, his lips slightly pursed, and he voluntarily dispersed this clone, leaving only a slightly mocking murmur. "I didn't expect you to still have contact with that fanatic." Seemingly sensing Amon's departure, the simply robed priest slightly tilted his head, revealing pure, childlike eyes, just as he did in the corpse church in Tingen, and gently said, "December 1st night, Twilight Hermit Order." As his voice fell, this consciousness, a figment of his imagination, transformed back into the bone cross, without any divine peculiarity, allowing the obscure patterns to pull it back into the night mark. 2 more months. Aaron raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised but still noting the time, then looked at the prayer light points that had returned to normal. At some unknown point, the Amons who had merged into the lens reappeared. They each adjusted their crystal monocles to varying degrees and chuckled. "I know you are looking for that demonic wolf, trying to get a miracle invoker Beander characteristic from him, and I am also very interested in that." Saying that, he pointed to the expressionless Cavendish Lanther, whose spirit body was isolated, and added, "How about this? Let this ancient sorcerer cooperate with me." I deciphered the honorific name that the demonic wolf is currently using a long time ago. Unfortunately, he is very wary and will not actively respond to unfamiliar prayers, otherwise I could use that to determine his location and actively create an error to appear directly beside him. However, not responding doesn't mean not paying attention. An scholar of yore, who is also of the seer pathway and not parasitized, is a very good bait. As long as you let me lock onto the demonic wolf, you don't need to do anything else. I can exchange a miracle invoker Beander characteristic plus an attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic for Paulez's worm of time Beander characteristic. The greatest possibility is that both the bait and the prey will be eaten by you. Aaron had no intention of listening to what conditions Aemon would offer. The more you listen to a top-tier deceiver, the more you lose, but he still conveyed his own thoughts. The key in the giant king's court that can open the door where Dark Angel Sorcerer is sleeping is in my hands. Hey, the first blasphemy slate also seems to be with Sorcerer, and the true creator is also craving this item that can mobilize the power of Chaos C. A very interesting provocation. Clicking his tongue, Aemon shook his head with a smile, showing no sign of anger. Tisk, then as you say. HMPH, I'm really looking forward to that worm of time characteristic. I hope you don't make me wait too long. As his voice fell, a ray of light surged from Cavendish Lanther, merging with the other omens scattered throughout the ruined city. Cavendish Lanther, whose senses were isolated, awoke as if from a dream. Having escaped the parasite state and regained control of his body, he unhesitatingly thrust his hands forward, conjuring 2 angel projections, and vigilantly looked at Aemon, who stood on the demonic wolf statue, polishing his monocle. Although he had been parasitized and trapped, the terrifying blasphemer's conversation with the Lord of Order was transmitted through his spirit body, so he already generally understood that he wouldn't have to worry about Amon's threat for a while. However, the feeling of his life being toyed with in someone else's hands still prevented Cavendish Lanther from truly relaxing. Without saying much, under the protection of the 2 angel projections, Cavendish Lanther surveyed the eerie city where all the spirit body threads had vanished. Although it was a question, he already had the answer in his heart. Did the demonic wolf discover your existence and hastily migrate? Looking at the 2 projections, Amon's lips curled slightly. Even if he wasn't his true body, having gathered a large number of clones, he was no ordinary angel. Moreover, these projections had fatal flaws. With absolute suppression in Beander characteristic rank, one only needed to steal the time of the projection's existence itself to directly cripple half of the Scholar of Yours abilities. Aemon, somewhat eager to try, paused slightly, turned his head to look not far away, chuckled, and then said with a smile. It's not just me, he also detected the hanged man's gaze. He has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years and is very sensitive to these things. Hey, he's truly devoted to the hanged man. He just got beaten up by that fanatic, and now he dares to come out. If the hanged man wasn't in the forsaken land of the gods, I would definitely teach him another lesson today. Secretly praying to the Lord of Order, to confirm that all traces of the parasite were gone and no hidden dangers remained, Cavendish Lanther's expression changed slightly upon hearing, hanged man. He felt a sense of dismay, as if he had just escaped a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair, and immediately leapt into the historical fog. No longer obstructing the Scholar of Yore, Aemon raised his monocle. Ripples of light and shadow intertwined, emanating from the lens and sweeping across the ruined city, disturbing the corresponding river of fate. The turbulent silver river immediately appeared, and one ray of light after another formed illusory, layered, pure wings, spreading outwards and bringing long-lost light to this land. Ouroboros, the angel of fate, with soft features, beautiful face, and gentle yet slightly indifferent eyes, stood at the end of the river of fate. Looking at Aemon with a mocking smile, he extended his right hand. In the northern winter county of the Loan Kingdom, a pointed Gothic black church stood on a snow-covered mountain, occupying a vast area. In front of it was a cliff, and all around it was an expanse of white, utterly silent. This was the headquarters of the Evernight Goddess Church, the Church of Tranquility, commonly known as the Cathedral. Leonard, with dark hair and blue eyes, put on a black trench coat and red gloves, walking back to his room with a somewhat frozen expression. The Church of Tranquility under the night sky was exceptionally beautiful, complementing the red moon hanging high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Having been at the cathedral for half a month, he had already advanced to Sequence 7 Nightmare and stabilized. although he hadn't yet had the opportunity to participate in actions due to internal Red Gloves training. But under Paulez's guidance, he had initially mastered the nightmare's abilities and truly understood why Dun always liked to indulge in dreams. Recalling the knowledge the Archbishop had personally taught him today, Leonard took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and almost gritted his teeth as he said, "So you are a parasite. What exactly do you want to do?" Listening to the voice, which suppressed obvious anger and fear, Pallas chuckled playfully. "Hey, I am your fortuitous encounter, haven't you always thought so? Believing yourself unique, one of the protagonists of this great era." Even with such a terrible mood, Leonard couldn't help but twitch his face, silently expressing his dissatisfaction. "No need for such an expression. I told you before that I suffered severe trauma and must have a host to recover slowly. And I also have to hide from a terrifying enemy. Hey, Nighthawks, the Evernight Goddess Church, are good choices. If it weren't for me, last time in Tingen, do you think you could have survived unharmed?" Leonard clenched his fists fiercely, then after a moment, he spoke in a low voice. "The price, what is the price? Help you deal with that enemy." As if hearing a huge joke, Paulez's aged laughter echoed in his mind. "Even if you become an archbishop, in the eyes of some existences, you are nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. No need to rack your brains trying to probe me. After the parasite ends, at most I'll take a few years of your life. Anyway, you're still young, and you can make it back by advancing one sequence. Haha, most Beyonders don't live to the end of their natural lifespan anyway." Leonard, whose thoughts had been exposed, felt a bit awkward. He immediately shed the gloom from his face, lay on the bed, and asked sheepishly, "Old man, why do you have to take a few years of my life? Is this the price of parasite?" Humming, Pallas still explained, "No, that's just my professional ethics. After all, I've already parasitized, I have to steal something, right?" Never expecting such an answer, Leonard immediately fell silent. As night deepened, by the side of the sleeping Leonard, the illusory Pallas emerged. Illusory symbols appeared in his eyes, and whispers echoed. "My fate has shifted." The lightning gradually subsided, and darkness became the master of the land. The City of Silver's exploration team, after a journey that was neither short nor long and sporadic battles, finally reached their destination. With the limited light from the beast-hide lanterns, Derek saw the almost completely collapsed city walls and the dilapidated streets without a single weed. On both sides of the streets, most of the houses had collapsed, with only a few barely standing, but their surfaces were all mottled and covered in the dust of time. The coatings, predominantly white and blue, and the pointed architectural structures, different from those of the City of Silver, had also turned dim, making it hard to imagine their original appearance. Demon Hunter Colin looked around, his expression somewhat solemn, as if he saw the future of the City of Silver. Shepherd Lovia, following behind, her light gray eyes revealing a hint of complexity, her voice then echoed, ethereal and faint. "That temple is in the very center of the city." The exploration team spread out slightly but maintained sufficient order, not relaxing their vigilance on the surroundings. Walking at the end of the team, providing illumination with his light supplicant abilities, Derek glanced at Lovia and the chief at the very front, silently reciting the honorific name of Mr. Fool. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the liquid in the transparent glass bottle constantly churned, as if fireworks were always blooming inside, with colors like red, orange, yellow, and green continuously spreading outwards. And this was the magician potion. Several days had passed since the hunt for Lanris. Besides seeing a news report about a fire at a dock company in the port area, in a corner of the newspaper, Klein had no other related information. Neither the Aurora Order, whose conspiracy was exposed, nor MI9, whom he used to kill with borrowed knife, seemed to have tacitly ignored the matter. However, it was this eerie calm that made Klein feel uneasy, always sensing that something he didn't know was secretly underway. Even divination with the gray fog yielded no effective revelation. Fortunately, Klein had obtained the materials from the Hanged Man and Mr. Emperor, and having thoroughly digested the clown potion, he directly began his advancement. Hornassus, Phlegre, as the whispers echoed, Klein reopened his eyes. At this moment, he had already advanced to magician. Gathering his slightly scattered spirituality, Klein looked at the gas streetlights outside the bay window that illuminated the dim and gloomy surroundings, digesting the Beyander abilities that had almost burst his head. His expression then shifted slightly, and he quickly pulled out two roughly cut paper figures from his pocket. Looking at the spoils of war he had found on the remains of the marionettist Rosago, Klein mused to himself thoughtfully. So this was a paper figure substitute. Snap! Klein sharply shook his wrist, causing the paper to rustle crisply, and it rapidly expanded, transforming into a human figure. The dummy was the same height as Klein, with identical facial features and clothing, making it look like a meticulously carved, lifelike wax figure from a distance. This was one application of the paper figure substitute spell. Immediately after, Klein focused his mind, clenched his right fist, and tapped himself lightly on the chest. Silently, the dummy gained a sense of being alive, even holding a lit cigarette with a reddened tip in its mouth, and the aroma of tobacco wafted out. Using a dummy as a medium, this illusion can last for half an hour. Truly worthy of a magician. The biggest problem with this spell is that it requires pre-prepared materials, which are relatively well-cut paper figures. After making a mental evaluation, Klein's thoughts suddenly diverged. What if he made a paper figure angel and brought it to that gray fog space? Shaking his head to suppress the increasingly divergent thoughts in his mind, Klein's gaze gradually deepened. Ranlis is dead. The primary culprits of the Tingen tragedy are now only Ince Zangwill and sealed artifact, 008. However, neither of them is something I can handle right now, and the gap is very large. Only by becoming a high-sequence powerhouse, an existence akin to a demigod, will I be qualified to get involved in this matter. Before advancing to sequence 4, I can only endure, and endure more. My goal for a long time in the future is to diligently improve myself, digest the magician potion as quickly as possible, and also begin investigating the Black Emperor card mentioned in Russell's diary. Just as Klein was pondering what to do next, layers of prayers suddenly echoed in his ears. He paused slightly, quickly tidied up the materials on the table, and walked 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Klein sat in the fool's high-backed chair and, as expected, saw the crimson star representing Sun Derek continuously contracting and expanding. As expected, Klein, who had already learned from Derek that the City of Silver was about to explore the true Creator's temple, held the sun brooch that had been sacrificed earlier in his hand, and his spirituality spread out, revealing the prayer scene. With his true sight, Klein's pupils immediately constricted. Inside the half-collapsed temple, only a few stone pillars remained relatively intact, collectively supporting a small portion of the main hall. At the very front of the main hall was a cracked altar, and in the center of the altar stood a giant, pitch-black cross. On the cross, a naked man hung upside down. His ankles, his thighs, and his body showed obvious rusty iron nails, accompanied by fresh red bloodstains. Having confronted a child of an evil god in Tingen, Klein instantly sensed the hidden aura of corruption and clearly knew that this was indeed the idol of the fallen creator. Yet, he still couldn't help but examine the naked man's face. Even with true sight, the idol's face, nose, mouth, and ears remained somewhat blurry. Only the eyes were carved with exceptional clarity. The fallen creator's eyes were tightly closed, as if he was enduring sin and suffering. A burning sensation, as if standing under scorching sunlight, suddenly emerged. Klein snapped back to reality, holding the hot sun brooch, feeling somewhat horrified in his heart, and no longer daring to directly observe the idol with true sight. At this moment, Derek, led by the chief, had arrived deep within the temple. Here, large expanses of murals existed on the collapsed walls. Perhaps due to the erosion of time, only simple colors remained, making them appear ancient, weathered, and dim. After entering this temple, Derek, who kept hearing faint cries for help, instinctively followed closely behind the chief, keeping his distance from Shepherd Levia. He merely glanced casually around and was drawn to one of the murals. On the wall to the front left, a pure white cross stood in the very center, surrounded by a sea-like blackness that submerged many humans struggling to reach out their arms. On the cross was the upside-down fallen creator, with rusty iron nails and bloody stains, no different from the idol outside. But in this mural, the fallen creator was enduring the black erosion, so much so that parts of the cross's whiteness had turned pitch black. In addition, the cross supported a hazy land, and countless humans were kneeling and praying to the fallen creator. Around the picture, in the deepest parts of the darkness, 6 figures resembling evil gods were hidden. In the upper left corner was a lady wearing a black classical long dress. Her clothing was layered but not overly elaborate, inlaid with numerous radiant points like stars. Her body was somewhat ethereal, with signs of ripples spreading outwards. Her face was indistinct, as if she wore a mask without facial features. Around her, the darkness was in a state of flux, with strange eyes appearing and disappearing. Directly above was a young male in a pure white robe. His face was painted a pure gold, and he had grown tentacles like rays of light. His hands held a putrid green book and a spear condensed from radiance, respectively, while his chest and back were inverted. In the upper right corner was a monster holding a trident. It had an octopus-like head, wide open eyes, and was entwined with lightning. Countless bird feathers formed its cloak, and the darkness transformed into waves, supporting its feet. In the lower right was a plump and beautiful lady. Her chest was high and bare, and she held a baby with a rotting face in her arms. Beneath her feet were black wheat, springs of wriggling flesh, herbs flowing with pus, and animals mating wildly. Directly below was an old man wearing a hood, with his mouth, wrinkles, and white beard exposed. This old man held an open book, above which was an eye symbolizing omniscience. At first glance, this old man seemed the most normal, but the smile etched on his lips had an indescribably sinister quality. In the lower left corner was a giant warrior in tattered armor. He leaned on a longsword, seated on a throne, with a desolate twilight as his backdrop. Derek had already learned about the 7 gods worshipped in the outside world during the Tarot Club, and when he saw these murals, an unspeakable fear arose in his heart. These were murals blaspheming the gods. His abnormality was instantly noticed by Chief Colin Iliad beside him and Lovia, who was still by the idol, but both tacitly chose to remain silent. Klein had already stood up from the fool's high-backed chair, staring intently at the strange woman draped in starlight in the mural, his thoughts suddenly diverging. This is the goddess. No, this is a malicious distortion. Although he had already left the Nighthawks, Klein still considered himself a believer of the goddess in his heart and found this blasphemy somewhat unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, he slowly sat down, trying to interpret the meaning of the mural. When the great catastrophe that formed the forsaken land of the gods arrived, evil gods crawled out of the abyss. The fallen creator, in order to save the world, bore the vast majority of sins and suffering, and thus appeared to be eroded, with his image changed. A strong sense of déjà vu emerged in his heart. Klein even had the illusion of watching the revelation of night. The City of Silver's exploration team did not stay too long. This temple, apart from some strange murals and an idol, seemed to pose no great danger, until they reached the deepest part of the temple, where a faint weeping sound suddenly emanated from the darkness. As the darkness was gradually dispelled by light, a curled-up child of 7 or 8 years old was repeating a phrase in a strange tone. "Save me." What struck the City of Silver's people as odd was that the words repeated in the strange tone included not only giant language but also another language they had never heard before, overlapping and repeating as if 2 souls were vying for this body. Demon Hunter Colin's eyes surged with dark green symbols, and his pupils then sharply constricted. He raised the straight sword, smeared with ointment, and pointed it warily at the little boy, while shouting, "Lovia." The shepherd's expression, however, was quite calm. Her light gray eyes looked at the slowly raising little boy, and she responded blandly, almost indifferently. "Chief, this place was empty during the last exploration." Klein's fingers trembled above the gray fog. He actually heard perfectly clear lowness from the little boy's mouth, even with a slight accent from Port Emlyn. In the Winter County, northern Lowen Kingdom, deep within the Amantha Mountains. A pointed Gothic black church stood in the snow-covered mountains, occupying a vast area. In front of it was a cliff, and around it was a vast expanse of white, devoid of any sound. A faint mist enveloped it, giving a feeling of being both real and illusory. This was the headquarters of the Evernight Goddess Church, the Church of Tranquility, commonly known as the Sanctuary. In the fourth epoch, this place was even called the Deep Darkness Kingdom, a divine kingdom separated from the real world only by an illusory door. Looking at the black church at the very center of the Gothic architecture, Aaron, who had wandered here, stopped before the iron-black double doors that seemed meant for giants. 7 dark sacred emblems were carved on the doors, like guardians of the Deep Darkness Kingdom. As crimson moonlight scattered, a figure suddenly appeared, wearing a simple linen robe with mended patches. Her facial features were extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's, yet she exuded an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. Looking at the abbess of the Night Monastery, the head of the 13 archbishops, and the potential future pope, Aaron nodded in respect, then tapped his chest 4 times clockwise. "Good evening, Ms. Ariana." Ariana drew a crimson moon on her chest and responded devoutly. "May the goddess bless you, Mr. Favored One." Then, she looked at Aaron peacefully and raised her right arm. Aaron's figure then vanished, as if erased by an eraser. Immediately after, the abbess of the Night Monastery also disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened here, only a faint, ancient, illusory sigh echoing at the edge of this Gothic architecture. Within the astral world, a boundless expanse of tranquil darkness stretched, filled with plants like moonflowers and night-scented grass. Aaron's figure appeared, feeling the tranquility that permeated his soul. In his hand was an unreal, ethereal crystal, and the surrounding darkness seemed to instantly deepen by several shades. This was precisely the item the Evernight Goddess's power projection had retrieved from the holy city of Camellia, back in the forsaken land of the gods, essentially, the ethereal crystal of a sequence 2 servant of concealment Beyander characteristic. Allowing the angel Beyander characteristic in his hand to be swallowed by a gentle force, Aaron bowed respectfully and slowly spoke. "Respected goddess, I wish to know if any fragments of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom remain after his fall." From the depths of the darkness, a figure veiled in shadow, toying with the ethereal crystal, floated out. She wore a layered but not overly elaborate dark black gown, adorned with countless dazzling points, as if inlaid with the night sky's myriad stars. A soft voice echoed, "Not all sequence zeros can retain their divine kingdoms after their fall. The kingdom of the moon was barely preserved due to the intertwined wills of the 3 ancient gods and the faith blessings of the sanguine over several epochs. As for Phoenix ancestor Gregary's city of the dead, Calderon, it was preserved because the authority of the spirit world relied on the underworld. However, it has now become even more dangerous. As for Truncest's divine kingdom, when he fell, the order and rules he established were completely shattered, and the divine kingdom lost its foundation. Most of it has completely disintegrated, with only the last 2 fragments remaining." At this point, the soft voice paused slightly, and Aaron only felt the surrounding darkness grow even denser. High sequence beyonders of the Justiciar pathway, including Sequence 2 Balancer and Sequence 1 Hand of Order, although they are only Divine Kingdom fragments, they are still infinitely useful. 1 piece is with the Artificer. As far as I know, it was eventually given to Russell, who was then the son of Steam. As for the other piece, it is preserved in St. Samuel's Church in Backland, serving as the core of a sealed artifact, restraining and balancing my divine descent vessel. Aaron's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed as he carefully said, "I am willing to go to Calderon to retrieve the water from the river of eternal darkness in exchange for the divine kingdom fragment in your possession." If the Evernight Goddess wished to advance further, she would need to find the river of eternal darkness. With the help of its tributary water, she could better accommodate the uniqueness of an adjacent pathway. And as the master of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron was probably the only high-sequence individual currently capable of resisting the pollution from other Sephiroth. Of course, the Evernight Goddess could also wait a few more years until the primordial ones will further receded, then retrieve it herself, or wait for Klein to advance to an angel. But both of these would take a considerable amount of time. The reason why it took the Evernight goddess so long to accommodate the death uniqueness, to the point where she couldn't even perform a divine descent, was partly to put on a show for the god of combat. On the other hand, without external help, the uniqueness of an adjacent pathway is indeed difficult to accommodate. Otherwise, as a true god, the god of combat would not have been deceived so badly. This was also Aaron's best bargaining chip at the moment. If aided by the tributary water of the river of eternal darkness, the Evernight goddess's process of accommodating the death uniqueness might proceed more smoothly. Her face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, hazy yet exceptionally beautiful, like the deepest night sky. The ethereal crystal was illuminated by specks of starlight, and the serene and peaceful voice of the Evernight goddess resounded. The ancient death, the phoenix ancestor Grigari, besides symbolizing death, eternal slumber, also wielded a portion of the door pathway's authority. This is why she was able to merge a branch of the river of eternal darkness with Calderon. And the death of the fourth epoch, after foreseeing his own demise, also left arrangements for his revival in Calderon, some of which were related to that river of eternal darkness. Therefore, this city of the dead has become even more perilous. Even after Salinger's fall and Calderon being unguarded, Badhale dared not send people to explore it rashly. You will understand when you reach the depths of Calderon. Moreover, for you, there are unusual dangers there. It is best for you to go only after truly advancing to Sequence 2, obtaining a complete mythical creature form, and stabilizing the balance between your anchor and divinity. Badhale. Aaron was momentarily stunned, then realized this was the true name of the god of combat. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he cautiously spoke. I have completely mastered the nation of disorder and can, to a certain extent, manifest a complete mythical creature form, so I want to give it a try. Even the water from a tributary of the river of eternal darkness possessed the symbolism of eternal slumber, and could even help Klein resist the awakening will of the celestial worthy. Such a treasure, even for the current Aaron, could be considered a trump card. Whether it was to better prepare for the Balancer's advancement ritual or to help Cavendish Lancer deal with Qatar, the demonic wolf holding the attendant of mysteries characteristic, he had to obtain the water from the river of eternal darkness as soon as possible. But even if he could avoid the fate of eternal slumber, by relying on the nation of disorder and barely enter the depths of Calderon, he couldn't obtain the water from the river of eternal darkness on his own. It would be better to cooperate with the Evernight goddess, perhaps he could even get a free piece of a divine kingdom. Even with his head bowed, Aaron still felt an extremely oppressive gaze fall upon him, as if scrutinizing him inch by inch through his soul. Suppressing the urge to look up, Aaron waited for a moment, and the serene and peaceful voice, with a hint of something inexplicable, echoed in his ears again. Perhaps you are more special than I imagined. Aaron did not respond to this statement. He clearly knew that he was fundamentally different from Klein, or rather, Joe Mingrui. As a transmigrator, his soul was truly unrelated to the primordial one, and there was no risk of the primordial one's will awakening. What he truly needed to be careful of was the almost crippled son of chaos. This dark kingdom, filled with night fragrance and deep slumber flowers, fell silent for a moment. The Evernight goddess extended her hand forward, as if pinching a corner of the void, and gently tugged. From the boundless darkness flew out an illusory feathered serpent, covered in huge greenish-black scales, with feathers stained with light yellow grease growing from the gaps between the scales. It was precisely the death statue that had been secretly removed by the Evernight goddess from the death ruins in the divine battle wreckage earlier. The feathered serpent was submerged by the tidal darkness. Its sharp roar, enough to make ordinary saints dazed, was directly concealed before it could spread. Its illusory body dissolved, becoming part of the tide. The ethereal crystal, already illuminated by starlight, merged with the dark tide, finally transforming into a strange monster statue with a wolf head and snake body. Its 8 legs were covered in feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, and within its open wolf head was a profound darkness leading to an unknown place. This should be a creation formed by merging the authority of the darkness pathway and the death pathway, which is why it can carry the water of the river of eternal darkness. The water of the river of eternal darkness is definitely not literally water, but an abstract concept or symbol. That's right, after all, that bird-shaped golden ornament that can collect the water of the river of eternal darkness is still inside Azek. Aaron pondered in his mind as he scrutinized the strange statue floating before him, allowing the statue to merge into the dark mark on his wrist. The river of eternal darkness is different from Saphira Castle. The fall of 2 generations of death has vitalized many of its tributaries. Upon sensing the aura of other Saphira, it will actively exert its influence, leading to unknown mutations. Therefore, do not personally touch the river of eternal darkness. You only need to carry this statue into the depths of Calderon. Listening to the Evernight goddess's warning, Aaron, with his head bowed, raised an eyebrow slightly. This was both a reminder for exploring Calderon and a subtle hint about the possible reactions of Saphira Castle after Klein becomes powerful. Looking at Aaron, the Evernight goddess's eyes flickered. A thin, night veil, gently floated down, covering Aaron's body and silently seeping into him. After retrieving the water from the River of Eternal Darkness branch, you can go to Backland and give that statue to Anthony Stevenson. He will give you the Divine Kingdom fragment you desire. Aaron quietly felt this blessing from the dream for 2 seconds. Even if an accident occurred and he was affected by the eternal slumber authority, he could remain clear-headed and respond. He then placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Klein, seated at the head of the long bronze table, frowned as he watched the prayer scene. The chief of the City of Silver, as described by Little Sun, suddenly drew his sword, and his figure strangely split, forming overlapping afterimages around the strange little boy. The light of dawn converged, and amidst the brilliance like a rising sun, the little boy, tinged with black and red, rapidly evaporated, annihilated in the storm-like attacks. Is that it? Just as the doubt arose in his mind, the prayer scene suddenly blurred and rippled, and a winding, shimmering river flashed by. With his true sight, Klein vaguely saw a silver-haired angel with countless wings, her face gentle with a hint of indifference, as if overlooking the river, overlooking fate. Klein was stunned for a moment, and the prayer scene had already returned to normal. He was surprised to find that the City of Silver's exploration team had reappeared in the ruined city outside the temple. The previous exploration seemed like just a dream. His pupils suddenly constricted. Klein did not act rashly. After watching the City of Silver's chief kill the little boy again, the Silver River reappeared, and the previous events replayed. Recalling the words of the little boy Jack, Klein felt the coincidence grow stronger. Little Sun had just mentioned Luvia's abnormality in the City of Silver, and this exploration had an unexpected event that hadn't occurred before. Recalling the intelligence he had gathered about the Aurora Order, Klein pondered for a moment. While the exploration team was resting, he directly summoned Little Sun to above the gray fog. Looking at the terrified Derek, who had clearly recalled the constantly repeating and unnoticed exploration experience, Klein maintained the fool's composure, only displaying the image of the silver-haired angel and the strikingly similar human face on the little boy's chest and abdomen. After sending the thoughtful Derek back, Klein rubbed his temples with a headache. All he could do now was warn them. In terms of actual combat power, let alone the City of Silver's chief, even the shepherd Luvia could easily defeat him. Fortunately, Little Sun did not disappoint Klein. The demon hunter Colin, having been warned, changed his method and only severed the human face on the little boy's chest and abdomen. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Waving his hand to dispel the prayer scene, Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as he softly repeated the name mentioned by the demon hunter Colin. He beckoned, and a badge no bigger than an eyeball flew from the pile of sundries. The front of the badge was engraved with symbols corresponding to fate and concealment, and on the back were tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions, "Hold this item to join." This was the trophy obtained from Ranveer, the badge that allowed one to attend the Hermit of Fate gathering. Recalling the mysterious powerhouse who had given him the Wheel of Fortune card, Klein's expression instantly became uncertain. He inexplicably thought of the last part of the honorific name he had created back then. The Black and Yellow King who controls good fortune. Fate. Klein uttered the word in a low voice, recalling the experiences of the past 3 months since his strange transmigration. An inexplicable shiver spread through his heart. Outside the black-spurred church were continuous Gothic buildings, which were residences specifically provided for ascetics, devout believers, and red gloves. In a simply decorated room, crimson moonlight streamed through the patterned glass window. Leonard, who was originally lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and an aged voice rang out. "The anomaly I sensed earlier was indeed you." After leaving the Dark Kingdom, Aaron also received Ms. Ariana's tacit approval. Except for not being allowed into the Chinese Gate, which stored Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the Silent Church, and the Great Hall where the Pope held divine meetings, he was considered to have obtained permission to teleport here. "Good evening, old man Pallas, it's good to see you again." Pallas Zoroast did not seem to appreciate it much and said grumpily. "Cut the pleasantries. I sensed my fate shift earlier." "What did you do?" A smile appeared on Aaron's face. He sat opposite Leonard, and said meaningfully, "One of our organization's members met the blasphemer Aemon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. He misses you very much and keeps mentioning you. He even wants to ask that member of our organization to introduce him." Listening to the deliberately emphasized Mrs. and introduce, Leonard's face twitched, and his tone softened considerably. "Duke, you jest. That blasphemer is known as the god of cunning and the god of pranks." This was a common understanding among all high-level existences in the Fourth Epoch. Everything he says will only be deceit. Aaron waved his hand, interrupting Paulez's lengthy speech with a gentle smile. I agreed to his request. After all, the chips he offered were indeed very tempting. Meeting Aaron's rather sincere gaze, Leonard was silent for a moment, then continued cautiously. "If I have a dangerous premonition, I will directly choose to believe in a true God and become his earthly angel, recovering my Sequence 1 strength under his protection. At that time, whether to completely join the corresponding church or to lift the parasitism and hide like before, avoiding Aemon, are both options for me." Watching Leonard's increasingly wary expression, Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly. "I didn't expect this old man to be so well planned, but why are you so skilled at defecting?" Without further provoking the old gentleman, Aaron's expression immediately became serious. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How strong can Amon's avatars be?" I'm referring not only to the outside world but also to the Forsaken Land of the Gods." Pallas Zoroast was silent for several seconds as if recalling, then said, "Theoretically, his strongest avatar can reach the Sequence 1 level, but he would almost never do that. It would make his mental state unstable and cause him to lose control. Generally speaking, one of his avatars is a worm of time, initially possessing the strength of a weak Sequence 4, but also possessing the angelic essence of shattering Beander characteristics. After fully absorbing the Beander characteristics of the Marauder pathway, such an avatar can reach the Sequence 2 level. However, Aemon rarely does this. His avatars will actively split to create more avatars. But similarly, these split avatars can quickly aggregate to rapidly increase their rank for a short period. I don't know much about the information in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but if the main body and the avatar have made preparations in advance and there are no other high-level powers to obstruct them, through the fate exchange achieved by the rules of deception, the avatar can temporarily gain strength close to the main body." Although Pallas had not yet recovered to his peak, his past insight and experience of outsmarting Aemon remained. Listening to the explanation of this Sequence 1 worm of time, Aaron discarded some immature ideas and perfected his hunting plan. As long as Amon's main body was still in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, he was the biggest obstacle to hunting Qatar the demonic wolf. Klein could hide in Saphira Castle, or even change locations and reincarnate to avoid Aemon, but Cavendish Lancer did not have that luxury. Other high-level powers to obstruct. The true Creator's sanctuary, or rather, his divine kingdom, is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. If I completely unleash the nation of disorder without concealment and create an anomaly, it should draw his attention and cause a conflict with Aemon. The problem is, that guy's rationality isn't necessarily always in his head. What if he remembers the Lord of Order's grievances with him? It's hard to say what would happen to Aemon, but Cavendish Lancer would definitely be dead. After pondering for a moment, Aaron recounted how Aemon had captured Cavendish Lancer, the scholar of yore, and then asked the frowning Leonard. Is there a way to replicate or prevent this ability? Pallas Zoroast almost scoffed, but changed his tone at the last moment. That ability is essentially a deception of rules. I can separate a worm of time to help you create a charm, but the specific effect cannot reach Amon's level. As for preventing it, you think too highly of me. My half-crippled old bones are no match for Aemon. Aaron wasn't surprised by Paulez's answer. Dealing with a clone was one thing, but if there was a risk of encountering Amon's true body, the old man would likely run faster than anyone. All right, I'm going to start separating the worm of time now. This will put me to sleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone else to answer them. With that, without giving Aaron a chance to ask further, Leonard slumped directly onto the bed. Streaks of light converged into a ball of light, hanging high, within Leonard's mind, adopting a posture that clearly showed he didn't want to speak. Aaron smiled, looking at Pallas, who was playing dead. A honorific name flashed through his mind. The obscure lord, who exists with history. The embodiment of countless miracles. The deity who controls wishes. This was the honorific name of the obscure demonic wolf that Aaron had just obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although that mythical creature might no longer be using it, perhaps having already made some changes to it, in mysticism, it would undoubtedly still point to him. No matter what Aemon is planning, his idea is quite feasible. Using an honorific name to establish a connection. But with the obscure demonic wolf's suspicious nature, he definitely wouldn't respond automatically. From Aaron's own experience in the Nation of Disorder, regarding such unfamiliar prayers, he wouldn't respond, but he would definitely pay attention to the corresponding prayer light spots. If the one chanting the honorific name was a powerful, familiar existence like Aemon, extinguishing that prayer light spot immediately would be the best choice. But if the other party was a stranger, in a situation where he was absolutely safe, he would monitor them long-term to understand the specific situation. The essence of this matter is that a non-mythical creature is marked by a high-level existence, and could inexplicably, miserably die at any moment. For the prayer, this is tantamount to suicide, or even more terrifying. Moreover, this way, the initiative is completely in the obscure demonic wolf's hands. Everything about Cavendish Lancer is being monitored, with no way to prepare in advance. Once the other party truly tries to exert influence, he will be utterly defenseless, with no chance of survival. So what needs to be done now is to eliminate the obscure demonic wolf's wariness, while also ensuring Cavendish Lancer's safety. After organizing his thoughts, Aaron's eyes held a hint of a smile as he looked at Pallas floating within Leonard's spiritual body, teasing. Oh right, Mr. Pallas, I forgot to tell you that for a long period in the late 4th epoch, the ancestor of the Jacob family was actually impersonated by Aemon. Aemon secretly devoured him long ago. Although the Jacob family's treasure contains Beander characteristics that can help you recover, it also conceals one of Amon's clones. Looking at the suddenly fluctuating light cluster, Aaron's smile grew even more pronounced. With the apocalypse approaching, Abraham, the door, has already been exiled, and Antigonus is imprisoned by the Evernight goddess. Currently, the most likely to achieve, Lord of the Mysteries, is that Angel of Time. The primordial demoness and other deities who wish to take a step further to cope with the coming apocalypse would be very willing to capture you and make a deal with Aemon. The aged voice, carrying a hint of weariness, sounded again. What do you, or rather, the Lord of Order, want to do? A deal. Aaron thought for a moment, then continued tactfully. In any case, you definitely won't be able to keep the sequence 1 Beander characteristic on you. Rather than inviting greater disaster, it's better to sell it for a good price. Of course, this is just to prepare you mentally. You don't need to make a choice now, but you need to understand that time is running out. Silence fell upon the room again. Palace seemed to have completely fallen into a deep sleep, and Aaron said no more, activating the teleportation to leave. South of the bridge, Backland, Rose Street, Harvest Church. A certain illusory sensation faded. Klein looked at the strange candle he held, seeing its dark wick and pale flame, and reached out to extinguish the flame. I am someone who can maintain clarity and rationality autonomously in spiritual channeling and dreams. The deepest part of the mind, the bottom layer of dreams, is equivalent to my home ground. This mystical item is simply a perfect match for me, but unfortunately, it was bestowed by the Earth Mother Church. Bishop Utravsky, with his devout faith, would certainly not be willing to trade it. Thinking this, Klein looked forward. Bishop Utravsky, who had originally stood opposite him, had, at some point, sat down in the first row of chairs, leaning forward, head buried, hands tightly covering both temples. Drip. Sweat dripped from his face, spreading on the ground at his feet, which was already damp over a large area. Sensing that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, Utravsky suddenly shivered and raised his head under the other party's gaze. His slightly cloudy eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was crisscrossed with traces of weeping, but his gaze was joyful and clear. At this moment, Klein felt as if he saw a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of new life. Beneath the enormous holy emblem of life, Bishop Utravsky pressed his fingertips together, palms cupped, holding them before his mouth and nose. This was a unique prayer posture belonging to the Earth Mother Church. At this moment, the giant in the brown bishop's robe looked gentle and serene, completely unlike the bloodthirsty frenzy he had displayed during the battle in the materialized spiritual world earlier. Father Utravsky's lips curved into a smile, and he looked at Klein, chuckling kindly. "You are much more formidable than I expected. As agreed, I will give you a mystical item. Additionally, if you don't need the apothecary's potion formula, as compensation, I can grant you a reasonable request." "No, Bishop, I also need the apothecary's potion formula, but I have a better way to obtain it." Thinking this, Klein answered frankly. "I'd like to see the mystical item first." Bishop Utravsky nodded, radiating ease, and took out 2 items from the pocket of his brown clerical robe. Looking at the particularly familiar, ancient-looking brass-colored key among them, a sharp glint flashed in Klein's eyes. Indeed, that sanguine fell here. After confirming that this mystical item, which Bishop Utravsky called the universal key, only had the negative effect of randomly getting lost, and considering that he was a seer with the aid of spiritual intuition, Klein decisively chose the universal key. Taking the ancient brass key, Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky's pure, clear eyes and said thoughtfully, My profession is actually a private detective. I've only just arrived in Backland, which is why I'm not well known. The reason I found Harvest Church was actually due to a commission." Saying this, he took out the portrait of Emlyn White, which he had obtained from the Bravehearts Bar, from his Y. Klein controlled his expression and sincerely said, "Bishop, I know this might put you in a difficult position, but my request is to release this gentleman." To Klein's surprise, Bishop Utravsky was only startled for a moment, then responded gently. "Very well, follow me." Things were going a bit too smoothly. Quietly taking out a gold coin, Klein performed a divination to confirm there was no danger or malice before following Bishop Utravsky deeper into the church. The giant bishop spoke as he walked. "If you can persuade him to convert to the Earth Mother faith and deeply repent for his past actions, you can take him away tonight." Klein paused his steps, looked at Bishop Utravsky opening the underground passage, pondered for a moment, then nodded and put forward his own request. "Understood, but I hope to speak with this gentleman alone." After receiving Bishop Utravsky's permission, Klein descended the basement stairs to a heavy stone door engraved with the holy emblem of life, in numerous mystical symbols. Noticing that the basement was opened, the stone door was continuously pounded, becoming increasingly violent, accompanied by a male voice shouting, "Let me out." Just as Klein approached, the knocking suddenly stopped, and the basement fell silent for a moment. Klein frowned slightly and tentatively asked, "Emlyn White?" As soon as he finished speaking, a surprised laugh came from behind the door. "Not that old geezer. Oh, so it's you." He recognized me. Klein's expression remained unchanged as he whispered, "I don't understand what you mean. I'm just a private detective your parents hired to find you." Behind the dark stone door, a pale-faced Emlyn White leaned against the door and scoffed softly. "Hey, so you're a private detective. Stop pretending. To a noble sanguine, everyone has a different scent, with different blood characteristics. Even though I'm locked in the basement now, I can smell you." Being exposed on the spot, Klein was slightly embarrassed. He cleared his throat and went straight to the point. "You should know what my presence here means. I've helped Bishop Utravsky complete his commission, and in return, he agreed to let you go." Without waiting for the vampire inside to exclaim in surprise, Klein added, "Of course, there are conditions. But it's very simple. You just need to pretend to convert to the Earth Mother faith and deeply repent for your past actions, and I can take you away." Klein, who had originally expected things to go as smoothly as before, suddenly heard a roar. "I am sanguine, noble sanguine. Do you understand? I'm telling you, and that hateful priest outside, I worship the moon, and I will absolutely not convert to the Earth Mother. Even pretending to convert is an insult to the sanguine, I cannot accept it. Besides, why should I repent? I act openly and honestly. At most, I go to the hospital to secretly drink blood from blood bags, which is already very restrained. The one who needs to repent is that hateful priest." Klein, who had investigated Emlyn White, nodded, knowing that this guy was a law-abiding citizen, at most with some peculiar habits. He only muttered to himself, "Too bad you wandered into this church and faced a devout, repentant, and fanatical priest. One can only say your luck wasn't very good." He hadn't expected this guy to be so stubborn. Klein listened to the complaints pouring out from behind the stone door like beans from a bamboo tube, thought for a moment, and then tentatively said, "I went to 48 Riverbay Avenue. Your parents have already moved out. Of course, they would not only move out, but they would also move to a place I don't know. The commission you received must have also been issued through an intermediary," Emlyn White responded without hesitation. Recalling the exquisite puppets he saw when he snuck into 48 Riverbay Avenue yesterday, Klein added playfully. "However, they moved out in such a hurry that they didn't take many things with them. For example, those in your room." The air seemed to solidify for several seconds. Seeing a chance, Klein's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed on. "If I can't complete this task for you, to compensate for my previous commission fees and the mystical item I used to help Bishop Utravsky, I'll have to sell those puppets. I wonder how many gold pounds they'll fetch." Before Klein could add more fuel to the fire, Emlyn White sighed through gritted teeth. "Enough. You humans are truly malicious. I agree, but you must guarantee that no third person knows about my feigned submission to that old geezer. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Casually flicking the gold coin between his fingers, Klein chanted the divination phrases in front of Emlyn White. Emlyn White's words are sincere. After chanting a few times, Klein looked at the gold coin in his palm, a slight smile on his lips, and gave his assurance to the chaste Mr. Vampire. "Father, Bishop, I repent. I want to go home." Upon hearing the assurance, Emlyn White seemed like a changed person, shouting loudly with sincere emotion. Accompanied by continuous shouts, Bishop Utravsky, holding the nightmare candle, squeezed into the basement and said gently to Klein, "You did very well. Mother has gained another loyal believer. Please wait upstairs for a moment. Once he finishes a devout prayer, you can take him away." Looking at the nightmare candle that was suddenly lit, Klein opened his mouth, suddenly understanding what the bishop was going to do, and silently mourned for the poor vampire for 2 seconds. Leaving the basement, Klein sat quietly on a chair in the prayer hall. After a few minutes, he saw the tall Bishop Utravsky emerge with a pale-faced, effeminate, and handsome man. Looking at the vampire he had met once before, Klein quickly put on a smile. After thanking the bishop, he led the somewhat dazed Emlyn White out of the prayer hall. Bishop Utravsky merely nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned to walk to the Earth Mother's, holy emblem of life. He spread his arms and chanted in a low voice. Thank you, source of life. Praise you, mother of all things. Startled by the commotion behind him, Klein quickly left Harvest Church with Emlyn White. Looking at the sanguine, who had lost his arrogance and appeared weak, Klein teased. Mr. Vampire, how do you feel? As if his tail had been stepped on, Emlyn White glared fiercely at Klein and said. Pa, I am a noble sanguine. Don't use such vulgar terms to describe me. Stopping in the dimly lit alley, Klein ignored Emlyn White's incessant grumbling. He calmly took out the sun brooch, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and emphasized, now that I've saved you, it's time to discuss my reward, Mr. Emlyn. Looking at the dark golden, sunbird-shaped brooch, a flicker of discomfort crossed Emlyn's face. He subconsciously took 2 steps back before snorting in response, fine, once this is over, we're even. And it's best if we never meet again. What do you want? Gold pounds or a potion? Suppressing the burning sensation in his heart, Klein chuckled, no, I don't need either. What I want is the Sequence 8 Beast Tamer Beander Potion formula. If he hadn't obtained the subsequent Beander Potion formulas for Seer from the remnants of marionettist Rosago's spirit, Klein would have almost thought this was a Beander Potion from the Seer pathway. After all, Seer, Clown, Magician, Beast Tamer, it was practically a circus hodgepodge. Emlyn looked at Klein with some surprise, then thought for a moment and said rather arrogantly, you humans don't understand the noble sanguine. Only after acquiring additional Beander characteristics do the sanguine reproduce. Therefore, every sanguine newborn is a Sequence 7. Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 Beander Potion formulas are not important to us. I don't have a hobby of collecting such things. Holy crap, a Sequence 7 right after birth. Klein almost failed to control his expression. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he questioned in a low voice, so, you can't give me the reward? Emlyn White's expression immediately became quite strange. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his chin and said, hey, we have many powerful mysticologists among the sanguine. I'll write to them for help. Give me 2 days. Don't look at me with such suspicious eyes. A mere low sequence formula is nothing to me. Recalling the nightmare candle held by Bishop Utravsky, Klein looked at Emlyn White with pity in his eyes, waved his hand, and motioned for him to leave. Emlyn felt quite uneasy under his gaze. He opened his mouth but said nothing, directly disappearing into the darkness. After confirming Emlyn's departure, Klein quickly took off the sun brooch, isolated its influence with a spirit wall, then wiped the fine sweat from his face, turned, and prepared to return to 15 Minsk Street. 10 minutes later, Klein saw the golden yellow outer wall of the Harvest Church again from another direction, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It seems that in the future, when I go out, the all-purpose key cannot be carried with me. At the very least, it needs to be sealed by a spirit wall. Thinking this, Klein broke off a branch from a roadside tree, fashioned it into a temporary divining rod, and was about to divine the direction home when his steps paused at the main entrance of the Harvest Church. He saw a familiar figure. Why haven't you gone home yet? A familiar voice came, and the dazed Emlyn turned his head blankly, saying dazedly, I feel like I'm starting to miss the Harvest Church, miss the feeling of reciting the scriptures, miss the holy emblem of life, want to do cleaning and tidying, just for an hour, this shouldn't be happening. Looking at Emlyn's appearance, Klein couldn't help but gasp. This suggestion is even more vicious than I imagined. That candle is called Nightmare, and it's said to come from a giant dragon. Is the spectator pathway really that terrifying? After a moment of contemplation, Klein tentatively asked, if you can't resist this feeling yourself, why don't you take a carriage back to Bay Avenue? Emlyn suddenly stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said very softly, almost too quietly for Klein to hear, I don't have any money on me. Southern Continent, Nikifor City. The Church of the Evernights Aid for the Reconstruction of the Southern Continent was nearing its end. Meander incidents in the surrounding areas had been cleared, and by late October at the latest, Goddess's sword, Crest Sessima would return to LotM by airship, bringing with him the Grade 1 sealed artifact. Bright sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows. Susie wagged her tail, curiously watching the serious Aaron. She imitated Audrey and jumped onto the sofa, assuming an attentive listening posture. To get a messenger, you must first design an accurate summoning ritual, prepare the corresponding spirit world creature contract, and the messenger can only transmit messages back and forth between the owner and the artifact holder, not involving anyone else. Her golden hair was casually tied up, and her emerald eyes sparkled, very charming. Audrey asked curiously, "Can I find a messenger of my own now?" Patting Susie, Aaron took out a pre-prepared contract and a parchment detailing the summoning ritual from his spatial pocket. He handed them to Audrey while explaining, "There are two ways to obtain a messenger. One is to think of an accurate description, perform a ritual, summon the corresponding spirit world creature, and sign a necromantic contract with it. The second is to directly enter the spirit world, find the desired messenger, and after obtaining its consent, sign a contract with it and record the precise descriptive language for future use. The first method is simpler but quite dangerous, because what fits the description might be a powerful spirit world creature or a bizarre evil spirit. Each summoning cannot fully determine what will be attracted, and this is a risk that divination can hardly avoid in advance. So this time, we'll choose the second method. I've already had Astolfo help you find the most suitable spirit world creature for you in the spirit world. By now, it should have been trained well." Amidst the crackling sounds, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, with an invisible, subtle sensation surging. The candle flame on the table suddenly expanded, and Astolfo, covered in strange patterns, appeared, holding a spirit world creature whose aura was roughly comparable to Sequence 6. Looking at the oval-shaped spirit body trembling under the aura of the high-level spirit world creature, Aaron, who had received information from Astolfo, quickly filled in the blank spaces on the necromantic contract and handed it to the eager Audrey. Aaron personally stood guard until the ritual was successfully completed. He picked up the contract, watched the messenger, named Cecile, by Audrey, disappear into the candlelight, then thought for a moment and added, "The connection between a messenger and its host is not untraceable for some people. So, if you are in certain special circumstances, and your messenger's own Meander characteristic is not high enough, it can easily be tracked and expose information." Audrey nodded repeatedly. Having just acquired a messenger, she was extremely excited, like a child with a new toy. "Crest Sessima will return to Backland by airship in 2 weeks. You'll go back with him then. Earl Hall must miss you very much. Even if you don't need to carry aid supplies on the return journey, the airship's return to Backland will be at least by the end of November. At the end of the year, the Queen will also host a New Year's ball at the palace, which will be your social coming-of-age ceremony." Sitting beside Audrey, his fingertips brushing her smooth golden hair, Aaron looked at Audrey, who had stopped smiling and seemed a little downcast. He smiled and took out another piece of parchment. Sequence 7 Psychiatrist. Main ingredients: a pair of mirror dragon eyes, fruit of the elder tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 milliliters of black hunt giant lizard blood, 50 grams of elder tree root powder. Looking at the somewhat surprised Audrey, Aaron patiently explained, "Psychiatrist takes a step further than telepathist, beginning to directly influence targets and truly possessing a certain degree of self-preservation capability. For example, treating the other party's madness or other issues, or making the other party mad and lose their rationality. Therefore, during this time, digest the telepathist Meander potion as quickly as possible. Backland is far from as peaceful as it appears on the surface, especially your relationship with me, which may attract some ill-intentioned individuals. Therefore, it's best to advance to psychiatrist before returning to Backland." Audrey pursed her lips, inexplicably recalling Duke Negan, who had been assassinated, and couldn't help but clench the parchment. After a few words of caution regarding summoning messengers, Aaron replicated Audrey's messenger summoning ritual and handed it to Harland Rooney. This experienced artificer would use it to create several mystical items with the spirit world creature summoning ritual solidified within them. This way, even if Earl Hall was far away in Backland and didn't understand the ritual process, he could still successfully summon a messenger. Calderon, where the river of eternal darkness and two death closely related to it were hidden, was located deep within the spirit world. Led by Astolfo, the strange spirit world creatures along the way dared not approach, or even look directly. It wasn't long before Aaron reached his destination. The scene before him was no different in essence from other parts of the spirit world. Rich, vivid color blocks overlapped, and some thin mist permeated certain areas. In various deep recesses, pairs of eyes successively moved away. However, this city hidden behind the mist was different from normal. It did not develop upwards but extended in circles deeper and deeper into a subterranean pit, giving the overall impression of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had various styles, but all were equally bizarre. Some were towering pale stone pillars with huge single-unit houses polished at the top, some were built underground with a tombstone at the entrance, and some were even constructed from white bones, appearing chaotic and fragmented. And the closer to the bottom of the deep pit, the better preserved the buildings were, the closer to the top, the more collapsed areas there were, full of the decay and dilapidation brought by time. Aaron stopped Astolfo, who wanted to enter the outer area, and stood at the edge of the city, overlooking everything, but he could not clearly see what the buildings at the very bottom looked like. That place was shrouded in deep darkness, as if no light had shone into it for thousands or tens of thousands of years, like an abyssal maw that swallowed everything. The nation of disorder itself did not provide any enhancement to divination, only shielding certain interferences. But because this place involved a Sephira, his half-baked seer could at most vaguely see some scenes and could not make accurate judgments. Turning to look at Astolfo, Aaron pondered and said, "I'm going to enter the depths of Calderon later, which may cause many changes. You don't need to come with me. If other high-level spirit world creatures want to approach here, please help me block them until I come out." Astolfo scrutinized Aaron, looking at the city of Calderon shrouded in mist. A bizarre sound, enough to make a spirit tremble, echoed directly in Aaron's mind. "You must be careful. Gregory and Salinger may have left behind contingencies in the depths of Calderon. Even without these, the river of eternal darkness itself is the greatest threat. Back then, if he hadn't been corrupted by the tenebrous world, he wouldn't have been completely suppressed by that person, leading to the current situation. It seems there was something very strange about what happened back then." Aaron looked at Astolfo with some surprise, knowing that the he in the messenger's mouth was the bound god, and nodded, indicating that he was aware of the danger. Looking around, Aaron's spirituality surged, the ring of concealment glowed faintly, and he raised his hand to summon his historical void image from a few minutes ago, allowing his main body to return to the nation of disorder. His consciousness then shifted to the projection, giving it a substantial sense of existence. He took a step, his head feeling slightly dizzy, and the scene before him suddenly changed. He had already entered Calderon, the city of the dead. After a brief inspection, confirming that there were no immediate anomalies, Aaron focused his attention on observing his surroundings, while also chanting in a low, hoarse voice in Hermes, the origin of order and shadow. The great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. The lord of order who wields rules. As soon as he finished speaking, the ethereal, overlapping sounds of prayer echoed in Aaron's ears, who was within the nation of disorder. After waiting for a moment, he used true sight to observe and confirm that the aura of the nation of disorder had not caused any anomalies. This indicates that whatever is deep within Calderon City is still in a state of slumber. Aaron did not act rashly. After some thought, he manipulated the historical projection to open the recorded door of the underworld. Illusory light suddenly erupted, then collapsed inwards from a central point, forming a pair of double-leaf bronze doors. This door was slightly blurry, extremely ethereal, its surface covered with countless mysterious patterns, giving an indescribable sense of deathly silence and profound depth. With a creak, the mysterious bronze door moved backward, opening a crack. Through this crack, Aaron saw the deepest, most profound darkness. In the darkness, pallor surged, sometimes swirling up, sometimes falling, like a river flowing through a lightless night. On its two sides, giant, pale stone pillars vaguely appeared, extremely similar to those in Calderon City, yet even more exaggerated. Is this the river of eternal darkness? Aaron, fearing that his prying would cause unnecessary trouble, quickly dispelled the door of the underworld, after confirming. This mysterious door to the underworld seems to have had its direction altered here. Beyond the door is no longer the underworld, but the core area of Calderon City, the deepest part of the underground pit. Aaron, seated on his throne, thoughtfully pinched his brow, abandoning the idea of directly entering the core area via the door of the underworld. After all, this place was related to death, and many abilities in the necromantic domain would be rewritten and appear anomalous in Calderon City. He didn't want to inexplicably appear in the river of eternal darkness the moment he stepped out of the door of the underworld. After determining that Salinger's influence on the Nation of Disorder was minimal, he ceased maintaining the historical void images. Standing on the outskirts of Calderon, Aaron felt the eerie silence, as if the entire city had died. After completely taking control of the Nation of Disorder, he could return to Saphira with just a thought. So, despite sensing an anomaly, he still felt confident, though a little puzzled. When the Phoenix ancestor, Grigori, pulled Calderon out and threw it into the depths of the spirit world, she didn't evacuate the residents beforehand, and occasionally, some spirit world creatures would enter. But now, in this outer region, let alone active living beings, there isn't even a trace of skeletons, zombies, or other spirit world creatures. Aaron integrated the Black Emperor and Justiciar cards into his body. Feeling his spirituality rise again, his golden pupils scrutinized the chains of order that were invisible to the naked eye, pale and tinged with eerie green. The underlying rules here have been corrupted. Living beings entering Calderon will naturally transform into the undead, which is somewhat similar to the underworld but fundamentally different. Here, living creatures won't suddenly die and slowly become undead with no thought, instead, they directly become undead. However, for beyonders above the demigod level who are not of the death pathway, and certain special spirit world creatures, even if they are transformed into an undead state, they can return to normal as long as they leave Calderon in time. However, interacting with Calderon in this way will leave an imprint. Even if one leaves successfully, the imprint will be drawn by an invisible force and merge into the depths of Calderon. Using the Eye of Order, enhanced by the Nation of Disorder to interpret the distorted and aberrant rules of Calderon, Aaron controlled the Domain of Judgment to envelop himself, preventing interaction with Calderon and the leave imprint. After preparing, Aaron followed the strange, spiraling architecture downwards, heading towards the core area, the end of the deep pit. As he delved deeper, none of the various monsters hidden within this strange city dared to appear. The aura of the Nation of Disorder made their instinct for survival overcome their tendencies towards madness and predation. The deeper he went into the ground, the quieter Aaron's surroundings became. The peculiar buildings, though seemingly intact, felt as if they had been dead for many years, their very aura becoming cold and decaying. These monsters are too timid. It seems I won't have a chance to harvest a wave of spiritual materials and Beyander characteristics this time. Muttering to himself, Aaron glanced around with some disappointment, but he didn't intend to actually expand the Domain of Judgment to search. The most important thing at the moment was to successfully obtain the water from the river of eternal darkness. In a silent world, the passage of time is easily overlooked. Aaron only performed short-distance teleportation within the area covered by his true vision. After traveling for a long time, he finally saw the bottom of the deep pit. A massive, dark palace stood there, like the gaping maw of the abyss. Thin, grayish-white mist poured out from its open gate. The palace was supported by massive pillars, inlaid with all sorts of bones and body parts, with some areas even covered in bloody hides from different races. Aaron gazed for a few seconds, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he were back in Tingen, seeing Adam's Bone Church. Without hesitation, Aaron softly chanted in ancient Hermes. The Evernight goddess, more sublime than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. Crimson Lord, mother of concealment. Empress of calamity and fear, lord of slumber and silence. The Evernight imprint shimmered, and a strange statue of a demonic wolf-headed, snake-bodied creature appeared in Aaron's hand. Looking at the thin mist enveloping the palace and the motionless statue in his hand, Aaron continued to walk into the palace. On both sides of the hall were coffins of various shapes and colors. They lay there silently, as if their very existence had been weathered by death. As Aaron entered, faint sounds suddenly emerged from within these coffins, like rusty joints slowly opening one by one. The demonic wolf head on the statue emitted a faint glow from its eyes, and all the coffins immediately fell silent. Ignoring these things, Aaron stepped into the depths of the hall. Here, there was a downward grayish-white stone staircase, and at its entrance stood a massive stone tablet. At the top of the stone tablet stood a tall, slender statue of a giant bird, seemingly made of bronze. Its wings were covered with various pale symbols. Below the bird-shaped bronze statue, on the surface of the stone tablet, characters derived from the language of the dead, resembling different shapes of simplified birds and coiled snakes, formed two vague sentences. Even a god cannot escape. Even death will be imprisoned. Is this warning all living beings who come to Calderon not to go down this staircase? Does it lead directly to the river of eternal darkness? He wondered who placed this stone tablet here, Gregory or Salinger. Shaking his head lightly, Aaron withdrew his gaze, walked around the stone tablet with the bronze statue on top, and descended the grayish-white staircase, step by step. In the dark, lightless, silent, and icy environment, the golden light of the domain of judgment that constantly surrounded Aaron shone brightly, illuminating a very small area, like a small boat of life struggling to stay afloat in the tide of death. After an unknown duration of descent, a dense, dark golden mist suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes. The nation of disorder trembled slightly. Sensing this change, he immediately activated his incomplete mythical creature form without hesitation, warily looking around. At the same time, he tilted his head slightly and heard a faint, illusory splashing sound. This seemed to indicate that deep underground, not far from his current location, a dark river was slowly flowing. The next second, Aaron looked down at his feet. A dark, insubstantial current had appeared there at some point. On its surface, not even light could exist. At the bottom of the stone staircase, where the dark tide surged, a faint, grayish-white mist permeated upwards, combining with the illusory liquid and expanding into a more misty, grayish-white vapor. After the current reached Aaron's feet, it quietly receded, as if performing a cyclical ebb and flow. Recalling the Evernight goddess's warning, Aaron immediately moved away. Looking at the grayish-white mist that floated above the current, seemingly isolating the world, he raised the Ring of Mysteries in his hand. As an item separated from the Lord of the Mysteries, it could have a certain influence even when Klein had not fully mastered Saphira Castle, let alone just the grayish-white mist on a tributary. The thin mist was torn open by an invisible force, and the rising illusory tide seemed to have no obstruction. The silent and icy aura quickly spread, as if even thoughts were gradually decaying. If not for the protective aura of the nation of disorder around him, Aaron would highly suspect that even as a sequence 3, he would be passively and irresistibly absorbed into this tide. The demonic wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue in his hand was activated, automatically submerging into the illusory tide, bobbing up and down in the current, and slowly reaching the end of the staircase as the tide receded. Beyond the end was a void, and within the void flowed a wide, illusory, colorless, dim river. This river was so blurry and difficult to see because it was enveloped by a grayish-white, barrier-like thin mist. Is this the river of eternal darkness? Aaron's eyes narrowed, his consciousness connecting with the nation of disorder, and he looked at the void, dim river with his true vision. He was actually not unfamiliar with such a scene. He had personally witnessed other Saphira sealed by Saphira Castle when he hunted the god of weather, contaminated by the city of calamity in Bansi. However, unlike before, some of the water from this river of eternal darkness had already penetrated the grayish-white mist and partially merged with it, appearing sometimes dark, sometimes pale. This part of the river water constantly swirled up and then fell, like a rushing tributary in the black void. On both sides of the tributary stood massive, pale stone pillars, as if supporting something, preventing it from collapsing. At this moment, between these stone pillars, at the edge of the tributary, countless slightly blurry, semi-transparent figures walked back and forth, lingering, slowly but ceaselessly. Among them, the most striking was a bewildered figure that sometimes walked deep into the tributary, sometimes turned back, but could never escape the river water. It was enormous, similar in size to the surrounding stone pillars. It wore a deep black robe, and its side was already ancient. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at Aaron. Its face had distinct South Continent features, but it was already rotten with marks, and white feathers stained with pale yellow grease had grown out. Aaron knew him. He was Mr. Azek's father, the death of the fourth epoch. Underworld Emperor Salinger. This death, who had wandered aimlessly in the river of eternal darkness for 1,000 years, had the statue slowly drawing water from the river of eternal darkness immediately reflected in his pale, almost extinguished eyes. The next second, a low roar emanated from his rotten mouth, echoing above the river, causing the entire city of Calderon to shake noticeably. The tributary, which sometimes swirled up, sometimes fell, sometimes dark, sometimes pale, surged accordingly, rushing madly towards the end of the stone staircase, towards Aaron. Wave after wave of grayish-white torrents crashed against Aaron's body, but they could not destroy his domain of judgment, which was fortified by the nation of disorder and the blasphemy slate. Death Salinger's rotten body walked step by step to the edge of the tributary, but could not escape, only standing there, roaring madly. Aaron's gaze passed over him, passed over the countless blurry figures lingering on both sides of the tributary, and looked at the ever-expanding shadow in the illusory river water. It was a giant bird completely submerged in the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, suspended in the water. This giant bird's body was covered with feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, but most of it had been dissolved by the river of eternal darkness, revealing parts of its dark, rotten skin with pale yellow pus flowing from it. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be cast from bronze, with layers of illusory doors hidden within them. This was the phoenix ancestor, Grigori, the ancient death who opened the underworld. Backland, 15 Minsk Street. Klein rubbed his wrist, looking at the few surviving paper angels, barely recognizable as human figures, among a pile of paper scraps on the table, and sighed. He glanced at the already dim sky, and just as he was about to prepare dinner, he heard the doorbell. He quickly put away the usable paper figures. Klein snapped his fingers, and a flame rose, instantly burning the paper scraps to ashes. Casually placing a few newspapers on the table, Klein walked to the front door and grasped the doorknob. The image of his visitor naturally appeared in his mind. It was the handsome but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. It hadn't even been 2 days, no need to rush, he's a trustworthy fellow. Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn raised his chin and handed over a parchment, his impatience evident. "This is the beast tamer potion formula you wanted. From today, we are even." Looking at the vampire gentleman who claimed they were even but whose body honestly remained at the door, Klein glanced at his brown priest's robe, tsked inwardly, but outwardly remained calm and invited him into the living room. Without any pretense, right in front of him, Klein performed a divination to confirm the authenticity of the potion formula. Emlyn withdrew his gaze, unenthusiastically, picked up the newspaper on the table and began to read it, seeing the news Klein had circled. Next Tuesday to next Friday, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, the Kingdom Museum will once again hold the Roussel the Great Memorial Exhibition. Emlyn scoffed, threw the newspaper back onto the table, and curled his lip in disdain. "I never would have thought you, a detective, would be interested in the Roussel Memorial Exhibition. Tisk tisk, but I estimate that this year's exhibition will have all the truly valuable items replaced." Klein's eyes narrowed. After putting the beast tamer potion formula into his pocket, he casually asked, feigning indifference. Oh, why? Is the church worried that Emperor Russell's items are not properly preserved? As he spoke, he also drew a triangular holy emblem on his chest, doing his best to appear as a devout but not very familiar with Backlund's recent situation steam worshipper. Emlyn snorted, looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and said in an irritating tone. Of course, you, an outsider, wouldn't know. The Kingdom Museum was robbed once 3 years ago. I heard at a clan gathering that what was lost seemed to be a bookmark. Tisk, those idiots from the Steam Church still don't know who stole the item right under their noses. At this point, Emlyn suddenly remembered that the person opposite him seemed to be a Steam worshipper, and he quickly cleared his throat and added. My words weren't directed at you. I'm just stating facts. You're not targeting me, you're targeting the entire Steam Church. False believer, Klein muttered to himself. Upon hearing that the Kingdom Museum had lost a bookmark 3 years ago, Klein had a feeling of being preempted, but unable to confirm. He could only comfort himself, thinking it probably wouldn't be such a coincidence. Klein calmly assessed Emlyn's brown priest robe, composed himself, and jokingly asked. You wouldn't happen to be from the Harvest Church, would you? That psychological suggestion, you haven't resolved it yet, have you? I remember you said you could write a letter to ask more noble sirs for help, didn't you? Your sanguine should not lack powerful individuals. Listening to the barrage of questions, Emlyn's mouth twitched, and his expression fell, his face turning the color of cooled ashes. They said Father Utravsky is a favored one of the Earth Mother, and they don't want to directly conflict with him. They're currently researching other ways to remove the psychological suggestion. Leaning back on the sofa somewhat dejectedly, Emlyn muttered with dull eyes. By the time they figure it out, by the time they find a powerful individual in the spiritual domain, perhaps I'll already be a loyal believer of the Earth Mother. It's only been 2 days, and now I'm increasingly feeling how precious life is, and how joyful harvest is. A favored one of the Earth Mother. Father Utravsky is a favored one of the Earth Mother. Klein first marveled, then felt a wave of lingering fear. If I had lost that night, I might have been locked in the basement and forcibly detained. If I had won, I would have offended another deity. No, I couldn't have won at all. A favored one of the Earth Mother definitely has corresponding trump cards. If Father Utravsky hadn't suppressed the split personality back then, I probably wouldn't have even defeated him. Klein wisely chose not to delve deeper into the topic and, after some thought, suggested. You can try to find an organization called the Psychology Alchemists. They might be able to help you. Otherwise, you can only wait for Miss Justice of Art Tarot Club to become a psychiatrist, but by then, perhaps you'll already be unwilling to abandon your faith in the Earth Mother. Klein silently added in his mind. After agreeing to help Emlyn look for clues about the Psychology Alchemists, Klein glanced at the crimson moon already high in the sky, took out his cloak and mask. Tonight, there was a Beander gathering at the Bravehearts bar. This beast tamer potion formula and the medullary crystal of the elf spring can be sold separately to that Viscount and the fat apothecary. After deducting the cost of the elf spring from the premium sale, it should be around £700. Adding the £1,500 in activity funds that Mr. Hanged Man promised to make up this week, I'll still owe Marich £2,000. Calculating silently in his mind, Klein felt his wallet was like a leaky sieve, causing him immense heartache. In the deeper regions of Calderon, below the river of eternal darkness, Gregali's eyes erupted with bronze light, and an invisible, terrifying suction swept towards Aaron and the strange statue that was drawing water from the river of eternal darkness, attempting to drag them both underwater. Feeling the terrifying suction, and weighing his current predicament, Aaron instantly made a decision. His consciousness connected with the nation of disorder, mobilizing the power of the Sephira. The illusory moon city glowed faintly. As the chain of order vibrated, an invisible power augmented Aaron. Dark golden mist of order resisted the decaying, deathly silent force. Seizing this brief opportunity, Aaron manipulated his historical projection to retrieve the wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue, which had been floating in the illusory river water and had already absorbed a small amount of it. Without waiting for the river of eternal darkness to fully erupt, Aaron, already manifesting an incomplete mythical creature form under the amplification of the Nation of Disorder, directly and forcefully modified the rules. Having successfully obtained the branch river water of the river of eternal darkness, he no longer cared what anomalies might occur. He took a single step and returned directly to the outer regions of Calderon. Recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier, Aaron mused. The phoenix ancestor Gregali, this ancient god, has completely sunk into the river of eternal darkness. It can be said that she has completely lost the possibility of resurrection. And if Salinger cannot resurrect within Azek before the Evernight goddess, then after the Evernight goddess truly accommodates the uniqueness of the death pathway, he should also sink into the water like Gregali, and Gregali's death imprint will further dissolve as a result. However, it seems the river of eternal darkness only has a strong pull on sequence 0 of the death pathway. After all, Giant King Ormir is a sequence 0 of an adjacent pathway, yet there is no death imprint of his. This judgment was not mere conjecture. This branch of the river of eternal darkness originally appeared in the outside world because of Gregali, so it was reasonable for it to be more closely tied to the death pathway. That's a bit too rash. Perhaps Ormir's death imprint is deeper within the river of eternal darkness, and I just haven't discovered it yet. Just then, the deeper regions of Calderon suddenly experienced violent tremors, as if a colossal entity, provoked, was awakening. Illusory sounds of surging waves were like an endless river rising. That indescribable sensation even coalesced into a vast expanse of illusory gray-white, like a flood, rising layer by layer from the abyssal pit. Looking at Calderon, where order was completely disrupted, Aaron did not hesitate, rushing directly towards the exit of the outer region. He had no immediate desire to delve deeper into the other secrets hidden within Calderon, the City of Calamity, or the River of Eternal Darkness and the blurred figures lurking within it. He hadn't forgotten that Underworld Emperor Salinger intended to indirectly use the River of Eternal Darkness to fuse with the Red Priest uniqueness and forge a new outer deity pathway. Although he eventually went mad, no longer able to control his desire to aggregate the Twilight and Darkness pathways, in a sense, it could also mean that he truly succeeded in fusing with the Red Priest uniqueness, only to become like the ancient gods of the ancient era. Whether the Evernight goddess played a role in this, Aaron didn't want to delve into it. The crucial point was that Medici, the Red Angel, the original holder of the Red Priest uniqueness, might have been secretly contaminated by the City of Calamity itself. In other words, if he counted himself, Calderon would simultaneously be linked to 4 Sephiroth. If it truly triggered some peculiar interaction between the Sephiroth, Aaron did not possess the strength of the celestial worthy to bring those Sephiroth into submission. Passing through the invisible barrier, Aaron again felt an extremely decaying aura of death, almost thinking that the power of the River of Eternal Darkness had broken through some restraint and permeated outside Calderon. Noticing that the Nation of Disorder had calmed down, Aaron followed his senses and looked in a certain direction. The vibrant colors there were completely tinged with a gloomy green, and a white feathered arm slowly retracted from within, followed by a rapid fading of the heavy death aura. Stopping Astolfo, who still wanted to pursue through the spirit world fluctuations, Aaron narrowed his eyes slightly. That was merely a power projection of a death console. Rashly pursuing it could easily lead to a trap. Ordinary angels could not sense the changes in Calderon so quickly. Excluding Mr. Azek, who was still searching for the past, only the 2 from the numinous episcopate, closely related to death, remained. It wasn't his true body, just a power projection. Aaron narrowed his eyes, instantly thinking of a name: Hater, the former Grand Priest of the Church of Death. He had been severely corrupted during a certain ritual and currently could not leave his mausoleum, otherwise he would immediately lose control. That's why he used a more troublesome power projection to investigate the anomaly in Calderon. In a special area deep within the spirit world, which converged various symbols, Shaman King Karaman, silently following behind the Death Scion, Ferryman Erodes Agers, looked at the boundless, dim world ahead, his eyelids twitching slightly as he couldn't help but murmur. Is this the legendary underworld? After the ancient death, the phoenix ancestor Gregali, opened up the underworld in the spirit world. Apart from the door of the underworld, which could be briefly connected, the exact location of the underworld was considered unknown. Only the most outstanding among the death scions could find it. Yes, this journey has been smooth. Soon I can fulfill my promise, and your safety will be guaranteed. As he spoke, Rhodes Agers's face silently rotted and fell off, but he simply reattached it to his face. Although that classical alchemist had used his life to reshape his body, bearing the power of the ferryman was still too much of a strain. Moreover, he had been corrupted by the uniqueness activated by the artificial death, and thus had no choice but to come to the underworld to seek help. As the aura of the ferryman emanated, the dark green, abyssal void immediately became translucent. Skeletons with open mouths, vines with infant faces protruding, bloody arms, and strange, toothy, slimy tentacles frantically reached out, both excited and ferocious. Ignoring the grotesque and sinister scene, Rhodes Agers slowly uttered words that normal beings could not understand. The surroundings instantly grew dimmer, both hazy and illusory. This was the language of death from hell, from the underworld. The destination of all death. The hell hidden deep within the spirit world. The witness to the decay of all things. The kingdom belonging solely to death. As the words of death echoed, the void immediately ignited with a ghastly green flame, illuminating the surroundings with a sinister chill. A pale green light, flowing with a gloomy green, suddenly spread, and a bronze door covered in mysterious patterns slowly emerged. This door, covered in mysterious patterns, merged with endless deathly stillness, rapidly expanding to over 30 meters in height. It stood there, using the spirit world burning with ghastly green flames as its base, like a connection to another world, different from the current one. Clang! The bronze door suddenly opened, and an indescribable darkness surged out, bypassing Rhodes Agers and directly enveloping Karaman. Seized by transparent, rotting, pale, or illusory hands from the darkness, Karaman felt a chill from the depths of his spirit body, unable to control his body. He finally couldn't maintain the composure on his face, horrified to discover that his spirit body was uncontrollably floating upwards, separating from his body inch by inch. He was a sequence 4 of the moon pathway, and his spirituality was inherently stronger than that of a demigod of the same level, with mastery over his spirit body being effortless. Yet, even so, he couldn't control the feeling of his spirit body being gradually extracted. An illusory black river of the underworld surged from Rhodes Agers, enveloping Karaman. Karaman, who had regained control of his body, gasped a few times and asked with some surprise and uncertainty. It seems entering the underworld at your level doesn't require such trouble. You wouldn't be trying to take this opportunity to kill me, would you? Karaman only dared to ponder the latter half of the sentence in his mind. Naturally not. If I wanted to enter, I could simply use the power of the ferryman. But since I am asking for a favor, I naturally need to greet the current master here. The master of the underworld. Karaman's face stiffened slightly. At present, the only one still qualified to bear the title seemed to be the leader of the numinous episcopate's royal faction, Pale Empress Cia Palenque Agers. Cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. The collapse of the Balam Empire was inextricably linked to the Rose School of Thought. Although he had only joined the Rose School of Thought later, who could be sure that the Empress wouldn't settle old scores with him? Before he could speak, a dense deathly stillness instantly engulfed his 5 senses. Rhodes Agers directly led him into that substantial bronze door, which seemed made for giants. At the center of the deep, gloomy world was a mottled palace covered in feathers. A pure black coffin rested on a high platform in the center of the palace, its lid now open. A female figure stood, wearing a deep black robe embroidered with gold threads and a golden bird-shaped crown. Her features were soft, with distinct South Continent characteristics, yet she gave off an extremely vague, eerie, and terrifying sensation. It seemed to make every beholder believe that once the contours of this face became clear enough, it would come alive, from ancient times, from the eternal darkness where the dead slumber. At that time, this body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. As this face slowly turned, the stone walls and floor tiles inside the palace began to weather, so rapidly that it seemed to have undergone thousands of years of erosion in just a second or two. They quickly became mottled, constantly shedding fragments or being stirred into dust by the wind, while tiny, pale white downy hairs grew in the cracks. These downy hairs, in the blink of an eye, grew into large white feathers, their surfaces seemingly soaked in a faint yellow oil stain. Within these deep black eyes, pale lines emerged, outlining extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbols. It was like a bird with abnormally long feathers, or a feathered serpent coiled up. This symbol absorbed the surrounding light, quickly gaining substance, and then detached from her eyes, unfurling its body, and flew towards Erodes Agers, who had suddenly appeared in the palace. Along its path, this strange symbol made the surroundings even dimmer, causing the floor tiles and stone walls to weather and decay once more, as if the deity who commanded death had delivered the final judgment. The falling rubble and rising dust followed the materialized symbol, reaching Erodes Agers, then coiled around him, enveloping the ferryman. During this process, Erodes Agers felt the same sensation of being easily manipulated that Karaman had experienced. As the symbol merged into his figure, he seemed to instantly establish a connection with the source of deathly aura within the palace. For a moment, he seemed to see an illusory deity high above countless undead, and bloated bodies like water ghosts lingering in a dark river. He also saw black threads extending from his body into the endless void, being violently torn apart. This was the uniqueness of the death pathway, corrupting high-sequence beyonders of the death pathway. As that connection was severed, Arthas Agers seemed to hear a faint call, and subconsciously looked up, following the spiritual thrilling. The other end of the severed, invisible, illusory black thread was a patch of dead, silent black mist, accompanied by that faint call, or more accurately, a panting sound from some terrifying creature. The Styx surged from the underworld within him, supporting Arthas Agers' body and preventing him from kneeling. Although he knew he should close his eyes, he gritted his teeth and stared intently at the black mist slowly spreading outwards. Drops of sweat slid down his forehead, hitting the ground of the palace in front of him, staining it with a faint yellow grease and sprouting fine white fuzz. While Arthas Agers was suffering in agony, on the high platform in the center of the palace, pale Empress, Thea Palank Agers, wearing a deep black robe embroidered with gold thread and a golden bird-shaped crown, merely watched everything with cold eyes. After only a few breaths, the black mist dispersed, and the illusory object coiled at the bottom gradually revealed itself. It was a massive feathered serpent, seemingly large enough to occupy an entire island. It had huge, dark green scales, with feathers tinged with faint yellow grease growing from the gaps, and from each feather, illusory black tubes extended. This exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and real, its more specific shape difficult to describe, seemingly composed of elements incomprehensible to humans. Pale flames burned in its eye sockets, and its face was a human face. That face was bronze-skinned, with soft features, and a tiny black mole below its right ear. "Your Highness Azek," Arthas Agers, propping up his body, gasped in disbelief, almost collapsing to the ground. Although the subjects of the Balaam Empire preferred to call that Son of God, the Death Consul, Arthas, being of the Agers royal bloodline, preferred to address him as Your Highness. Just as that feathered serpent, seemingly encompassing the entire world, was about to move forward, pale Empress, Thea Palank Agers, who had been indifferent, suddenly raised her hand. The entire underworld seemed to come alive, as endless ghostly green flames soared, completely blocking the gaze that had spread along the broken black thread. The remaining ghostly green flames did not dissipate, instead, they enveloped Arthas Agers, who had collapsed below the high platform. The definition of death seemed to be reversed, and his previously shattered physical body was reborn in the flames. Thea Palank Agers looked at Arthas Agers. At this moment, the ferryman's soul and body were perfectly integrated, completely mending the defect caused by the classical alchemist's life forging. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Listening to that deathly voice, which seemed capable of corrupting the soul, Arthas Agers opened his mouth, his thoughts in a jumble. He had come to the underworld this time, both to request the Pale Empress's help in forging his physical body and removing its shackles, and to ask this divine descendant if she still remembered the glory of their bloodline and why she allowed the former high priest Hadel to do such blasphemous things. But after seeing the face of the terrifying creature beneath the black mist, the source of the shackles, these thoughts became even more chaotic. After a long while, he asked in a hoarse voice, word by word. What was that I just saw? A flicker of complexity passed through her cold eyes. Thea Palank Agers turned sideways to look out of the palace, at the vast and boundless underworld, and calmly replied. That was God's final attempt. Azek Agers' soul was divided into two parts. After God's fall, that part of the soul merged with Hadel's goal for the artificial death, the death pathway's uniqueness. This allowed that uniqueness to gain a certain instinct, and it began to actively influence the high-sequence beyonders of the entire pathway. Only with the blessing of the underworld can I directly eliminate or block that influence. Arthas Agers suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the figure on the high platform, symbolizing death and decay. He intensified his tone, almost questioning. When the Pale Calamity fell, you had only just been promoted to ferryman. How did you, who weren't even an angel at the time, know about the arrangements God left behind? Thea Palank Agers turned around. Her face, which had been 7 or 8 parts similar to Azek Agers, now grew patches of dark, cold scales, and a miniature feathered serpent statue faintly appeared on her forehead. Her cold voice echoed in the empty, silent palace. After the Pale Calamity ended, God fell, and the empire also collapsed. I luckily survived and obtained the Empire's last treasure. That's how I digested the ferryman potion in less than a century, was promoted to Death Consul, and successfully took control of the underworld. After I took control of the underworld, I sensed Azek Agers' aura. At that time, I was preparing to give him this death relic corresponding to Sequence 1 Pale Emperor. But when I went to the northern continent to find Azek, I encountered the Crimson Lord's divine descent vessel. It was he who told me all of this. Although Azek, during his Death Consul period, was influenced by the contained out-of-controlled tendencies within the Beander characteristic, he was more influenced by God's transmission from a high position, which is why he became a pseudo-death with only divinity and no humanity. Arthas Agers stood rooted to the spot, subconsciously asking, what exactly do you want to do? And what does that Hadel want to do? The dark, cold scales receded, and Thea Palank Agers lay back down in the pure black coffin on the high platform. Her indifferent voice rang out. I have already helped you mend your defects. The only obstacle to your continued advancement is the Beander characteristic. Besides the few Death Consul characteristics sealed by the 7 churches, the only one I am certain of its whereabouts is the one in the possession of the demonist sect. If you can truly advance to angel, you can come to the underworld again, and I will answer your remaining questions. An invisible, vast power surged like a tide, instantly engulfing Arthas Agers, who still wanted to say something, and carrying him out. Feeling the sudden influx of information in his mind, he silently gazed at the palace in the center of the underworld and whispered. Demoness. Sighing lightly, Arthas Agers sensed the mark left on Karamon and hurried in another direction in the underworld. Southernmost tip of the southern continent, Eastern Balam indigenous region, deep within the abyss of ferrying. The numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's base, Manuel, the city of the living, and the city of the dead, face each other across the river, forming a complete cycle of life and death. Above the illusory, dark river, the waves slowly subsided, and the arms, vines, and tentacles attempting to grasp outwards either evaporated completely. At the source of the river, deep within the black mausoleum embedded upside down in the ground, an invisible, cold wind surged from the numerous open coffins. Skulls with swaying pale flames danced, and endless wailing, roaring souls chanted together in a language seemingly from the underworld. King of the deep hell. Angel who plays the death melody. Ruler above the Styx. From the deeper source of death, within the profound vortex formed by the dark coffin, a cold, chilling, lofty and terrifying aura emanated, followed by an ancient, icy voice that made one's soul seem to directly detach from the body. Tell Patrick Brain, the ritual to awaken God must be accelerated, at all costs. As the promoter of the artificial death project, Hadel had always insisted on inversely influencing the remnants of death through a series of sacrificial rituals and the transformation of his own high-sequence beyonders. This allowed the more abstract uniqueness, which represented the authority of a deity, to gradually develop a nascent instinct, making that which was merely a totem, merely a concept, initially, come alive. The consequence was that this entity, which had no intelligence and could not yet be called an artificial death, began to assimilate with the entire ritual, influencing beyonders of lower sequences in the same pathway with a strong craving. Upon reaching certain conditions, the entity hidden deep within the black mist would extend illusory black tubes, establish a connection with the target, extract their power, and transform their body. The first to bear the brunt was the leader of this artificial death faction, Hadel, who to this day cannot leave the mausoleum due to this influence. Ferryman Flora Tristan felt the terrifying aura and couldn't help but lower her head, respectfully responding. Yes, High Priest, I will remember your teachings. May every spirit live eternally in God's kingdom. I will personally go to Backland to supervise Patrick Brain. As she spoke, she used the current prayer posture of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, raising both hands, thumbs together, pressing them against the center of her forehead, which is the core of the underworld, symbolizing the position of death. The ferrying boat slowly emerged on the illusory, dark water. Flora Tristan stepped forward alone, and the pale light tinged with ghostly green grew fainter and fainter, finally disappearing into the darkness, as if it had never appeared. Backland, Northern District, Street. Samuel Church. Aaron, in a semi-hidden state, walked into the grand prayer hall, glanced at the Evernite sacred emblem on the altar, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and began to pray. Evernite goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity, you are the mother of secrets, the empress of calamity and fear. During the prayer, Aaron, with his eyes closed, gradually settled into a state of calm and peace, as if entering a semi-dream, semi-awake state. The fatigue from exploring Calderon City seemed to vanish in an instant. After an unknown period, an endless darkness appeared before his eyes, with clusters of night-scented grass and deep-sleeked flowers at his feet. It was so quiet here that even breathing seemed to disturb the slumbering ones around. Although there was no distinction between sky and earth here, a figure seemed to come from a high-hanging red moon or stars. She wore layered but not intricate deep black robes, adorned with countless dazzling specks, as if she had draped the starry night sky over herself, and in her right hand, she was toying with that strange wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue. A soft voice, like a night lullaby, suppressed the sound of surging river water from the statue, echoing in Aaron's heart. Well done. If you need to use the water of the river of eternal darkness later, you can pray to me in advance. Also, if you are going to the Evernite Plains, you must do so after you truly advance to Angel. That place is similar to Calderon but has a fundamental difference. Aaron was startled, his thoughts immediately arising. The Evernite goddess knows I'm going to the Evernite Plains. What does this mean? An unspoken understanding between the masterminds, or did Lilith give a heads-up in advance? What's hidden in the Evernite Plains is very likely the clue to the Mother Nest, and the Mother Nest is a sephira corresponding to one of the three pillars, pointing to the existence at the pinnacle of the outer gods, the Mother Goddess of Depravity. This one is different from the half-crippled son of Chaos. Even though her sephira was torn apart due to her initial awakening, she still retains the symbol of a pillar. Moreover, she has already transformed from completing her own abilities through the sephira to a complete sephira, and thus can exert a considerable influence on the Mother Nest portion on Earth. It wasn't until the starry sky before his eyes completely disappeared that Aaron came back to his senses, suppressing his thoughts, and sincerely praised the goddess again. Opening his eyes again, Aaron found that Saint Anthony, the Backland Archbishop wearing a black robe with red patterns, was already standing in front of him. He immediately stood up and drew a crimson moon over his chest. The Archbishop, with no facial hair and deep eyes, returned a crimson moon and said gently, Praise the goddess, Mr. Chosen, please follow me and do not resist. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding light suddenly disappeared, as if swallowed by the gloom. Within the entire church, all praying believers felt the descent of darkness for that brief moment. Everything quickly returned to normal, and Saint Anthony led Aaron to the Chinese gate beneath the church. Today, the sole assurer Sost was leading the team on duty. Before he could ask, Archbishop Saint Anthony solemnly instructed, "Prepare yourselves, proceed with the protocol. I need to enter the third level behind the Chinese gate with Mr. Duke." "Yes, Your Grace, Archbishop." Sost froze for a second, looked at Aaron behind the Archbishop, and immediately responded. As the large door, inscribed with the Evernite sacred emblem, opened and closed, Aaron followed Archbishop Anthony with steady steps into the second underground level, passing through compartments filled with sealed artifacts and Beander materials, and opening the path to the third level at a hidden location. The two quickly arrived at the relatively small third level. Aaron watched the Archbishop follow strict procedures, observing the situation inside, 1 to 80, through 1 to 29. The 0 to 17, sealed inside lay there, its eyes half open, as usual. During this process, Saint Anthony approached 3 times and pulled away 3 times, sometimes changing positions, sometimes shrouding himself in a layer of night, not daring to show the slightest negligence. After this, he needed to awaken this vessel of the goddess's divine descent. The Night Emperor's divine kingdom fragment, which Aaron craved, had been integrated into the sealing core of St. Samuel Church as early as the beginning of the 5th epoch. In Backland, if one did not want to attract the attention of that person from the Augustus family, one could only ask, 0 to 17, for help. Aaron did not interfere with Archbishop Anthony's actions. He looked at the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts on the 3rd floor, pondering to himself. Sealed artifact, 129 feet has the ability to clear specific memories of a target. Even its negative effect is to make surrounding people degenerate into amnesiacs, who have to relearn how to eat and drink. This ability, similar to stealing memories, is most likely a Marauder Pathway sealed artifact. It can make Anthony, a Sequence 3 horror bishop, so cautious, and it can seal 0-17 feet, so it should correspond to Mentor of Deceit. And sealed artifact, 180 feet can make surrounding people become part of a dream between reality and illusion, which is clearly an ability possessed by a dream weaver. Sealed by these 2 sealed artifacts, instead of completely obliterating the consciousness of this mother of the sky, what does the goddess want to do? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Aaron felt an indescribable tranquility brush past his spirit body, like night falling. He subconsciously turned his head and met the gaze of a figure wearing a classical long robe and a black hood. Her beautiful, vacant face further highlighted the black eyes hidden in the shadows, like a deep night sky, with pupils so profound and dark they seemed to contain a pure, lightless void. Aaron hastily drew a crimson moon on his chest and praised in a low voice. "Thank you for your generosity." After completing the unsealing of 0 to 17, Archbishop Anthony did not linger for a moment. Amidst surging darkness, he disappeared directly behind the Chinese gate. Aaron stood alone, watching the beautiful, vacant-faced woman pull the hood of her classical robe, and the entire 3rd floor was instantly enveloped in dark mist. Behind the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts and 0 to 17, was a wall adorned with a massive Evernite holy emblem, as if all the faith condensed by St. Samuel Church gathered there. Sealed artifact, 0 to 17, expressionlessly reached out its palm, gently tugging as if pinching a corner of the void, and a thin, night curtain was softly unveiled. Aaron instantly felt a strong attraction from his bloodline, his gaze fixed on a cluster of crimson gold light that appeared in 0-17 inches s hand. Without anyone needing to explain, he immediately understood that this was a fragment of the divine kingdom from the previous Justiciar, the Night Emperor. The hazy shadow world obstructed the connection between this fragment and the outside world. 0 to 17, no longer restrained it, allowing the cluster of light to surge into Aaron's body. Layers of prayers echoed in his ears. As this divine kingdom fragment integrated, Aaron felt his spirituality elevate significantly. A scene emerged within the brilliant golden light, seemingly a most unforgettable moment of that night emperor. On the scarred earth, Transmigration, clad in golden armor, seemed to be the center of the entire world, with golden chains of order extending to unknown places. Opposite him was an incredibly beautiful woman, but whether it was the bone-chilling killing intent in her eyes, or the bizarre long hair that reached her ankles, each strand thick like a venomous snake with eyes at its tip, all added an eerie color to this beauty. Behind her was an abstract world that looked similar to the cosmos, dark, profound, and boundless, but actually had many peculiar features. Some areas were covered with vibrant flowers, with a perpetually bright sky. Others seemed to be covered by countless books, open or closed, with different figures moving through them, enjoying reading, while still others were in boundless ocean shrouded in storms, with lightning and thunder never ceasing. The scene flashed by, but Aaron had already understood what he had just seen. It was the moment Transmigration was promoted to Justiciar. So his promotion ritual target was the primordial demoness. It seems that when the primordial demoness agreed to cooperate with the underworld emperor Salinger to unleash the pale disaster, besides her inherent love for disaster, she also harbored thoughts of revenge against the seven deities. I still need to be careful later. If that fellow finds out Transmigration still has descendants, it will be a big trouble. Although the primordial demoness's condition is certainly not good, at the end of the day, she is a true god. What's more, the demoness sect alone is already very difficult to deal with. After clarifying his thoughts, Aaron finally had the mind to pay attention to his own changes. The most obvious and impactful change was in his judgment domain. It was as if he had taken a powerful tonic. Not only did its coverage more than double, but the judgment domain also gained many rule powers specifically targeting various sequences. Originally, the Justiciar's divine kingdom was slowly established through the advancement of the judgment domain. Like a certain inheritance, Aaron, by integrating this divine kingdom fragment, directly inherited the rule powers that allowed the fragment to persist. This directly supplemented the rule powers that Aaron would have needed years, or even becoming an angel, to fully complete. However, this was not without cost. Taking shortcuts ultimately incurs a price. Ultimately, these rule powers originated from the Night Emperor. Even though that former Justiciar had fallen, if used directly, the greatest possibility was to suffer a rule backlash or for an opponent to exploit a rule loophole. But with the assistance of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron believed he would soon be able to fully digest these rule powers and truly make them his own. With this thought, Aaron's spirituality stirred, and his perspective shifted to within the Nation of Disorder. He immediately noticed surging dark gold mist flowing towards a certain location. Beside, Moon City, another city with a distinct fourth epic style had emerged. Although there were some slight changes, Aaron recognized it at a glance as Seal, the capital of East Tak County, where he had lived for more than 10 years. Frowning slightly, Aaron gazed at Seal. This newly appeared city was clearly related to that divine kingdom fragment, but it was distinctly different from the people-filled Moon City. Seal was only a city in its nascent form, with not a single person inside. Looking at Seal, which differed from his memory, Aaron recalled some information. In the fourth epic, the Solomon First Empire ruled the northern continent and encroached on parts of the southern continent. Its capital was on the southern shore of the Intersea, at the source of the Hornassus Mountains, a city now buried in history and dust. After Solomon's fall, the established Tudor Truncest United Empire replaced the original Solomon First Empire, ruling the entire northern continent, with its capital in Backland. That is why there are ancestral graves of the Amun family and treasures reserved by the Jacob family near Backland. After Solomon's resurrection and the subsequent fall of Tudor and Truncest to Sequence II, leading to their split, the newly established Solomon's Second Empire was largely equivalent to present-day Fasak, occupying the vast region north of the Amantha Mountains on the northern shore of the Intersea, with its capital in present-day Fasak's capital, St. Malone. The Tudor Empire and the Truncest Empire used the Hornassus Mountains as a dividing line. The Tudor Empire encompassed all of present-day Intissus territory, extending somewhat into the central and southern regions and the Phenapot Plateau, with its capital in present-day Intissus capital, Trier. The Truncest Empire, being the strongest due to the support of the seven deities, had territory almost equivalent to present-day Loan plus Phenapot, and its capital remained in Backland. Is this the seal of the Night Emperor era? Does a divine kingdom fragment have such an effect? Aaron suddenly felt as if a huge gift package had fallen before him, experiencing a rare surge of pleasant surprise. However, he couldn't confirm whether the appearance of seal was an inevitable consequence of integrating the divine kingdom fragment, or if the Nation of Disorder had spontaneously acted, peeling off the imprint of seal from the divine kingdom fragment, which was losing its foundational rule power and about to dissipate, and integrating it into the Nation of Disorder. From his heart, Aaron preferred the second possibility, as it would mean that other remaining divine kingdom fragments might still be valuable to him. Withdrawing his gaze, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Aaron's mind. Towards the end of the War of Four Emperors, the Night Emperor foresaw danger, so he had his son, Varna, change his identity and establish his own power in what is now East Tak County, secretly protected by the Evernight goddess. The Evernight goddess, the only one who knew that Truncest's lineage was in East Tak County, in Seal, just happened to control a divine kingdom fragment that contained Seal. Was this a coincidence, or was it intentionally done by that justiciar? Aaron's expression shifted for a moment, then he let out a soft breath. He then instructed his subconsciousness to continuously monitor the changes in Seal within the Nation of Disorder, while his main consciousness returned to reality. Aaron, having just opened his eyes, almost recoiled in shock. 17 inches, dark, profound eyes were only a finger's width away from his own. His lips moved almost imperceptibly. Although Aaron had some questions he wanted to ask, considering the special nature involving the Nation of Disorder, he remained silent. The beautiful, vacant-faced, 17, also did not speak. The surrounding dark mist suddenly dissipated, and this, Mother of the Sky, walked into the seals of 1 to 80, and 129 inches herself. Just as the dark mist dissipated, amidst surging darkness, Anthony, clad in a black and red archbishop's robe, reappeared on the third floor. After confirming that 0 to 17 was completely sealed, he led Aaron away from the Chinese gate. Leaving the underground, walking along the narrow corridor, Aaron's steps paused slightly. Through a gap in the corridor, he looked towards a corner of the prayer hall outside. A somewhat bald Benson, with Melissa, sat cautiously in a corner, talking to a clergyman. Noticing Aaron's unusual behavior, Anthony, walking ahead, also looked over. Invisible fluctuations emanated, and soon, Bishop Electra, with deep blue eyes, respectfully approached, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and softly said, "Archbishop, Your Grace, those two are the family members of a nighthawk who sacrificed in Tingen. The young lady among them, due to her excellent performance, received funding from a charity organization established in cooperation between Your Grace and the Church, coming to Backland for further studies. This time, she specifically came to the church to express her gratitude." Anthony nodded slightly. Bishop Electra then quietly disappeared into the darkness, and Anthony spoke gently. "Your Grace knows those two. I see that young lady seems to be a Sequence 8 archaeologist. If needed, I will personally handle the influence from the Church of Steam." He did not refuse Anthony's kindness. His time in Backland was limited, and with the protection of the Church of Evernight, at least the safety of the two siblings would be guaranteed. I wonder what expression Klein, no, now it should be Detective Sherlock, will have when he meets Melissa in Backland. With a slight curve of his lips, Aaron drew a crimson moon on his chest, praised the goddess in a low voice, and then teleported away. His visit to Backland this time was not just to collect the Divine Kingdom fragment from the Church of Evernight, he also had other matters to attend to. Meanwhile, in Sherwood Borough, 15 Minsk Street, not far from the North District where Street Samuel Church was located. Klein returned from 32 Weldy Street, south of the bridge, using the most economical method, the steam subway, just before it stopped operating. Casually tossing his peaked cap onto the coat rack, Klein mentally tallied the gains from his afternoon exploration. The biggest gains are the 3 Beander potion formulas: Apprentice, Trickmaster, and Astrologer. Even at market price, they are worth £1,500, if someone is willing to buy them. In that case, I would have completely paid off Marich's debt. No, I've already sold too many Beander potion formulas at the Bravehearts bar recently. I'm already very conspicuous. No need to add unnecessary trouble. Suddenly raising his hand to pat his forehead, Klein remembered the golden masked man from MI9. Almost forgot, I'm still an peripheral member of MI9. Wouldn't it be better to just sell these 3 Beander potion formulas to MI9? I just need to hide the matter of the universal key. Even if they really go to 32 Weldy Street to check, that's the conclusion they'll reach. And I should also collect this month's activity funds. Feeling the burden of the owed pounds lighten, Klein felt his shoulders suddenly relax. He took out the brown notebook he had obtained from the home of the Abraham descendant who had lost control and died after advancing to apprentice. Flipping through it, he pondered. According to this notebook, the ancient Abraham family of the 4th epoch suffered from an inexplicable bloodline curse, which caused their gradual decline. It also mentions here that the Abraham family's ancestor, Bethel Abraham, disappeared during the War of 4 Emperors in the 4th epoch. Could he be the Mr. Door that Emperor Russell mentioned? Was he exiled from the real world, lost in the deep darkness, trapped in the storm? And the Abrahams should all be of the apprentice pathway. Did they hear the cry for help from that Mr. Door? This is not a cry for help at all, it's a death curse. As the pages turned, Klein's lips twitched slightly. He now understood why the universal key, merely the relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to sequence 9, had such a negative impact that even mid-sequence beyonders couldn't weaken it. The formation of this strange sealed artifact, besides originating from the gathering of apprentice Beander characteristics, also involved the factor of Mr. Door's illusory whispers, which made the occasional misdirection it brought quite dangerous, always leading its holder into unsuitable scenarios. This was a continuation of a curse. The pages quickly turned to the last few, and Klein's gaze suddenly froze, staring intently at a passage on one of the pages. If it weren't for the family rule that only those who reach sequence 7 can actively contact the elders, I would immediately write a letter to question those elders who are merely filling positions. Have they forgotten the glory of Abraham? To actually make me convert to a hidden existence called the Lord of Order, this is simply an insult to the family's glory. Just wait, I will not convert. I will grow stronger step by step and restore the glory of the Abraham family. Subconsciously flipping back a few pages, Klein found no further clues related to the Lord of Order. Helplessly, he returned to that page, pondering. According to Emlyn's statement, and the on-site investigation at 32 Weldy Street, this Abraham descendant has been dead for at least 3 months. This means the time this note was written might be even earlier. It's already October now, so it at least indicates that the Abraham elders began secretly believing in the Lord of Order in June or even earlier, and I hadn't transmigrated yet at that time. However, there seems to be no member of the Chaos Council related to this ancient family, and there are also disagreements within the Abraham family regarding conversion. Taking a deep breath, Klein closed the notebook. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise. At least he now knew that the Abraham family was also connected to that Lord of Order, which provided him with ideas for his future investigations. Although Klein didn't deny that this Lord of Order had provided him with considerable help, facing such a hidden existence, unheard of in major religious texts, Klein found it truly difficult to relax, especially given his own significant secrets. Looking at the notebook in his hand, Klein shook his head. His most important task at the moment was still to improve his strength and quickly take revenge on Ince Zangwill. Only by possessing that level of strength would he be qualified and confident enough to investigate this hidden existence. As he was thinking this, an unfamiliar plea suddenly reached his ears. Klein was slightly startled. It felt a little familiar, but it wasn't from any member of the Tarot Club. Quickly creating a wall of spirituality and setting up the ritual, Klein took 4 counterclockwise steps and arrived above the gray fog. At the intersection of the Berserk Sea and the Sonia Sea, near Toscat Island. A water spout that seemed to cover the sky was split open by a crimson sword glow. From the collapsing curtain of water, a tall knight in black full armor sprang out. He held a long, wide straight sword, and 2 crimson lights flickered in his eye sockets. Beside this knight, where the scarlet moonlight was obscured by the water curtain and appeared extremely dim, a figure flickered in and out of existence, sometimes swaying, sometimes stretching, a thin layer with no thickness, like a living shadow. As the black armored knight collapsed into a shadow, that figure quickly materialized. This was a gentleman, clad in a mysterious black robe, with slightly curly, stiff brown hair, and deep eyes that seemed to hide countless things. It was none other than Dark Saint Cosma, one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, a Sequence 4 Black Knight. Cosma's indifferent eyes looked at the calm sea and murmured in a low voice. Rejoice. At this moment, a pure white feather, emanating layers of light, floated in his hand. Faintly, a winding, shimmering river could be seen circulating around the feather. This was a token granted by the Angel of Fate, who served the Lord, used to track the important sealed artifact of the life school of thought. If necessary, chanting that Lord's honorific name could provide help. Not far away, on Toscat Island, a light imperceptible to the naked eye emerged, instantly leaping out of the collective subconscious sea and transforming into a male figure. His light yellow eyebrows were long, his hair was neatly combed back, his forehead had a few wrinkles, and his face was abnormally pale. Putting away the feather, Dark Saint Cosma turned his head. His scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this uninvited guest who brought him a hint of danger. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" The somewhat ethereal man's voice was calm, as if it possessed a magical quality that made people unconsciously want to sink into it. "The people of this sea call me Bajos Hopkins." The scarlet light in Cosma's eyes flickered. Only then did Cosma realize he had heard this title before, but had always ignored it, not taking it to heart, and rarely recalling it. Bajos Hopkins, King of the Black Throne, one of the 4 kings of the sea. I didn't expect you to be a demigod of the spectator pathway. What is the psychology alchemist's relationship with you? Ignoring the Aurora Order saint's questioning tone, although he had some cooperation with the Aurora Order in Backland, it had nothing to do with Bajos Hopkins. He directly ignored the other party's question, pointed to Toscat Island behind him, and replied in an unchanged tone. I will not interfere with the Aurora Order's affairs, but this is my territory. I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble because of this, such as that Sea King of the Church of Storms. Cosma, the Dark Saint, with a violent temperament, heard the warning and expulsion in his words. Yet he strangely calmed down and nodded obediently, directly transforming into a shadow and disappearing from the spot. Stopping the hypnosis of the spiritual island in the center of the collective subconscious sea, Bajos Hopkins shook his head, looking at where the Aurora Order saint had disappeared, and directly disintegrated into starlight, merging into the surrounding void. South of Toscat Island, on a desolate, unnamed small island. A hand with some silvery white scales pressed against a lush ancient tree. Counselor of Fate, Rejoice hadn't even had time to catch his breath when he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Standing beside Rejoice, a demoiselle, who had completely digested the Sequence 8 robot potion and precisely controlled his body, was quick to reach out to help his teacher, but suddenly slipped and fell straight to the ground. This comical scene was somewhat incredible for 2 Beyonders, especially since one of them had already gained divinity. Rejoice no longer tried to stand up, directly sat cross-legged on the ground, waved his hand to signal a demoiselle to move away from him, and then explained in a low voice. I'm a bit injured, and my power is somewhat out of control. Anyone who enters a certain range of me will be afflicted with bad luck. That person just now should have been Cosma, the Dark Saint of the Aurora Order. I mobilized all my bad luck to draw a storm to delay him, but that guy definitely won't give up easily. Saying that, his other hand, also with silvery white scales, reached out, holding a paper-like leather item in his palm. The item resembled a pipe, but it was connected end to end, appearing grayish-white under the crimson moonlight. Its surface was covered with complex symbols and markings, as well as many ancient Hermes writings pointing to LotM, the Snake of Fate. Due to these directional ancient Hermes writings, he no longer needed to chant the corresponding honorific name, he only needed to activate the residual power within it, which was equivalent to praying to LotM for help. Counselor of Fate, Rejoice opened the item, then took out the ring box containing the dice of probability, and chanted in a low voice in ancient Hermes. Fate. The complex symbols and markings on the paper-like leather item immediately emitted a silver glow, and the ring box trembled slightly. Rejoice closed his eyes, seemingly listening to something. A moment later, he reopened his eyes, looked at the somewhat bewildered Ademisal, threw the ring box in front of him, and solemnly instructed. I have already made an imprint of the aura of this important sealed artifact. I will leave alone to attract the Dark Saint's attention. Remember, no matter what, do not open this ring box. I will find a way to get rid of that guy as soon as possible. You have learned a lot during this time, and you can truly experience some things on your own now. Also, absolutely do not go to Backland. If I don't come to find you within 3 months, do not rashly seek help from other members of the school of thought. Because I cannot confirm whether this will bring you greater danger. At that time, you should go directly to Irusal, the capital of East Tassoc County, find the Duke of East Tassoc, explain the situation, and hand this ring box over to him for safekeeping. Listening to this almost last-will-like tone, Ademisal clutched the ring box, looking at his teacher with some stubbornness, not wanting his already injured teacher to undertake such a dangerous task again. An orphan since childhood, he had never felt the warmth of a family, and because of his excessively high spiritual perception, he was called a monster by others. Although it was only for a brief 2 months, Ademisal had long regarded Rejoice as a family member, both teacher and father. Looking at his new disciple with some relief, Rejoice softened his tone. Don't worry about me. I survived such difficulties in the southern continent back then, and this time will be no exception. We will eventually be protected by fate. After a moment of silence, Rejoice recalled the information that had appeared in his mind after praying to LotM, and said in a somewhat strange tone. After I leave, you can try chanting this honorific name in ancient Hermes. It might provide you with some help during my absence. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Even though he used the most common Lonis language this time, he still paused for a few seconds before speaking the honorific name. Taking another look at the somewhat bewildered Ademisal, Rejoice propped himself up with both hands, and his figure quickly disappeared in a leap. Above the gray fog, Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, looked at the scene in the prayer light with some surprise, his brows slightly furrowed. Is this Ademisal? How does he know the honorific name of the fool? Raising his gaze slightly to see the isolated island surrounded by waves, Klein pondered. This looks like the Berserk Sea or the Sonia Sea. At least it's not in the northern continent. Although Klein had never been to sea, the only place in the entire northern continent with such a landscape was the Straight Sea at the northernmost part of the Loan Kingdom, but the obvious tropical plants on the island directly ruled out that possibility. Chanting an honorific name with such a clear purpose, could it be an entrapment? Scanning the surroundings with his true sight again, Klein dismissed this doubt. Remembering the strange child who had given him the Wheel of Fortune earlier, he suddenly felt a headache. After a moment of hesitation, he still extended his spirituality. Backland, Empress Burrow, inside Count Hall's luxurious villa. Aaron, still unaware that a certain Snake of Fate had already set his sights on him, was sitting in Count Hall's study. Count Hall, from behind his desk, put down the telegram Aaron had brought from the southern continent and rubbed his forehead, saying, The Levet family is an old and established noble family, whose origins can even be traced back to the founding of LotM. They are considered members of the Conservative Party, but it's not surprising for them to send you an invitation at this time. Seeing Aaron's curious gaze, Count Hall poured himself a cup of marquis black tea, savoring the fragrance on his lips, and continued with a smile. You've been away from Backland for too long. Even if you've set up an intelligence network in Backland, some secrets involving major nobles are still quite restricted. After Palace Nigan was assassinated by that rampant pirate general, his eldest son inherited the title. The current Duke Nigan's actions can be described as bold and decisive. Didn't Major General Chunas Kolgar, the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence 9, go missing a while ago? I heard that Duke Nigan and Prime Minister Agushid Nigan plan to jointly propose to His Majesty George to transfer Admiral Amelius Levet back to Backland to oversee the Ministry of Defense and concurrently serve as the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence 9. And Admiral Robert Davis will take his place, becoming the Supreme Naval Commander of the LotM Kingdom in the Central Sonia Sea. But this is just a draft for now. Additionally, although Admiral Robert Davis is not of noble birth and is one of the few who rose from a low-ranking officer to the position of admiral, he has received funding from many nobles, especially the royal family. When he heard about Chunas's disappearance, Aaron, as the instigator, subtly curved his lips. After listening to Count Hall's suggestive words, 4 words appeared in his mind. Promotion in name, demotion in reality. Although the Ministry of Defense seems to be a higher position than the naval commander, in LotM, or rather, in this world where Beyonder powers exist, the influence of the two is not on the same level. A supreme naval commander with significant military power is undoubtedly a local emperor. Even that storm brother in the Rorstad archipelago has to give him enough face. The most crucial point is that the Levet family itself is a member of the Conservative Party, yet this time they were betrayed by their own people. This indicates that the person who truly wants to do this is someone whom neither Duke Nigan nor the Prime Minister can resist. It seems the Levet family, or more accurately, Admiral Amelius, must have blocked George III's path. So, he plans to remove him and replace him with a more obedient Robert Davis. Sonia C., George III. Aaron pondered, various conjectures flashing through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Amelius must have discovered something, but this discovery doesn't directly point to the biggest secret, so George III only intends to remove Amelius, giving him a warning, rather than directly killing him to silence him. In this situation, even if I go to the appointment, I can't do it openly. A secret meeting might reveal what Amelius discovered. Clearing his thoughts, Aaron exhaled and took a sip of the marquis black tea in front of him. Looking at his kind-faced father-in-law, he said with a smile. Thank you for informing me. Also, Audrey will be returning to Backland next week by airship, accompanying Crest Sessima of the Church of Evernight. I've given her some things to ensure her safety. Count Hall stroked his elegant mustache, his azure eyes filled with a smile. Audrey's trip to the southern continent with the church will broaden her horizons. It's almost the end of December, and the Queen will officially announce her social coming of age at the New Year's Eve ball. I plan to have Audrey join the charity foundation you and the church co-founded next year. She should have learned a lot in the southern continent this time and should be well suited for the job. Aaron nodded. As his fiancée and the daughter of Count Hall, the leader of the new party, Audrey was undoubtedly the most suitable person for fundraising, government liaison, and organizing events. Putting down his teacup, Aaron stood up and bowed. After bidding farewell to Count Hall, he activated his teleportation. A rich, colorful oil painting world appeared and receded, and Aaron had already arrived in a simply decorated living room. Looking at the ice cream on the table, still emanating a chill and clearly just delivered, Aaron unceremoniously picked one up and tasted it, then raised an eyebrow slightly. Pure, top-grade ice cream from Trier, the capital of Intis. Tisk tisk, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Will Osepton, who only reached Aaron's waist, emerged from the darkness, holding a small silver spoon, digging into the light green ice cream in his hand, and muttering softly. HMPH, none of your business. Also, one serving of ice cream costs £100, no credit allowed. Aaron, who had only felt Will Ossepton's summons and didn't know what the fellow wanted, chuckled indifferently, taking out £100 in cash and placing it on the table. He wasn't a poor god, so this amount of money was nothing to him. I'm not some unscrupulous merchant, taking £100 from you is just for labor. Don't you have a sealed artifact that can summon historical void projections? As long as you summon this ice cream from your past self, you can establish a subtle connection with me, who represents destiny, and receive the favor of luck. Each serving of ice cream can represent a portion of luck. Aaron looked at Will Ossepton with some surprise, muttering in his heart. This guy is rarely so generous, he must want something. As soon as the thought arose, he indeed heard the subsequent words. Rejoice encountered Cosma, the gloomy saint of the Aurora Order, in the raging sea. That lunatic from the Aurora Order has an item bestowed by Ouroboros that can sense the aura of the dice of probability. After briefly explaining the situation, Will Ossepton glanced at Aaron, who was slightly frowning, and continued to add. With my current state, I can only interfere to a certain extent. Rejoice has already led Cosma away. I know your relationship with Bernadette is extraordinary. A Black Knight Beander characteristic is enough for her to help you create a very powerful mystical item. What's more, with the help of the Aurora Order, he has shepherded other demigods. If you hunt him, the gains will definitely be substantial. How about it? I can have Rejoice act as bait and fully cooperate with you. Aaron was already tempted. A super-enhanced shepherd glove was still very appealing. Moreover, although he didn't know if there were other demigods being shepherded, Aaron knew for sure that this gloomy saint had shepherded at least one shaman king. Although very tempted, Aaron still shook his head, looking at the "that's not like you" expression on Will Ossepton's face, and slowly explained. I agree to the hunt, but not now. At least, it has to wait for some time. He, or rather, those connected to the Lord of Order, were probably already on the True Creator's blacklist. The hostile relationship was already confirmed, so he wasn't afraid of adding another entry to the blacklist. However, the current timing was delicate. The Aurora Order was still preparing to use the Great Smog to allow the True Creator to descend in Backland. Taking action now to hunt another Aurora Order saint would almost be equivalent to inviting trouble. He wasn't afraid while he was outside, but Cavendish Lancer, who was still searching for the demonic wolf Kotar in the forsaken land of the gods, would be in great trouble. He had to at least give him some time. Will Ossepton puffed out his cheeks, appearing somewhat cute. All right, then Rejoice will have to suffer for a bit. If you still can't take action within 3 months, I'll have someone send the dice of probability to you, and you can keep it for a while. His eyes flickered slightly as Aaron scrutinized Will Ossepton, guessing that the fellow might be restarting soon. After some thought, he asked, to what extent can the dice of probability be activated before it reaches your acceptable limit? Will Ossepton, still eating ice cream, suddenly tilted his head back, staring intently at Aaron. After a long pause, he said in a muffled voice, I warn you, don't misuse the dice of probability. Directly affecting existences above sequence 1, even just once, will completely activate him. At that time, I won't be able to seal him, and you'll only be able to ask the Empress of Misfortune and Terror to personally seal him for you. Misfortune includes bad luck and is part of destiny. The goddess has the corresponding authority, so she can naturally seal the dice of probability, not to mention now there's also the river of eternal darkness water. Aaron was first startled, and an immature plan slowly took shape, a smile immediately appearing on his face. Backland, south of the bridge, inside an unmarked herb shop. Fat apothecary Darkwill, who had already advanced to beast tamer, was wearing a country shaman-style black robe, rubbing his hands excitedly as he mixed the collected materials into a bottle of pale golden potion. I collected the potion formula and Beander materials according to the standards of a giant dragon. With the beast tamer's ability as assistance, this time I should be able to get a pet that can help me deal with monsters and gang thugs. I'm really looking forward to it. Darkwill walked into the depths of the herb shop, through shelves filled with bottles and jars, and arrived at a clean and tidy room, where a black iron cage was placed, containing a wide-eyed owl. Seeing the fat apothecary enter, the owl hooted softly, appearing quite close and full of spirituality. It was highly probable that animals consuming Beander potions would lose control. Although Darkwill had advanced to Sequence 8, as a beast tamer, his current combat strength was approximately 0. If he wanted to deal with a lost control defective product, a sturdy cage could give him enough reaction time and also allow him to observe the entire process. To maximize the success rate, after all, even the lowest Sequence 9 potion cost over £400. If it failed, even for him, it would almost be like returning to square one. So, for the past few days, he had been wandering around the various circuses in Backland, and with the beast tamer's special sense, he finally found this highly spiritual owl. Placing the prepared potion in front of the cage, Darkwill slowly sat down. Before the chubby owl could react, he directly poured the potion from the reagent tube down its throat. Looking at the startled owl flapping its wings, Darkwill immediately concentrated, and an invisible fluctuation spread, enveloping the entire room, soothing the owl. Perhaps he was lucky, or perhaps the owl's high spirituality truly played a role. Although there were some close calls, it ultimately succeeded. Looking at the owl, which was slumped on the ground with no obvious changes, Darkwill scratched his head in confusion, until his gaze met its somewhat resentful, large eyes. Damn it, why are this silly bird's eyes like that? Darkwill muttered, confirming that the potion had been successfully swallowed and hadn't caused loss of control. Then he opened the cage and said to himself, "Lucky silly bird, from now on, you'll follow me. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well, and I'll take care of any female birds you want. From now on, I'll call you Harry. Tomorrow, we can head to the raging sea. I wonder how teacher is doing." Above the gray and white fog, at the head of the bronze long table, Klein's spirituality surged, pouring into the flowing crimson light, easily establishing a mysterious and stable connection. Admiralsir's figure instantly appeared beside the bronze long table, sitting in a chair that did not belong to a current member of the Tarot Club. The pattern behind the chair instantly changed, revealing a silver ring covered in mysterious patterns. As expected, Klein nodded imperceptibly, patiently waiting for the other party to speak. Admiralsir's expression was somewhat dazed. One second he was on a small island, the next he was in a towering, majestic palace with a high dome, below which was an endless, quiet gray fog. Such a terrifying and bizarre experience made him somewhat timid. Recalling his teacher's resolute departing figure, he took a deep breath and looked at the figure leisurely seated at the head of the mottled long table. Before he could speak, in a trance, he saw a thin, slightly diffusing gray-white fog, within which vaguely appeared a brilliant light door stained with some greenish black. That light door was composed of countless layers of overlapping light spheres, and the body of each light sphere was a pile of twisted worms huddled together. Some of these worms were transparent, some translucent, bearing symbols and patterns that were either complex and indescribable or profound in meaning. Before Admiralsir could clearly see the specific details, his mind suddenly buzzed, his eyes burned, and illusory blood flowed out. Evil and terrifying, indescribable whispers echoed in his ears, instantly filling his senses with extreme pain, and his body began to twitch and tremble uncontrollably. His face and the back of his hands quickly cracked open with fissures revealing flesh and blood, and transparent, illusory worms seemed to squirm within, about to form countless indescribable eyes. Admiralsir's screams and groans echoed above the gray fog, making Klein, who was sitting upright, look bewildered, directly experiencing the pain the other party was enduring. Looking at the disgusting and hideous scene, Klein hurriedly gently stroked his palms, allowing the gray fog to silently suppress and calm Admiralsir's abnormality. His trembling began to subside at a visible rate, the flesh and blood fissures on his body gradually closed, his thoughts slowly returned, and he regained awareness of everything around him. The pain he had just experienced felt a little familiar. It was somewhat similar to the effect of seeing the great existence in the astral world. Unluckily, on Oravi Island. Therefore, he undoubtedly believed that the fool, who does not belong to this era, was essentially very likely a god, a true god, an immeasurable and unpeopable god. Looking at Admiralsir, who had returned to normal and dared not look up again, Klein had already clarified his thoughts. Admiralsir's reaction just now might have been the normal reaction of a meander of the destiny pathway upon seeing him. As for the little boy in Backland who gave him the Wheel of Fortune card, he was clearly unaffected by the backlash of this gray fog space, so he might have seen more from Klein. Perhaps, the honorific name of the fool was leaked this way. Sighing in his heart, Klein taught this monster, whom he had met once, to conjure a pair of glasses to block his vision, preventing him from seeing what he shouldn't. Feeling his spirituality relax, Admiralsir breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully stating his identity and the crisis he faced, and finally asked with some trepidation. "Great Mr. Fool, how can I obtain your help?" "Gloomy Saint. Your teacher can't handle it, what can I do to help you?" But a demigod in the destiny domain, even if he can't win, he should be able to escape and hide for a while." The pervasive gray fog concealed the twitching of Klein's mouth. Resisting the urge to cover his face with his hand, he maintained the fool's demeanor and said in a profound tone, "In the short term, your teacher will not be in danger. There are some people similar to you here who have established a regular gathering, and I am the witness." Understanding Klein's hint, Admiralsir's eyes brightened, and he immediately said, "I want to join this gathering." Since he couldn't avoid it, he would accept this olive branch and see what the life school of thought truly wanted to do. Klein leaned back in his chair leisurely and said, You may not reveal it without my permission." "Good." Admiralsir responded without hesitation. Anyway, as an orphan again, he had nothing left to lose, and this might be his chance to become stronger. Klein tapped his left index finger, causing the remaining tarot cards to materialize on the bronze long table. They each chose a tarot card as their codename. You can also draw one. The cards that already have owners have been removed from this deck. Using tarot cards as codenames, Admiralsir didn't dare to ask too much. He extended his right hand and drew a card from the tarot deck. When he turned it over, he saw a silver ring covered in mysterious patterns. It was the Wheel of Fortune card. Perhaps this is the arrangement of destiny. Admiralsir gazed at the tarot card in his hand, his emotions somewhat complex. Go back. The gathering is every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, on time. The fool, enveloped in gray fog, raised his hand, and Admiralsir, who hastily bowed, disappeared from the ancient palace. Looking at the palace that had become quiet again, the fool, Klein, curled his lips and turned all the tarot cards face up. They all had the same image, the same silver ring covered in mysterious patterns. Every tarot card he had taken out was the Wheel of Fortune card. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.